Hello everyone, how good of you to join and welcome to Tropico 6. Once again we are back in our tropical paradise. Once again we are back with El Presidente, who is just about to leave the palace. Well, of course the palace is not the only building that we have. We have a whole island at our disposal. And yeah, if you're not familiar with Tropico yet, then well, it's about time you learn about something about this beautiful city builder that we are playing here now. We're starting out in the colonial age, so quite early, with only 20,000 money, some 50 sorry souls on this island, and well, we need to build up a bustling city full of people, yeah, revolutionists and pirates. Now, what the game is all about is building up the city. Every single Tropican is simulated. All of them have their life, family, jobs, education, workplaces, living homes and stuff like that. Well, and we are starting out quite early. There is no superpowers yet. There is no bigger threat, only some pirates here and there. And well, of course, the threat of survival with the story means that we have here. Let's have a look at our little city that we have so far, or village that we're starting out with. We got a Teamster office, a construction office. We got, of course, very important, a chapel just over here, so people can actually go and pray a bit. We got a plantation here for corn, so this is providing a bit of food right now that my people, of course, need. Some bunkhouses here where people can live. And I think we have, yep, over here, one small tavern. I love these buildings. Righto, so there is, well, not that much going on here. She totally has the wrong skin for this environment, but well, bless her anyway. We got the docks over here, so the docks where we can export our goods and make some cash in the beginning, at least until we have tourists. Tourists are going to pay us quite fine. Until then, we have to build up a bustling industry, and bustling it's going to be, hopefully. Let's start out. We got a few options here. We got a big map. It's all ready for us for the taking, right? So lots of stuff that we can build. Nice building space. There's a nice little hill, so I think we're going to use the landscape to our advantage in a bustling city. Let's just have a look around here where we could start building. It's actually not that easy, because wherever we have industry, we also need to start with a few houses where people can live. Over here we have some foresty area, so I would really like to start out in this area with our very first industries, right? We're actually already losing money, right? Because streets, houses, everything basically costs me some infrastructure, maintenance cost, and also we have a few people working already. Over here, for example, in the docks, we got some people. In the palace, I got my palace guards. Of course, they all want wages, right? There's already a ship coming. I don't think we have anything in store. We have some corn in store right now that gives me some 3,000 credits, but that's really nothing. Let's get cracking with the first things. I would like to start out with a logging camp. In fact, I would like to start out with 2 logging camps, most likely. I'm going to build them here in the forest. How could it be any different? Let's just have the street going all the way over there. We can continue here a street along the beach area. I like this harbor area style. We're going to have a beautiful city all around here. So the ship, whenever it comes into the city, has a nice panorama view. The logging camps, next up, the lumber mill. So we get into the industry. The logs that we produce in the logging camp are being then reprocessed or processed in the lumber mill for planks. And planks we can export quite fine. For that, I will probably use, let's just see. Yeah, let's use these 2 spots here for 2 of these lumber mills to create our first planks. And as we can see, this is no cheap task, right? It's quite expensive. Now, the buildings are not going to be placed directly, rather there's a construction on the way, so let's just check real quick. There is my workers. They're coming out of the construction office now, and they're on their way now to the construction site, only with a few carts, but they're still very quick, as we can see. Also, some immigrants are coming to town from the ship, some new Tropicans, so this is one way of getting more people, either of course by squidly pooping and making babies, or by immigration from the docklands, and they're going straight to the country house. Basically, they got this one. Let's have a look at our statistics. We got some 8 homeless citizens right now, and some 15 unemployed citizens. This is something we need to work on. Those things are now being built. Very good. I would like to continue right away. Over here, let's go for plantations. Now plantations are going to be very important because it had lots of processable goods that we can have with plantations basically. Now as we can see, we got a couple of different crops here that we can choose, and all of them have different fertility areas, right? So for example, tobacco is very good over here. I think we have coffee then as well, it's also good over here. Sugar is very good in this area, also over there. And bananas. Yeah, bananas is good here, but there we have already the logging camps. Now, I do need some plantations in order to get my next industry up and running then. And of course to get some people working, because we have unemployed people right now. So let's start out with, I think we're going with, let's say sugar. Yeah, sugar is looking good. Tobacco we could also have. Let's have some tobacco just here. So this is actually a fine spot for our first plantations. Some tobacco that we can have. Let's have the next plantation right away. That is going to be, corn. So just over here, righto. Then I would like to have, let's see, sugar is pretty important. Let's have 2 sugar plantations next to each other right away. Right, because with sugar we can then process them into some rum, and rum is something we definitely want. Let's also have a nice street connection. So this is basically where we're starting out our little farming empire. And we're down on money now, so there's nothing I can really do. I can only wait for all of these new industries to start up. So the logging camp is finished. There's only 1 worker right now. The second one is being built right now. Nice view of the ocean, right? Definitely a nice working area. We also got the 2 lumber mills now working. Not fully working at the moment though. Oh, this one is. But of course they need now logs to produce some planks out of that. And we also get our very first mission.
Justify being me. But for independence, any sacrifice is worthwhile.
And the people have taken this to heart and constantly try to find new ways to sacrifice for the cause. They are very inventive. Please make a sacrifice, build a library. We do get some revolutionary immigrants with that, if we want to. Alright, both logging camps are now operational. There's workers here already. Monica, for example. Monica, and yeah, well, they're quite far away.
To have choices, isn't it? Choices like continue as governor or begin a new career in manual labor.
I'm certainly not someone for manual labor. Lord Roger Windham. I'm sure you would like your situation to remain as it is, so please don't forget which side your bread and butter is, or your bread is buttered, and who gave you the butter. Now build a tannery. So this is actually quite a high demand. Do we have a time limit on that? We don't. But a tannery is really expensive. Plantations are also coming along. And the next ship is coming in, only corn. We're still only selling some corn, nothing else really. The first plantation here, tobacco, is also now intact. We get some 7 immigrants with the latest freighter. That's good because we have the workplaces available, of course. And the logging camps are now fully staffed and thus starting, hopefully, fully producing some logs for us. And I just love that soundtrack in the background as well, as everything is starting up. I always love it when a new city is born and we just have so many ideas and so many opportunities. Now, there's still a problem here, as we can see. They haven't really produced. Now production starts. Very good. The first logs are coming in from our logging camp. Also, the workers arrive now. And they're going ahead and chop some trees. Chop, 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 chop. Very diligent people indeed, Alessandro Bruno. We get some cash there once again, some more 6 immigrants. We're at 73 population now. And right now we have 100% support. So people do like us after all, at least for now. We still have, I guess, the benefit of doubt. Now what's going on with these plantations here? It's taking them forever to build. This one is in construction now. We don't have that many construction workers at the moment. Ah, very good. And after a bit of time, we have now all the plantations working here as this day is coming to an end. Beautiful, isn't it? What we need to do here now? Well, we got now tobacco, sugar, corn, and sugar. So those two. I'm going to change the work mode here to multiculture. Now, by default, it is they're working with the monoculture. They're loosening efficiency over time, right? So 10%, I think, each year or every 2 years until they go down to 40% or something like that. Changing to multiculture, we decrease the efficiency by 40% right away, so we are losing 40% of the efficiency from 100%, but the plantation gets 10% efficiency for other plantations in the vicinity with different crops running. So this is a very good thing, because with that we can boost the multiculture, we can boost the efficiency by 30% right away. So we should be looking around somewhere, yes, very good, around 80, 70%, something like that, and we're going to add more plantations here over time in this area, and thus further boosting the efficiency of that. Those plantations are working, not fully working. Yes, this one is not. This one, some 12 more immigrants are coming in. Perfect. They're filling in the jobs here now. That's exactly what we need. And off the freighter goes again. It's getting a bit busy here. We do have a tavern over there. The first service building that we have, the nun, of course, is joining as well for a good drink. And in the tavern, well, as we can see, we get lots of guests right now. It's almost at full capacity. I could just watch this every day as people are going to the tavern there. And of course, with the tavern, we do get some money in already. So income right now, last month, for example, we made some $50 with this tavern here, because we had enough visitors to pay the fees for the staff and stuff like that.
Something does not feel quite right, Governor. I have a powerful desire.
All right, Penultimo, hello and welcome. That sounds good, and while it is only fair that Crown receives all of our exports, we are still a colony after all. Perhaps it would make a change if we weren't governed with an iron fist. I can't help but notice that the will of the people is leaning in, shall we say, a more independent direction. Yes, this is our very first major goal to go through the era, right? So, oh, sorry, we just finished a side quest there. The very first thing that we need to do is we need to advance to I think the World War eras. We're still in the colony. Oh, and look at that, we already have the first catastrophe. A new extraordinary resistant strain of mildew has swept across Tropico, infecting our crops and devastating production. All crop conditions are decreased by 40%. Alright, so they're basically not working right now. 30% only. This is harsh. Very harsh indeed. I hope now, yeah, very good. So at least my lumber mills are working now, so they have it. Logs are in, planks are being produced. Right, and being transported to the docks where we make some cash here right now. What we also need to bear in mind here is that we have the Teamster office over here. The Teamsters is basically the transporters of my city, right? So they're needed, as we can see, there they are. And they're transporting goods from one place to another place, from the logging camp to the lumber mill, and from the lumber mill, the planks then to the docks. So we need to be careful. We probably will need to build another Teamster office rather soon. There's the next ship coming in. 9,000 credits we make this time, or dollars. So that's a good thing here. And hopefully some more people joining Tropico. There we have it, some 10,000. Very good. And 8 new immigrants joining now. They should be coming out now. Hello and welcome to my little paradise. Welcome. And now go pick some crops. Or whatever. They're going right to the bunkhouse. Very good. So they found some home here after all. Let's just check here real quick what we need to do. So have an average of revolutionary approval of 60 and have average percentage of population supporting revolutionaries of 60. And we're at 50 out of 60 in that. So we need to fulfill that. And then we can advance to the next era. However, we have a time limit. So we have a mandate right now, and that mandate goes for another 3 years and 8 months. If that's running out, the game is over, right? So we need to achieve this mission here before the time runs out. And how can we do that? By doing those side missions here. This one here, for example, is extending our mandate time by 18 months. And this one here is giving us 10 revolutionary immigrants. That's something we definitely want to achieve. And we need to be in time. Right? For the tannery, let's continue and build up our next industry. Over here we have a bit of space, and I would like to build up a second industry. It's very, very well advised to build industry in several spots, right? Not everything in one spot, but in several spots to spread the industry areas out a bit. Why? Basically because we have workers living close to the industry area, and the further they are away from the city, and well, they would be further away if I would spend all the industry here, the further away they would also live. And I want to have a central city where everything is working, and I want to have, well, more or less several spots where people can go to, and in the middle we're going to have some houses then popping up. Now over here I think we have a good location for the ranch, and the ranch has cattle, and the cattle produces hides. There we have a nice fertility area for cattle, as we can see. So I'm probably going to build some ranches over there in this area. Like so, right? So 2 ranches. Let's build a road over there. And with the ranches comes the hides, and with the hides we can have the tannery, and the tannery is then producing leather out of the hides. Cost me 6,000 though, so we wait a bit for that. Very good, and after a short period of time, both ranches are now working for us. There we have them. Meat and hides are being produced, is also allowed for local consumption right now. So that means as long as we need some meat, for example, and some hides, they're going to be transported to those locations. And if we have too much of them, they're going to be exported. If I uncheck this one, well, we export the goods right away. I also would like to have something for the local consumption. Now, let's just also check something else. Once again, my lumber mill. It's still not really working, it seems, right? So both of them are not fully working right now. I might need another one logging camp. Let's build another logging camp for this one. A bit further away, perhaps over there. Very good. We are exporting right now, not that much. So I still would need to wait there a bit. And as we can see, the workers, well, they have to commute over there. So for now, it's a bit further away, and we're definitely wasting some time here. But once I advance to the next era, I can then have some public transport and get them over there. But for now, we're living with it. The blight has ended, so that means now the plantations are working again with their full capacity. Very important. So that we get some products up and running here. So right now, we're probably, yeah, exporting all of that. And by the way, we also have the corn plantation here. That means I can get rid of this corn plantation here, which is rather in the way, I think. So let's demolish that one. Right, we don't need 2 corn plantations. And boom, I have a lot of space now in the city itself where I can build something. Now the ranches are now fully working, as we can see. Lots of hides and meat is being produced here. The transporters are getting those goods to the docklands. And what we can do now is, well, we can now build the tannery. 6,000, we can afford that. It's another very important industry that we have. Let's just have this one, close by, of course, somewhere over here, right? So another smaller industry. Let's also make some road system there still. So let's continue over there. And here we can then have those, I would like to have more ranches here, most likely. Right, and the tannery comes in here. Very good. There we got it. Very expensive building. Very expensive. We still have 2 years with the mandate, so the tannery I'm building now, very important. And the library is another thing that I need to build. With the library, we are also opening up then the researching. Put that for later. Very good. Now both of them have logs in store and produce the planks for us. Right, because now we have enough logging camps in this. And what I can see is that we have too many logs and too many planks storing up here. So there's some 2,000 here, some 3,000 here. Oh, quest is also completed. Build the tannery.
Finding good help is so difficult.
And between you and me, your little eccentricities make being here a little more bearable. 18 more months that we get on top of everything. Perfect. Now with that, let's continue with a bit of expansion. I would like to have also some fish, so the fishermen we can build. This is pretty important for my local consumption and also for export. Over there we have a nice location for that, and we have a fishing spot. So let's just have us a nice fishing area here as well. And what I also need is now another Teamster office, right? So transporters. Cost me another 2,000. Let's just have them here in this area. And they're going to provide then some transporters for all of that, what we need. and speeding up also the transportation of the planks, for example, because I think my current Teamsters, yeah, well, they're a bit overworked. Oh, we got lots of stuff to be being exported here. Some sugar, meat, hides. 6,500 credits we get out of that, but we're still pretty low on the money side. And hopefully also some immigrants. Tannery has been built as well. There we have it, working already. Just waiting for some hides now. We have hides, we don't have enough transporters right now. So the Teamster office is going to be high priority. Let's put it there. Also, the Fisherman Wharf has been built. Very good. No people work here yet. And they're working the forefather style work mode. So this is every fisher produces 1.7 units of fish for every 1 unit taken from the fishing grounds. We can unlock further work modes down the road with researching. Teamster office. Still way too many planks. Perfect. Another Teamster office is ready for action. There is a freighter coming in, so that should hopefully provide us some workforce there that we can then use right away. There we have it. Perfect. And 7 people coming in. This should speed it up now.
It's nice to have choices, isn't it? Choices like continue as governor or begin a new career in manual labor.
That's certainly not up my tea. So fulfill an export trade route with the crown. We need to fulfill this in 150 days, and we do get another mandate extension. Definitely worth doing. So let's just have a quick look at trade. There we have some trade contracts that we can now fulfill. Lots of export here, and there is an import. Exporting, let's just see what we could export. Tobacco. We have tobacco plantation. I would like to do that. We can also decide on the volume. 725 should be fine for now, because I want to finish this one quickly, right? The volume difference is not that big, but with only 5% above standard price. So that is something. Let's export some tobacco to the crown. Tobacco is what we produce over here. There it is, in a very good fashion. We have way too much here stored as well. So what we can really see is my Teamster offices are overloaded. So I'm hoping that with the second one is working. We can also do something else. Change the work mode to lose load limit and increases the capacity of Teamsters by 50%. Each Teamster might lose up to 10% of its freight. That's fine though, because we still get a whopping 40% increase, more or less, in what they can transport. And I'm also increasing their budget for all of them by 10%. So we do get a 10% efficiency bonus there as well. Actually, let's put it up there to the highest level. We pay like, yeah, double, but we also get an efficiency increase. The same goes with this one here. Right, so this should hopefully provide some better transportation. We are totally capped there in many locations right now. Also, the tannery here that is working now has all the heights, so the leather we can now produce. And leather is pretty worth it, to be honest, for exporting then. Just needs those goods, right? We just need those goods. There's some sugar being transported right now to the docks. Everything for the export. Also, the crown sends some foreign aid once again, because we're pretty low on money. From time to time they do that, but not forever, of course. And another thing is, well, I guess at this point we have a few homeless citizens. Yes, 14. We also got the first shacks appearing. So this is when we don't have enough housing close to living quarters and people just live in those shacks. Then, of course, it's not a beautiful sight. It's also reducing the appeal rating of the area. So let's go ahead and build our very first houses. Bunk houses. It's going to be low quality residential building for 6 households. And here, just close to the plantations, let's build... yeah, 1, and let's also have another one here close to those industries there, and probably also close to those industries we should have some more bunkhouses, so I'm going to add another one here. So these are my next constructions that we need to fulfill. This of course is also going to increase then approval rating. Right now we only have 36 over happiness. Not something I should keep up for too long. The next freighter is coming in. We got some tobacco here in store already, some sugar, some planks. Very good. 15,000 is the expected revenue out of this one. So we finally make some cash out of it. Of course, now for the first time we get a lot of planks in, right? So now my Teamster offices are working as they should. Tobacco has been fulfilled.
I must say I'm glad to be still working with you. Finding good help is so difficult.
Very good. Extend mandate rate, mandate time by 18 months once again. And some 19,005 immigrants we made out of this trade. They're coming out already. The new Tropicans. Hello and welcome to my paradise. Paradise to be, I should say. Lumber mills fully working. Very good. There's no more shortage over there. The next bunkhouses are finished and right away people are living there. This bunkhouse still needs to be built. ASAP, please. Yeah, let's just make it quick build. So we always have the option of quick building a house. That costs me something in addition, but we finish it instantly, right? And that's probably important. And with the bunkhouses here, hopefully those shacks are a thing of the past. There's no one living in them now. So that's the farmers, and off they go. Correct. Should make people a bit happier as well. We haven't exported any leather yet, right? Not only meat we have there at the moment, lots of planks. That's because all the planks that have been storing up here now being transported finally, right? That's why we make, for a short amount of time, some real big cash here, because all the planks are flooding in now. That's of course going to get reduced again. Now we have a bit of money. I should suggest we go with the next building then, which is the library. So this is the demand that we have there. For that, I will have to go over here. Public services, government. Nope, it's not there. Education, library, 3,600 it cost me. It's a beautiful building, by the way, that we can have then here in the center of my little town. Probably just going to have it here behind the chapel, looking towards the palace. Let's also have a road going there, and of course we're not savages. A little park here goes a long way, so we might also beautify the area. As we can see, there's a low appeal rating here in the center right now, and we could just add some parks there to the area where people can enjoy their day. The next fighter, oh, lots of cash once again.
It's nice to have choices.
And we get once again the fulfill the trade route. We are going to do this. We are going to build the library, and then we continue here. Stay tuned. It's just a fine day in Tropico, taking a small drink with our nun Nora Lopez, as we enjoy another beautiful sunrise. Hello and welcome back to Tropico, our little paradise that we are creating here. We have finished the library now.
Governor Ju-I and the people will turn everything
Very good.
around.
With the library, we have now the option. Do we want to have 10 immigrants, $2,000, or a random blueprint? Now let's go with the 10 revolutionary immigrants. They're coming in with the next Docklands, or with the next trade then. We need to still go with this mission here before my time runs out. So very important. The library now has no workers yet, because they need educated workers. By the way, it's a beautiful building. And with that, what we can do is we can hire a foreign worker, right? That cost me some 260 credits for all of them. And we get them here. They're coming in, right? And they work in the library right away. As we can see, education required is the high school. Now the high school, we don't have that yet. So we need to kind of like import those people. Beautiful. Now this is working. Another thing that I would like to have here right away is the newspaper. With the newspaper, we can raise the revolutionary standing of my people, and that's definitely something I would like to have. So let's just have our newspaper right here as well, and perhaps a little road around it in this center here. Now another thing is perhaps another bunkhouse that goes a long way somewhere over here. People still want to live in something. And one more thing is the grocery store. The grocery store, which is offering, well, groceries for my people. Let's also have this in a rather central location just here. This is where a trader will get the goods and sell it to the people, and the people don't have to go to the plantations directly anymore to get their goods, but rather here in a central spot, which makes it far easier for everyone, basically. Let's also have the road here, and probably here somehow. I cannot finish this road there. This would be possible. It's looking a bit strange though. I would definitely like to have a few more parks. They just in general are very good for the appeal rating. And we can squeeze it in here just nicely beside the bunkhouse. Perfect. The newspaper has been built. Dario de Tropico, it says. Dario, something like that. We also got the first worker. Wait a second, isn't that the librarian? I think he switched sides to the newspaper. Now the newspaper, of course, can publish anything, or we just tell the newspaper what the newspaper should publish. And in that case here, we go with the independent work mode. Citizens living in the vicinity of the newspaper have a chance of 25% to shift their political views towards the revolutionary faction. This is what we need, because we need that approval rating here increased, right? And as we can see, all the people living in those bunkhouses now are going to turn revolutionary at some point. That's helping us out a lot. Also, a new mission, a revolutionary demand. Only I know what it is, and several dozen loose-lipped freedom fighters and your spies. In fact, you almost certainly knew what we wanted before we did, in which case, please do it, and we shall say no more. And we need to build a pirate cove. Alright, pirate cove it is. That's another step that we can do, because we are in the colonial age. Also, oh well, we should, because it's justifiable to have a pirate cove. Let's go ahead and build one. And there we have it. Cost me some 4,000. I'd rather have it a bit further outside, I think, so somewhere over there. The pirate cove a bit hidden, perhaps from people, right? Not directly visible. Let's have a road going towards it. And then we just need to build it. 2,000 cost me, 4,000 and 2,000 a quick build, so I'm not going to build it right away. I'm going to let people build it. Although with 24,000 credits, it would be possible to quick build it. Grocery store is coming along. Another thing I would like to do now is we have 2 sugar plantations somewhere. There they are, working for us. I would like now to get the rum distillery going. The rum distillery, another basic industry that we have, processes sugar to rum. Righto, let's build it. And let's build it also over here somewhere close to the Teamster offices, perhaps our very first rum distillery. Some Tropican rum, a very special rum, very, very strong and absolutely not sweet. Going down the throat like wine. Now fish is being produced, as we can see. We're still allowing local consumption. The grocery store has been finished. No workers yet. There it is now, the first one. Perfect. Those guys are now getting some goods from around the world, or from around the island I should say, and selling it to the people of Tropico. And I'm probably also going to have some more living quarters. Homeless citizens, 9. Perhaps some country houses. They have a higher quality of living. I could have a few of them. Let's have one here. I might also have some more country houses outside here. So let's have some... It's actually very difficult to say where we should have them. One here, and probably also another one here by the plantations. Oh boy, that was actually quite expensive. We're down to 8,000 again. Hopefully we can sell something. Now, we have also finished the library in the last episode, and this beautiful building here now, well, with that we can start researching. The library generates knowledge points, and with the knowledge points we can research new, well, texts, new edicts and stuff like that, like the advanced boat service, so ships are 5% faster, the penal colony, the child allowances, children are not accounted for when determining the economic wealth of families. Stuff like that, right? For now, everything is pretty expensive, so we can't research it, but we are starting to generate those points. Speaking about edicts, we have a couple of edicts available right now in the colonial era. As we can see, we got 4 eras. And food for the people is one of them. This one here, the citizens consume 2 units of food when eating and increases the general food quality by 10. I'm going with that. And we're also going with the mandatory siesta, so increases the job quality of each workplace by 15%, but decreases the efficiency of all workplaces by 12%. Also decreases the pollution of all workplaces. That's in the basic form not very efficient, but the longer we have those edicts activated, the higher the level goes. So we have 0 stars right now, and it goes to 1 star and 2 stars then, and the higher the level, the more efficient those edicts become, and especially the mandatory siesta, I like that a lot, because the job quality increasing is pretty powerful when it comes to increasing your overall popularity.
Viva la revolution! Together, Governor Ju, I, and the people will turn everything around.
Very good. The pirate cove has been built. Let's go for another 10 revolutionary immigrants. that I would like to go with. And by the way, we can also have another trade route. Yes, let's go with, once again, tobacco. We should actually finish this right away. Yes, we have some tobacco. Perfect. And we have finished the revolutionary task. The major task that we have for this era. Freighter goes off. 15,000 we made out of that. So that's some good amount of money. And the pirate cove is working now, as we can see. We got some 4 pirates working now in our little town. It's a beautiful building. Let's just have a look at that. They can do something for us now. They can go on treasure hunts, for example. Treasure hunts give us blueprints, 10,000, well, dollars or 5,000 rate points. It could be either one of these. Let's go with the first treasure hunt right away. Why blueprints? Blueprints are pretty important. We don't have anything unlocked. We can unlock new stuff by build or buying the blueprints for them. Blueprints can be very expensive though. So getting free blueprints is always a nice way of advancing the city. We still have the crown trade, which is a bit strange. Didn't we get any tobacco? I'm pretty sure we did. Okay, Penultimo, he wants us to build some more residential buildings. Let's go ahead with that. Build 2 residential ones and revolutionary demand once again, produce corn and have a corn plantation. Nothing easier than that, because we already basically have everything for that. We just need to wait for that 1,000 corn here to get some more immigrants. I think though that, yeah, it's over, so we have finished the early stages. But we do not understand why we still take orders from the crown when we have the best possible leader in the world, alright? And on a completely unrelated note, I was idly scribbling with my quill and found I had inadvertently drafted this Declaration of Independence. Perhaps you might like to sign it, Governor. Declare independence. This would cost me 15,000. I'd rather wait a couple of more months to make a bit of credit, right? Because otherwise we would be down to 0 right away. And that's never something that's good, being broke and all of that. I just occasionally also check my industry, so everything is working, as we can see, with very good efficiency. Are we selling some logs? We're not, so we have enough logs for our industry and we don't have a surplus there really. Next freighter, that's going to be medium amount of credits or dollars. 20,000 we should have done. Very good. We've also completed the trade route. Getting a bit of a mandate increase there, but now we have the cash to declare independence. This is still too low for me, to be honest. I still wait for another trade. And we've built the residential houses there as well. The next country houses, of course, they're very popular, so they're being filled in right away with people living there. And our rum distillery is working now too, in all its glory. Getting the sugar and producing rum already. Perfect. On a note here, I could increase the budget and thus increase the efficiency by actually 30%. Let's do this. Rum is very expensive and thus a very good export good. Plus I like to drink it myself. So let's just have some rum here in Tropico. Also, food for the people has reached level 1 and the mandatory siesta has reached level 1, right? So they're upgrading, and what we can see is now the job quality is increased by 17%, not only 15 anymore, and decreases the efficiency of all workplaces not by 15% anymore, but by 10%. So the efficiency here goes up, and that's what we need. The other two are not that important for me right now, and well, I don't have more edicts than that. Next freighter, as we can see, we are making a loss right now. There's almost no goods being exported. What is going on? Are my teamsters overloaded? I think there's some goods coming in now, but it's a bit late. There's not really anything coming in. Also, we get the first pirate attack. Pirates are attacking Tropico and they're attacking my rum distillery. Let's just check real quick where the pirates are coming in. I think they come by boat first. And then they will, I think they land at the pirate cove all the time. So we'll just check this one. There's no pirates yet, and they want to destroy my rum distillery. So very important that we defend this one.
I need a teensy tiny...
Oh, as this telegram I received this morning says, the overambitious egotistical bug. I think that's you. Should do as we instruct without making a blunder. They want to build us a dungeon. Right, for the pirates, we could use that then right away. They're the pirates. For that, let's go ahead and build a guard tower. We need to purchase a blueprint for that, and then we can build the guard tower. Just over here, I'd say, where we have the rum distillery, and let's build this in quick build mode. I'm also increasing the budget so we get all the workers we need right away. Workers here are the guards. 1 is working now. 3 are working now, perfect. And they should get there quickly. There they are. Alrighty, and there's the pirates coming. Somewhere. There they are. They should now want to attack the guards tower. Hopefully. Looking good. And attacking the guard tower now. The guard tower is firing back, and of course we should have the upper hand in this one. That was only the first attack though. We will see many of them. Alrighty, and that should hopefully be no problem for my guard tower. But we need more of them, which of course is costing me once again. The next export is going to be good again. So we have some rum now and some leather is being sold as well. And my grocery store has now, as we can see, also lots of food and also rum in store where people can purchase something. Do we make some profit here with that? Yeah, some $17 in the last month. At least that is something in the grocery store. And it's quite busy here too. Lots of people are going towards it. I also just love that when we select a building, we can see immediately what person is currently related with that building, right? So we can see the workers and also the customers coming in. Now there's only one more pirate left. Please just die already. Very good. He's dead. That attack has been defeated. And we're safe again. I'm going to keep this guard tower here though. It might come in very handy in the future. Now 19,000. Let's just wait for one more export. Hopefully we make some profit there. This is looking perfect. 17,000 in addition. And we've made some real cash, 30,000 we have. And I think it's time to declare independence. Let's do this one. Declare independence and pay the crown 15,000. We could also go with independence and prepare for war. Then they would probably attack us. Let's go with the money.
Excellent. I knew you had a good head on your shoulders.
My heart
And there we have it. We are reaching the World War era.
As El Presidente.
My heart swells with joy as I greet my fearless leader for the first time as El Presidente, but it is a hazardous period for our fledgling nation to take flight from the colonial nest. It is a time of wars and sequels to wars, a time to fortify, to think about electrification and industry, and to train doctors to fix the health problems caused by that industry. There is much to be done. We need to draft our first constitution. We also get the radio now working for us. Very good. So we can now decide who should vote. All citizens, the wealthy ones, or open ballot. Let's go with all citizens should vote. And of course we are a pacifist state, at least for now. These are the only two things that I can decide right now. Everything else is being unlocked and later. Let's confirm. And we got our first constitution that is now working until 1918. Also now starts the timeline. So we are starting at 1908 right now. And this is now increasing, of course, up to the modern period and even future times. We also have some beautiful, real roads now. Some asphalt roads. Perfect. Looking much better than the dirt ones that we had. And my Teamsters, do they have cars? Yes, we have cars now as well. As a result, the Crown also declares an embargo on Tropico right away, so the Crown is not going to trade with us for now. Oh, we've also opened up some new options here and features. So we have now a couple of new powers, right? We have the Axis, I think they're called, and we have the Allies, right? So both of them, there we have them, Axis and Allies, plus also these smugglers. So a few more factions, the Mexican faction we have, the Venezuela faction we have, and of course trading with them makes them happy towards us, and they give us more money at some point. They pay better prices, and they also help us in case of invasion. So we should be always careful about having a good relationship with those external forces. Some buildings also upgraded to some more beautiful fashion. The newspaper is no longer doing the independent stuff because we're independent now, so I could now go for the dependent or the penny silver to get some more coin out of our citizens. I think open-minded for now is fine. And since we are producing a lot of sugar, and we also have some sugar stored, I might build another rum distillery. Or just in general, we focus on new things. One of them would be mining. Let's just check this one in our industry. We have now the mine as well here. And the mine, let's just have a look. There's some coal here to be mined. Let's go ahead with the some gold. And there is some coal over there that I can also exploit. So let's have the coal here. And here we have then the gold mine. They can work for us. We also got some new stuff like the oil well that we could build. For industry, we got the cannery, the toy workshop. I think that's a good thing. Let's build the toy workshop. Processes planks, or well, logs actually, to make toys out of them, and those toys we can then sell. Let's have the toy factory here in my little industry sector over there where we have the logs already working for us. And we're down on money now completely.
The man who built his house on a foundation of sand, Presidente.
He was a very stupid man, but I suppose that's the point of the story. Set the constitution on religion and state to theocracy. What? We're not doing that. Yes, I want to abandon this one. Also, there is one of the allies now.
And we need a steady hand on the tiller.
Well, it turns out you're the president for the job. The profiling boys love you. Something about moral flexibility. No pressure except the usual threat of bombing. Toodly peep. And with that, export trade with the allies. We do get some immigrants or a blueprint if we choose so. Let's have a look there. Exporting. Let's just sort it to export. And we got some allies here. Coffee, cigars, some meat. Oh, meat would be good most likely. Pineapples. Yeah, rum. Oh no. Prices are down 41%. I'm not doing that. Sugar, tobacco. But that's the axis. I can go with that though. And we can also buy a new trade license for 1,000. Right, because we only have one trade license for now. Now I have two, and we can go now with... It's actually pretty difficult here. Coffee, I guess. A small one. We're not making a lot of, well, profit out of that. And I will need a coffee plantation. Something that we do need anyway. So, coffee, there it is. Let's just see where we have a good fertility of coffee. Oh, actually, there's not that much for it. Over here, there's a bit of a spot. So let's have some coffee over there. And this is, of course, also working on the multicultural right away, boosting the efficiency in general of all of these plantations. By the way, increasing wages might be a good idea for all the plantations, so they in general produce a bit more. We don't have a lot of people working there right now.
Quick, Presidente! We must choose a side in this terrible war before it ends. It is almost certain to be very
Alright,
short.
and this is the main story for the World Wars. This would lead us to the Cold War then, and our choices appear to be between the Allies and the Axis. One of these is constantly developing new weapons of violence and has no compunction against bombing civilians, and the other is evil. Whichever you choose will probably win, for though small, Tropico is the true global power. Penultimo, I totally believe that myself. And we need to reach a state of alliance with one of the two factions. This is going to be quite a long journey, but it's going to be worth it hopefully. 14,000, 16,000 credits we can make now. Perfect, 17 it was at the end, and some 10 more immigrants. Now the coffee is finally working. Let's also have us a smaller bunkhouse. Oh, by the way, no bunkhouse anymore. We have unlocked a few new houses. The house... It's a better quality residential building. The flop house, a slightly higher quality residential building for 9 households. Well, let's go with this one here. That sounds interesting. Some bigger building here now. Let's just have it here close to the plantations. This is where people can work. And let's also unlock the normal smaller house because I just love the look of it. And let's just place a few of them in the center of Tropico. Right, so there we might have something. Beside that, park area. 150 Tropican people live now here, almost. 2 died, I think. And the support rating is 55% right now. Support rating is pretty important because we're going to see elections from now on. And the next election is 1918, so we still have plenty of time for that. But of course, it's pretty important that we have now employed citizens, no homeless anymore, and we might have a look at healthcare and education at some point. There's the flop house coming up now, and treasure hunt has been completed. We got the college blueprint. This is pretty cool. So there is some money we save from the blueprint. There's the flop house. Looking pretty ugly, to be honest, but well, it fits in. And lots of people are living in there right away. Also, communist demand, produce some corn. We do get communist standing with that if we want to. Right, corn production is rather easy, as we know. Also, my toy workshop is working. As we can see, some logs are in and toys are being produced with that. Toys we can then put to export right away and sell them off for a nice juicy amount of credits. I think we still don't have enough Teamster offices. What I could do, let's just check that we have a Teamster office. I think we could, yes, have an upgrade now here to the second shift. This one gives 6 additional job positions for this Teamster office. Let's do that. There we have them, and they're being filled right away. We do need more transporters. Another thing I would like to do is I would like to extend my ranches or increase my ranch production. So there we have it. There we have another one. Let's just see what the cattle is good. The pigs would be good. The sheep would be good in this area. So I could have quite a lot of stuff here. Goat. Oh, goat is particularly bad. Goat is closer to the president's palace. Would be better. Oh, over here. Let's go for more cattle because cattle produces us milk, and milk we might need soon. So there we have 2 more cattle productions now. Let's also have a nice little road going to this one. Very good. Tannery still working fine. And then we have the new industry, for example, the cannery or the creamery that processes milk to produce cheese out of that. A new industry that we might have a look at. So far so good. Our town is growing and it's starting to look a bit nicer and a bit more civilized. For El Presidente. Stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back to El Presidente's little paradise Tropico 6 as we continue to play. Well, we are now in 1910. We are in the middle of the World War crisis coming up, and we also need to decide between factions. Our little economy so far is, well, I wouldn't say bustling, but surviving at least. As we can see, we're selling a lot of goods, but none of them are particularly high quality stuff, right? So all of them together here is only some 8,600. That's not that much money coming out here at the moment. I would like to increase my quality good production thus. The first thing that I would like to do for that is getting another sugar plantation on the way. Sugar is rather cheap. Let's just have another one here in this area because basically there we have some fertility for that, and also another rum distillery. With the rum, well, we can make more rum. We can consume more sugar, that is. And as we can see, we have quite a bit of sugar, but I don't think it's enough for 2 rum distilleries. Let's expand here. Quite expensive money-wise. I hope it's going to pay off long-term wise. And I think we also don't have, well, every production working right now. So we have 0 unemployed citizens. That means we need more citizens, of course. And the next freighter is coming in soon. 11,000 credits export for now, as this one is still going up. I just hope that we have more. Oh.
Presidente, but I bring news of a threat so unthinkable. I cannot even
tell the threat. The only way we could possibly defend against the danger this mysterious is to fortify. We must be vigilant, build a police station. There's a time demand on that. I hate time demands. But we need to accept anyway, otherwise we face the consequences right away. And otherwise we still have the chance of doing that. The 2 new ranches are being built. Hopefully this one is finished before the freighter arrives. Nah, that's not going to happen. Because that would give us some more people coming in. 15,000, that's still not enough. The industry is getting really expensive at this point. As this one is coming in, we're getting some 9 more immigrants. I think, yeah, homeless, we still don't have that many homeless people, so it's also still fine. Those 2 things we need to finish. And let's also just have a look at my entertainment. I might be getting a tavern over here in this area, right? Those people might need to drink something. Oh, and a raid was completed and it awarded us with $10,000. Perfect. This is pretty good. I have everything full on the treasure hunt there. So this time we got some 10,000 out of it. This is pretty good. So we can use this to invest. And let's go with the creamery, I should say, right? Very expensive. It cost me 15,000 in total. But processes milk to cheese, and I hope that cheese is going to bring us the glory. So let's build the creamery, an industry. Let's have the industry as always a bit further outside. So there might be a nice location for it. For the creamery. We have the cattle ranches here, so they produce meat and hides at the moment. I might need to change the resource there though, because what I can see right now is cattle are not producing milk. That is rather new to me, but I guess it must be true. Let's change it to something that is producing milk. So goat, it's not. Sheep, no, I don't think that sheep is giving us anything in this regard. Oh, it is. Sheep is giving us the milk, alright, wool and milk. So we might go for sheep. Wool and milk. Let's change it. And also for this one here, we change it to sheep. So that we do get some milk out of it. Very good, there they are. And yes, we lack the workforce at the moment. Creamery under construction. Quite an expensive big building. And let's also have a flop house here in the city center once again. So something where people can live. I should say here. Perhaps we can build the road there. Yes, very good. Another road connection going over to this area. Support rating is going down here at the moment. I think we do need some service buildings soon. I hope we can afford that. It's not looking so good. Next money is coming in. Let's also just check if we have some good trade thingies. So cheese, yes, this is something we can go soon. Fish is 11% up, so we might... Oh, it's the axis. I want to go good with the allies. Meat is something. Let's sign the contract for meat. Oh no, we still have the coffee and tobacco. Okay, we still need to wait for those trade routes to finish. I can't afford a new one. It's not much money. Oh goodness, only 10,000. At least the tobacco trade has been completed. So we can now choose the meat, for example, with the allies, so that we increase our reputation. Hides? We should have plenty of hides, really. The creamery is finished. A pretty big building. Pretty expensive building as well. And this one already has the workers. Perfect. Milk should be coming in then soon. And out goes the cheese that we can then also sell. We have two options here. The dextrorotatory lactic acid. Or the another one that I can't pronounce, the levorotatory lactic acid, something like that. And some people swear it works better this way. Let's just keep with the standard for now.
Our comrades,
And we've produced the corn, communist standing or 2000. Let's take the 2000 for now, even though I usually don't like to go with the money, as standing is more important, but not this time. It's working, so some milk is piling up, some cheese. There it is. But we don't have enough milk at the moment. I think once again, our teamsters are quite overloaded. Let's also upgrade this one here to another 6 jobs, right? So all the teamsters are now full, as we need more of them. It can't be true here that we don't have that much. Oh, here also logs, but we're really... Oh, this one is not working at all. 9 immigrants, now there's someone working here, but we're not having enough anywhere because we're not having enough people at the moment. Especially for the ranches, let's increase the budget for that, so people are less likely to work here, and let's import some people. Boy, we need a lot of workers. Right, the same goes with my logs over there. It's not costing us that much anyway. Where are all my people? We don't have enough people. Now this one brought in 28. Very good. So 28, at least some of my camps should be working again. It's incredible though how a shortage of workers really crushes your whole industry, because of course everything is building up on each other. The ranches all have now workers as well, so hopefully we're solving this crisis there. There they are. Just imported. for a better life here. Okay, since with the economy we are looking a bit better again, so the most of my buildings are working. Here we still have a bit of a problem with the cheese, so we're not producing that much milk at the moment from my sheep ranches there, so hopefully this is going to increase. We could, yep, upgrade those buildings to increase the efficiency, so let's do this one here, producing a bit more. And what we can see is my support rating is rather low at the moment. This might not be very good for the next election, so what we should be doing here is the support rating, increasing that, of course. How can we do that? By basically making them more happy. Let's just have a look at my happiness. Healthcare is at an all-time low, so it's the lowest ever. The fun is also down and the faith is also pretty low, so we should do something about that. Let's have a look for fun first. In fun we have the taverns. We have a few more buildings here, so like the circus for example, or a restaurant provides fun to visiting citizens. Increases the food happiness of visiting citizens. Let's get a restaurant going, and let's have this one, yes, somewhere here I guess, in my city itself. This tavern here, for example, as we can see, is full. This tavern is full, so another restaurant, something like that, might come in very handy. Let's have a nice, beautiful restaurant here by the beach, where people can overlook a beautiful day out there, I think. Yep, something like that. A restaurant. I will also probably... wait a second, healthcare. I think healthcare is pretty expensive though. Yeah, we can do that. Let's build a clinic for my people. Let's have that clinic somewhere here in the town center. Yeah, over here beside the grocery store, most likely. Right, and here let's also have a connection with that road there, or with that block. So there we have our road system expanding. Oh boy, very expensive though, so hopefully we get a bit more cash in next Freiter. That's going to be crucial. And very good, we got the clinic now working. There's at least one doctor in this little building here, and also our restaurant over there is working now. Beautiful sight of the ocean and the incoming freighters. Oh, we also got a blueprint for the apartment. And as we can see, it's bustling with life right away. People love to flood to it. So with those two, I'm expecting that support rating is going up again a bit. And the other thing is probably the chapel is rather full, so a second chapel might be needed as well. Rather inexpensive building that we can place. And let's just have a second chapel, yes, somewhere out here probably, close to the ranches and stuff like that. And I will probably also need some more quality housing. That's looking good for now, I think. Ah, very good. And also we get some cheese now. That should be good for exporting. The next revenue is 11,000, 12,000. We definitely should aim for 5 digits now every single trade. Everything below that is not acceptable. Another thing to get some order is the police station. So another thing that we need to build rather soon, that is for the public services most likely, or it's the government. There it is, my police station. Rather, yeah, everything is kind of expensive right now. Let's build us a police station. We just need to have a good location for that. Probably close to the palace, something like that, right? So let's have us a police station here. There I will probably just have some parks around the palace there, so people don't go there directly, right? Or don't border to my palace there. So here we could then continue, and there I'm just going to have some parks. Upcoming elections.
It seems that they want the choice in how they are ruled. So selfish.
Okay, citizens demanding elections, Presidente. I know we did that before, but it seems that they want another one. So greedy. Shall we give them what they want? Let's offer a speech. Acknowledge the problems that we have right now. That's the healthcare. Praise the faction, the capitalists. Blame the superpower. No one. And promises improvements in the healthcare section. That should actually be possible, because now we have the healthcare and this should go up, and thus we can do it. And now we have a nice little speech. Very good. While that speech is running, let's also have a look at our edicts. Can we go into a new edict? For example, industrialization. Oh, we only have 2 real edicts here. Increase the efficiency of all agricultural buildings, but increases the upkeep as well by 50%. Not something we should be aiming for right now. Police station is coming up. We have a support rating of 27 right now. That's good, so we would win the election at this point. At least I hope so. Open mind. Now let's still have this one here. Support public services. Efficiency is decreased by 25%. But high schools and colleges are increased by 10. By the way, yes, we could build a school. 5,000 for the police station or 5 militarists standing. That's a pretty difficult decision right now. Let's go with the money since we do need that a bit more, but I think the standing would be pretty important as well. We have the money. Let's we could go into a school now or something like that in the education sector. The college we already have. High school, elementary school. Wasn't there an elementary school? It seems like we don't have one, so high school might be my first choice. It's very expensive though. Right, or we go with some more entertainment like the circus. Let's go with the circus. It's not that expensive and it's a pretty cool building. The circus, let's just have a location for this one further outside mostly because it's pretty expensive here by the ocean, I guess. Okay, healthcare is going up now. We should also look into an embassy soon because that will increase our rating with one of the superpowers. But really, it's difficult times right now. The clinic is working. Can we increase efficiency there somehow? The service quality we can increase. And lots of patients, as we can see. The clinic is completely full. And wildfires, the prices of all raw goods except for mineral goods are increased by 15%. That's very good. I think planks count for that as well. Selling some more planks is a good thing. Yeah, the logging camps. We need more people here. They're barely functioning. What is going on with my logging camps? Let's import all of them. The plantations. We really have a workforce problem there. It's incredible. Police station is working now. Let's get one more worker in here. And we might also get some more houses. Next export, 6,000 only. The freighter is already coming. Do we still have a Teamster problem? No idea. This circus is also finished now. At least one worker here. He's working on that. Get some people in, as we can see. And my support rating is not looking so bad. 67%. Very good, since we have now improved on a couple of aspects. That's something. We also got 24 more people coming in, so we're closing in on 200. I just hope that we finally have now really someone working in my logging camps, because that is getting a bit annoying. Build a church would be another demand. We just built another chapel, so I don't think we're going with that right away. We're getting only 4,000. It's getting less and less, unfortunately. Okay, it's 8,000 now. At least that's something, but there's still a lot of things horribly wrong here, especially the logs, right? So they're working at 100% efficiency if they had enough workers. We got the botanical garden as a blueprint. I'm always happy for blueprints. But I just hope that we get a bit more logs out. I might build another logging camp over there. But I think the major problem is workforce. Not because we don't have enough buildings or something like that. There's 1,000 logs waiting in here. Which is being now taken care of. Very good. We need those logs. Okay, so now for now they all have enough raw materials again. And they're working. And I'm sure they... Oh, we have the election now. No, allow citizens to vote freely. We can afford that because we have a 74% approval rating right now. So there's not going to be anything else anymore in our way. So we will definitely win this election here now. Money-wise, it's still tight though. Landslide victory! Of course, the outcome was never in doubt. 144 loyal Tropicans voted for you, 24 individuals voted for your rival. I don't even know my rival, so who cares about that? The constitution stays the same, nothing else really. And the next election, that is far away now. We still have the major problem here with my economy. Once again, here also, as we can see, we don't have enough heights, for example, coming out of the cattle. Keeping promises. have an average healthcare happiness of 42. We're not there yet, so this was my election promise, right? We have a clinic working for us right now, so let's increase the budget on that so we can have a few more patients in that. We're pretty close, so I hope that this is enough to make this one happen. Another ranch over here is the goat ranch, so this is really just working now to produce milk. We need more of that. And I might also increase the budget for all my ranches so they work a bit more than what is necessary. Also here, manure fertilizer increases the efficiency of nearby plantations by 10%. Okay, it's also time to have some housing again. We have 240 people at the moment. That means quite a lot of people, of course, that would like some housing. Let's build 2 more of these flop houses there, just side by side. I think that looks okay, okay-ish. One of that. Oh, wait a second. What we could also have is, let's get rid of this again. I could have them like that and have a little park in between. I think this might look nice because that just fits in there like so, right? So we have a little park alley in this in the center while the houses are on either side. Perhaps that's doing something also for the people here, getting some support rating there as always. Money, once again, with every single investment is down pretty hard. We need to really do something here. So over here, things are looking now really smooth. That's fine. We still have this huge problem here with the logs, right? We are consuming too much of that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of one of the lumber mills now. Off it goes. We don't need that. We have one here and the toy workshop that should be working. The distilleries are fine. I've also built another sugar plantation over there. Let's invite some people into my little paradise. That's something. There it's coming, right? Yeah, 10,000 we make for now. That's fine, but it needs to be more really. But I hope this is working now a bit more. Getting rid of that. Of course, we have to pay wages for all of that, right? This is costing an addition. So here we can see that just fine. We are making a small profit, right? Only a small one though. It's not enough. Expenses is the wages is the highest one. The Teamster offices, the plantations cost me the most, and the ranches, but they're paying off. So the Teamster office is something that's really costing me. Let's reduce the Teamster office wages to medium only again. But I'm going to compensate that. I'm going to build another Teamster office because I think we do need that. Let's have one. Yeah, mostly. I think over here we definitely will need one more. So over there at the edge of it. Right, that's important. And also what we need is some public transportation. I'm going to build the bus now, the bus garage. The bus garage we can have then here in the somewhere here around in town. Let's have this a bit further outside though. It's causing some noise pollution. Right, there we have it. And with that I can have then 2 bus stops. So I'm going to have one in the city center and one out there. So people can commute there a bit better overall. 14 homeless people right now, even though we have the additional flop houses there now. I still need more, so let's just check this one. Let's have some houses there as well, right? So once again, I could have some houses here. Let's do this. Let's have some 4 houses, and in the center, we're going to have those parks. I like that. I like that look of that between them, right? To offer some green space just beside my palace. And I'm also reducing the wages here of palace guards. Who needs a palace guard? People love me, right? We can just live off a few guards, no problem. Teamster office, the next one is coming along. Do we have homeless people? 3. That is good, because that means we basically can use the workplaces that we build now right away. Here, we still have, as always, the log problem. It's pretty insane to me at this point. Let's invite more. Budget is fine for it. We have no upgrades available. They should just work. Teamster office, the next one, also has some people in it right away. And let's also make loose load limit so they are a bit more efficient when it comes to that. 14,000 export, that's what I like to see. Has to be more even. Support rating is still stable, above 60, where it should be. The bus garage has been built, another beautiful smaller building over there. I just love how far we can also see, right? Let's place the the starting bus stop. So this is something we can have now, yep, right here in the city center. And ending stop. We're probably going to have this over here, where we also have some workplaces close by. Righto. And we can have more of these bus stops then, of course, going to the other industries. Definitely something we should be doing. Cigar factory blueprint. This is powerful. The cigar factory blueprint is really expensive, and we can actually build now the cigar factory. There it is. 13,000 it will cost me, but we saved the 7,000 for the blueprint. We have tobacco, so we just need to place the factory, really. Problem is, though, of course, even the factory can't afford, so I'm just waiting there for a bit of cash to come in. My trade contracts are still working, not making that much cash out of that. And my pirates, how are they doing? Yeah, we need more. $270, it's incredible, and we still don't have enough people for all the workplaces. And probably a little mistake of my part probably is these ranches, we shouldn't stack them too closely together, otherwise their efficiency goes down. What is pretty good is that we can mix those ranches with plantations, and they complement each other with dung, for example, and also boosting efficiency and stuff like that. So let's just have another ranch over there for milk. So this is the goat ranch that we have, and I already also have a cattle ranch here, and look at that, they're almost at full efficiency there. Also producing some manure that we could export, or we could use it for the ranches, for the plantations, to boost their efficiency. The coffee trade route is completed, so we can now decide on a new thing, and I would like to go with a bit more profitable things. So leather, for example, is 10% up here. Let's take this leather contract there, since we can sell this just nicely. Also, he's happy with that. What should we go for here? The random blueprint. It is. And we got the bank. Very good. The bank is something that actually makes us money, so I might build the bank rather soon. There's the next ranch for the goatees. Yeah, so far we're still alive, but we still need to have a look at this economy there. Stay tuned. Hello everyone, how good of you to join. Welcome back to Tropico. Now, last episode we focused on economy, and I think it's paying off. Look at the export, 20,000 we do get with the next export. It could be even more still. Yep, 21,000, 22,000, 23,000. That's looking good, so lots of money, and we need that money right away for our glorious town. It was 25,000 in the end. Really good. So my industry is now fully working again at capacity, I hope. I don't see any empty boxes here anymore, just as it should be. Now we have a demand. We have a demand from one of my allies, and that is, well, the allies, right? So invited the allies to an embassy. We need to build one now for sure. Let's go ahead and build us the first government building in the center here. That is the embassy. There it is. Not so cheap, but very important, and I think we might actually build two of them right away, basically because we need the access here as well. So in this little road there, we might just have two embassies now close together for at least two superpowers that we can work then here. Righto, that's one thing. And since we have a bit of money, I would also like the bank. Look at that. It would cost me 15,000. It's a pretty big building, but the bank is really providing money then at the end, right? Might be an option. Let's just finish this block here around the palace, so we have more building space here now. We might also go ahead and have the road. Very good, finish this area, and here we can continue with building a few things. Let's check the statistics. Homeless citizens, we have only one, that's fine. Also, these houses have been built, and I like this layout there. So we have the houses with the little park there in the center. I don't need to build any more houses for now. We need to finish the embassy, and since we have a bit of cash, also the cigar factory might be a possibility now. Produces cigars out of tobacco, and we are going with that for sure, because tobacco or cigars is paying off handsomely. Over there with the rum distillery, we could have it. We're producing the tobacco here after all. Having a nice little factory in this corner makes sense, so let's just do this. Also, we can have then here and finish the road system, right, where we can then have more industry later on. Very expensive indeed, but yeah, money is coming in after all, so the next transporter will definitely get us more money again. And we also finish the first embassy. There we have it, and invite superpower allies. There we have them. Allies are now in, and we have finished this mission here. That should give me 5,000 credits right away, and we can now praise the superpower, but that cost me 5,000, so I'm not doing that right now. We could also ask for financial help. This gives me 20,000. but it would negatively impact the relationship. 13,000 we get out of it. We might just actually do the ask for financial aid, to be honest. It's pretty cool actually, because we have enough reputation for now. The next embassy is coming along. These buildings look fantastic. And we have the Axis here now too. So both of the superpowers are working now, or well, we're improving at least our reputation with them. And we have also now some whopping 300 people living in Tropico. They also send me more foreign aid now from time to time, since, well, we're on good terms, of course, and they have an interest in us being happy with them. 18,000, the next trade, that's good. Good to see. And we've completed another trade route, the meat trade route. Cheese is in good demand right now. Also cigars is 24% above standard. Cheese is something we already produce, so let's export some 10,000 cheese. That's another beautiful income of money. And the cigar factory, it's taking its time now. It's a big construction. Oh, and they have a demand right away, those allies. Well, it turns out you're the best Presidente for the job. The profiling boys love you. Something about moral flexibility. Finish sabotage on the Axis. Have a command garrison. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not going to sabotage right away. We're going to lose some 5 standing, but that's fine. We are at 100 with the allies anyway. So that's so good that we could really go with the financial aid. I think for the Axis, we could praise them. Then we could get some more money out of it. More money is always good. Money is what's flooding in right now as well with the docks. Perfect. And the cigar factory is finished. So there we have now some workers. Let's also invite some more. Let's see if we can upgrade something. Automation. Nah, it's fine. Tobacco. Tobacco is in. And we're starting now to produce some cigars in that factory here. I will also need, some more housing. So over here with the clinic, where we have the clinic, I think we could have, once again, these blocks here, right? So one beside the clinic. Like so, and the other one here. 2 of them. And in the middle, once again, some parks. So we have a nice park area here. And that's definitely needed, as we can see, because the approval rating, the appeal rating is not so high here in the center. So it's important that we keep it high. Of course, also these bunkhouses are reducing the look of the area a bit. Let's also see what we can do next. A botanical garden here provides fun to visiting tourists and citizens. No wealth requirement, so botanical gardens would be a cool thing. We could also have entertainment, a theater, right? Why not? A theater we don't have yet, and it's always nice to have something like that. Here in the city center once again. Over there, a nice little theater. The circus is still providing fun, that's good. And I might just have another bus garage there as well, since we need another stop for people. So let's have another bus garage over there. Next trader, 17,000, so money is still working. There we have now those new blocks. I think once it's finished, it's looking good. Once again, sabotage. No, I'm not doing that. And we can have another park here as well. There was still a bit of a spot. 18,000, perfect. And those houses are being used right away. I think it's also time, now that we have a bit more money, either invest in a new industry, or we could also invest in a school. School will definitely be helpful. Or we also have this church demand. What is the church costing us? Yeah, 7,000 in total. A church would be possible. Let's build a church. Makes people happy. We just need a right location for it. And I think we could have one here. And the church has been built. Some 5,000 cash we get out of it. There we have this glorious new building here, providing, of course, lots of, well, belief for my people. And also, hopefully, more happiness. How's the clinic looking, by the way? I think the clinic is always full, right? We might need another one. Do we make money with the clinic? Not that much.
The citizens are demanding
Another upcoming election. I will deliver a speech. We have a problem right now with faith happiness. Praise the faction. Ooh, the capitalists blame no one and promise increasing in the faith happiness, right? Which we should be able to since we have now that church there. Once again, we have a little speech. We have a 56 approval rating right now. I'm pretty sure that we can increase that. Election is in 2 years from now, so that's far away.
It was your trust that made it possible. Your trust of me.
Alright, so not a big problem, I think. Especially now with that building there. With the money, we might also go for a school. Have a commando garrison. Complete the sabotage. Axis raid. They want more and more from us. I guess a commando garrison would be fine. I guess we could do that. How much would that cost me? Commander garrison. Oh, 12,000. That's pretty expensive. The next bus garage is finished. Once again, I think we're going with a bus stop in the center here. And the ending is then in this industry sector over there, right? So that we can connect those areas more easily. And I might also squeeze in some parks here. Right, because those people live right next to that. Or we get rid of these houses there and have something more beautiful there. Might be an option. The restaurant is really full all the time, so let's also build us another restaurant. Somewhere closer in this area. Yeah, beside the theater. Makes sense to have this building here. The theater is working as well. Some people are working in there, we get some visitors out of that, so this is further increasing the happiness of my people. I think with the theater, you usually don't make that much money. A bit money at least, so that's fine. And here, let's also have a nice little park there once again. And by the way, we're making 30,000 cash with the next export. Rum is a lot in here now, cheese, cigars, toys, so we are really selling a whole lot of stuff right now. Beautiful. With that we can afford the next industry right away. We are selling planks right now, but we could use them as well for something. Let's just check my industry sector. There's a shipyard over there, processes planks to produce boats. Let's do this. Boats, that sounds pretty expensive overall. Oh, and we need to have this one, yep, at the coast, so we have a good location there. Let's go for a shipyard. Building some boats, and also for real this time let's build us the high school. 7,000, but it's probably going to be worth it, right? High school, let's find us a good location for the high school. I would like to have this one here in the center more or less. Yeah, beside the embassy or over here. It's not that easy finding a good location. This one looks good. This one looks better. A little bit later we have the shipyard now working, no people in it yet. Let's import them, even though they might fill up automatically anyway. They need a high school now, so this is a advanced industry because, well, basically from logs to planks and then to boats, right? So there are 3 steps towards the boats. Basically we need highly educated people for that, high school, and they should be coming in now with that boat here right away. Some 9 immigrants, and there we have them. Perfect. Can we upgrade here something? Increases the efficiency and the job quality for 7,500. Let's rather not do this for now. Pretty expensive for one building. Planks, 2,000, 3,000 are in already. What? Where do we get all these planks from? Why do we have so many planks? I just hope that it's worth it. The election is upon us. We have 77% approval rating, so no need to rig the election. How's it with the buses looking, by the way? Yes, we got some people waiting here as well in the center. They are going for the buses. Of course, this is another step of making the city itself more lively looking, because we have now people also waiting for buses and stuff like that. The clinic is really full all the time. There's definitely need for another one. I like the living houses there with the parks in the center. So there's still room here for some more houses. Let's build 2 more houses here. And here a park then. Yep, we still have a housing problem, a small one. And money, we should be careful about that. 70,000 with the next export, it's going to be a bit more than. The next hotel is finished now too. And also our school. There we have the first ones, and children are now in the school as well for general education. Providing that, another beautiful building, and in here we see now all the little Tropicans, little puppies growing up, getting the high school education, which is always good for our little economy as well, and for the happiness. Another thing is, those bunkhouses look ugly as hell. I might just need to get rid of them and build something new here. An apartment or something like that. We do have options. The apartment, for example, is a big one, and it's looking good. Let's get rid of these two houses there, bunkhouses, and build an apartment instead. Weapon factory blueprint, perfect. Another very expensive blueprint that we would have purchased otherwise. We're getting now from the raid 23,000 credits, and yeah, we've won the election once again. We have now a new thing for our constitution, and that is the labor policy. So we can decide now what's going on here. A life's work. Citizens are required to start working at the age of 14 and cannot retire. Decreases the life expectancy by 5 years. Decreases the job quality by 2. Decreases immigration rate by 10. Not that bad, to be honest. Happy childhood. So the government shall provide education, power limits to regulate and prohibit the labor of persons under 18 years. This is also a good thing. Let's go with that. We have a bit of room there now. Let's have the apartment. It's a colorful, beautiful building in the center here, providing some more living space. And we had the faith promise that is working now, so we might need to do something here. Every worker provides 2 additional visitor slots, but the service quality is reduced. We might need another church. Really, people really like to go to church there. Or we increase the budget to provide more. Might be another option. The first boats are also being sold, worth quite a lot. So over there the magic is happening. Very good. Processing has started. I might really do this here. Boats are really, really valuable. So that's a good thing for us. Let's also import some people for the fishermen. Homeless, 5. Yep, the apartment needs to be built. My construction workers really take their time. 23,000 coming in. There we have it, so a bit of cash we have. We could of course also ask for financial aid once we have a bit of cash there again. We don't have that right now. We need to have a minimum relationship of 71 before we can ask for financial aid. Commander Garrison might really be the way to go. The apartment is finished, people are living in it right away. It's a nice building really, I like this one. And it's fitting into the town center there. And in these little spots we might also just have another park. As our town is growing, it's just looking really cute. For the occasional fires, let's purchase the blueprint for the fire station and build a fire station. It's required, it's a mission, and we do have a bit of space there just beside the police station. I think it might be worth it putting a fire station in there. Let's just do this one and have a road around that. In this little spot, we might either have a little restaurant or something, or, well, just some park then later. Next up, a college, not required right now. We got so many buildings really and just need to decide what is the most important one. Weapon factory, steel and nickel to produce weapons. We don't have that yet, so it might be worth it getting some mines up and running for us that produce that. Let's have a look at the mine there. We need iron to work for us, right? We definitely should have some iron close by. I hope so, at least. There is iron, perfect. Let's go for it. An iron one, coal we already have, so this is actually the two things we need for steel, and then we still need also the nickel. Oh, that is far away, unfortunately. I might need to import nickel at some point, right? But getting some iron done is already good, because with that we could probably get the steel, and steel is already really valuable if we want to export it. There we have it. Coal and iron to produce steel. That's a bit more cash again. But we have the option now. A little bit later, the pull fire station is coming along, and there it is. We have now firefighters. Work mode is put it out. And of course, I don't mean actual wizardry, it is more like sleight of hand, although the technical name is creative accountants. Fire station, we can get... yeah, let's go with the money. Because standing and support is really high at the moment at 85, because we provide all the services. We have a beautifully working high school. That's fine. I think, yep, we still have some homelessness, so I might need to have a look at that. Over here we have the room for some more flop houses. So let's just have 2 more here with another park in the center. So we are extending the reach of this one. We have a pretty low approval rating over there with the tannery, so I need to be careful not building so close. We might need to relocate the tannery at some point to another place. We can do that with only 1,500. It's not that expensive, right? Next freighter, 27,000, exactly what we need. It's good to see. There we have it, 34,000 it was after all. So lots of money flooding in this case. We might have the option now to build the steel factory or the steel mill. Let's do this. Steel mill, there it is. Let's have it over here where we have the mining already working. It's a very ugly building, so it should be a bit further outside, right? Here with the mine. Let's have the steel factory. But still close enough so that we can reach it easily. There's gold, there's iron. This is being then delivered right over there. In this area I might have some more housing then. Another demand from the religious people, they want a customs office. Of course, you could hedge your bets and consider a few good deeds along the way. Even if we can't manage to get you a direct flight to heaven, we might be able to shorten your layover in purgatory. Why would they want me to build a customs office? Let's just have a look at that. There we have that. Increases the export prices. Oh, that's actually pretty good, but it's a very expensive building as well. We have it just beside the immigration office that increases the immigration rate. Sounds good as well, but not just now. I'm rather safe for the bank. That's another 15k. We have 22k right now. I just don't want to get too low because we have lots of wages to pay now all the time, and we could get into deep red so easily now. The plantations are actually the most expensive thing. Are we paying that much? Yes, let's reduce the wages for the ranches there just a tiny bit. I think it's too high. So it's always good to adjust that a bit. It was high because I wanted to boost it earlier on. It's fine. And the plantations, let's also get this one here to normal rates again. We don't need to attract so many people anymore, right? So we do have enough workforce now, so I can afford some lower budget for the plantations and stuff. There's the money, very good. And yep, over here the steel mill is now working. We still need a few educated workers, so this is high school education. They need coal, it's coming in already, iron then, and to produce steel with that. Let's import some people there. The iron mine is working now. We could upgrade this one probably. Roasting chambers increases the efficiency by 10%, but also the pollution. Let's rather not do that. Coal, cannery, the risk of fire is reduced. Let's go with this one. I think we can do this everywhere, right? For 2 more buildings. It's an easy upgrade. Oh, by the fume we can see, yes, the steel mill now is producing 29,000. We are at above 40,000 at the moment. And steel is now being produced and exported as well. Very, very good. This is lucrative. Now, I think, yes, we have more homeless people again because basically we have so many new jobs and people coming in. Let's just have a look. We might go for some normal houses again. I like the housing quality of them the most. They just offer a good amount of it. Let's have some more blocks here. Right, and let's actually build some 4 houses there. And once again, as always, I like to have a little park going through it so those people are having a good day in it. Very good. I might also have another park here just beside the restaurant before we build. Let's have something else here then. Good so far. I like my little town. We are finally in the good numbers here, also exporting everything and stuff. Yeah, what we can still do is we could also praise the allied or the the superpowers for 5,000 each. We can afford that now, going up here. And of course we need to get so high that we can request an alliance, because after all, we want to advance them to the next era at some point. This is what we can also focus on now, and many other things. Stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back to good old Tropico, my little paradise. Well, I just gotta say it's my little paradise. It's beautiful, it's lively, it's flourishing. Yes, well, we have also gotten the prison now, something new. Also, my export rates are still fine, but they're nowhere where I would like to have them. So we want to continue growing with the money. And one thing that we have unlocked in the World War is the oil well. So there we have it, 5,000 it costs. Of course we do need, oh boy, we do need oil. There is some oil over there. It's further away, alright, but it could still work. Of course it's a long way over there. I guess we can even make 2 work here. This could really work out. 160,000, let's just see, we have 1 and we could have a second one here then as well. Perfect. Let's get the road going, probably pretty far. Just over there, we already have a road. This road is now going to that oil well there. Perfect. That's that. I just hope that my workers get there. Let's actually, you know what, let's finish this oil well there right away. It's actually finished right away, so there's no construction for it. Let's just have a look at it. Another one that does starts the oil age for our little empire. There's actually a worker who can get over here. Is that right? Let's just have a look at him. He's already here. Very good. So I guess he spawned in this one. And I guess... oh, and his flop house is a bit far away. So this is probably not going to be so efficient, but it's worth trying it out. Now, in the last episode, we built some advanced industry. So over here, we have also now the shipyard, which is already having quite a few steps before we can get to boats. And I would like to continue on that path. So we still have a couple of industries available here that are interesting. One of them is the textile industry. So processes wool or cotton to produce cloth, emits pollution. We have the weapons that I haven't built yet, and I'm not going to build that. As long as we don't have nickel, we might need to import nickel. The other one is the cannery. So this produces canned food out of fish. So we could finally have a use for fish. The thing is though, the cannery does require electricity. And that is something that we don't have yet. So I guess it's time for electricity. As we can see, the power plant costs me 18,000 in total if I want to build that. That's steep. That's a huge price. So I don't think we are going with electricity right away. But we can still process until then, right? So we can still continue to advance. What is worth doing perhaps is building a second shipyard, because this one is full of planks all the time. Boats are valuable and we have enough planks, right? So we're producing quite a lot of planks. So I would like to build a second shipyard. Right, we should be able to do this right beside it. Perfect. Having 2 of them, why not? Doubling the boat output. I wonder what kind of boats we actually sell. I guess some little rowboats like this one here. Right, nothing big, nothing fancy, not yet anyway. Later we can even construct cars, but for now we have to be fine with that. We got some 5 homeless people right now. I would like to get some more houses up. Here in this little corner we can still squeeze in a house if we want to. Beside the church. We could also have it behind it, or on that side here I think we can still have something. So perhaps another few houses like that, and perhaps also another bigger house than here, something like that, right? So here we can have a road, of course, beside all the parks, and then perhaps an apartment again, I guess. An apartment would fit in quite nicely. That we have the tannery. Need to be careful with the tannery. It's difficult. Space is getting a bit rare. There we still have a bit of space, so we could do something. One thing that I could do here is having another restaurant, perhaps? Or something that is fun. We have the fun pier. It requires electricity. But the botanical gardens is something we haven't done yet. And yeah, we can do this. And we definitely should. Let's have this one. We could have it here. It should be in a good location, right? Behind the palace. Having something like that behind the palace. Why not? One here. And then we can still have something over there, right? Another bigger building than behind the palace. Having the gardens beside the palace. I think that's a good idea. It's close by. The other things are for the rich, right? So like this one here is the opera house and the cabaret. It's really something that only high educated people go to, and in that case we don't profit from that yet because Tropico is a worker republic, at least for now. What we can also do over here, and what I would like to do, is I would like to continue building some more houses. So as always, in that case we have the normal houses, we have the flop houses. The normal houses I like a bit more because they just look prettier to look at, right? So this is looking much better, I think, than for example this. Even though this is more fitting for a bigger town, of course, right? Having those bigger houses there, like the apartment here as well. Housing quality is not that bad in those houses there. And this is not looking so bad at all, right? Having then some parks beside them. We could of course increase also the housing quality. And with a bit of budget we could increase the housing quality also to at least 46. So people would like that a bit more. Yeah, let's have some more flop houses there. I think like here we could squeeze it in. That would just fit very nicely beside it. And then perhaps also once again 2 parks. And we could squeeze in another one here, hopefully. No, we can't. It's a bit of a pity here with the curves, so it's not that easy getting anything done here. I was hoping that this is working, but it's not, obviously, so nothing I can do there. I could have some more flop houses like that. So another one here. Righto. And in this area then we could have still an apartment beside the church, or a service building, something like that. Another clinic might work. After all, our current clinic is rather overloaded with people. And quite busy as well. We found the barracks, very good. Another thing, oh, the customs office we also would need. And the immigration office.
I'm so glad I made this.
Very good. We had a quest there for exporting some boats with the broker. Now this is not real money for us, right? What we just received is the Swiss bank account money. So that's what happens when the game is over. The money here is being used as a score, more or less. And I think we can also use this Swiss money then later to use in some other way. But right now we can't do that. And I would also like to have a look at my overlays and just have a look around what's going on in my town. So as we can see... As we can see, we have, for example, no electricity yet. Crime safety is pretty fine throughout, thanks to the police station. We might have a bit more over there, but it's not red or anything like that. Fun coverage is perfect, really. Healthcare coverage is also fine, so there's no big deal here. Food quality is suffering here a bit, and here that's because they're a bit further away from my grocery. Residential occupancy is also good. Workforce... It's looking like everything is actually working out for my city at the moment. There it is. Beauty is what I wanted to look up at, actually. So we can see where appeal ratings are high and where they're low. Of course, here close to the tannery it's pretty low. So I might now move my tannery. So we can do this here and just move it a bit further outside. Just beside the mine, right? Off it goes. And another thing that I could do to beautify it, of course, is some smaller park there once again. I might actually build a big park this time. Beside the high school. 2 big parks here beside the high school. Right, then perhaps a little road. And then we can still squeeze something in there as well. I think this is pretty cool here. Nice ornament that we have. And we still have space for a public building or government building in the area. Yep, the bank would fill in like this. This is actually looking good then, beside the park. Of course now the bank would be beside ranches. That's not a very good sign, but later on it could look really cool. Immigration office, let's also unlock this. We do need it sooner or later anyway. This is though too big, so we'll have to have this one some over there then. Right, I want to check here real quick now. Both of my shipyards now have the right amount of planks, and both of them producing boats for us. Also both are fully occupied. Increases the Dutch crane. I can still... Yeah, there I can do it for 7,500. I should do that for both of them. Right, even though it's expensive. And also the little buses here driving around. We can also see how many people are using those buses. This is a very good bus line, for example, because the bus is full. And this one is not used that much. And just in time, the botanical garden is also completed. There we have it now. A nice little garden. Actually, the entrance. Where's the entrance of this one? I think the entrance is here. So let's have a road there as well. Going through the middle. So this is where the park is then. We can move all of these buildings if we want to again. So no big deal. We have the workers' right. And yeah, well, basically people can now go there. Another 5,000 raid points. Let's just check. We are done with the treasure hunt. We could have a look at one of the monuments that we have there right now. So each era offers some different monuments. So while we are in this era, we should be getting something. Stonehenge, for example. Right, with Stonehenge, we can attract more tourists later on. And, oops. Let's go with Stonehenge. The heist is in progress. Alright, Stonehenge is in progress. And after that, please go with treasure hunts. Right, taking a bit of time, of course. Alright, the transport is coming in. This should be some good money there again. How many boats, by the way? There's not a single boat on board right now. Alright, but cash, it was 30,000 once again. Let's just have a look around. We still have a few homeless people. And I would also like to finish this little area there. So let's have us a nice little park there once again. And then I probably can just have here beside the chapel and the church having a nice little bigger park there once again. Lots of green area I definitely want to have in my town. Very important in this case here. We also have the commando garrison still. Let's build it. At some point I do need to have it anyway. It's expensive, 12,000, I know. But it's probably going to be worth it. Certainly not beside the botanical garden. But perhaps, yes, behind the police and fire department. I think it makes sense to have this one here. Wait a second. I'm going to place this one a bit different. Looking towards the street. I think that's better. Right? One thing like that. And we probably will need barracks at some point to have our own little army as well. We might be facing attacks at some point. Alright. For the housing, we have some flop houses there, and I might just... yeah, we can never have enough houses, really. We might just have an apartment here as well. In this area. And wildfires! Once again, the raw goods, except for minerals, is increased by 15% in price. Now we got some boats on board again. And Canal Uno tells us the latest news. There we have now our commando garrison. This one is focusing on missions at the moment. Let's just have a look. We did build this now and complete the sabotage access raid. So now we have unlocked something new, and that is up here. We have the pirate cove so far. In addition, we have now the commando garrison. And here we can now, for example, say decrease Caribbean happiness, commandos assault the resistance, number of guerrillas reduced by 5. We could also make some treasure hunts with them, but as we can see, they're also using the same queue that my pirate cove is doing, right? We also get the Eiffel Tower here now. That might be something interesting. And we should have sabotage access. There it is. So this is something, and let's actually finish this one sooner. There it is now. And then we can continue with some treasure hunts. But the sabotage access we do need to complete in order to be on good terms with the allies. Speaking about allies, we could request the alliance now. Will be an alliance that prevents Tropico from being conquered by other superpowers. The allied superpower will trigger an ultimatum to keep the alliance once the relationship drops below 81. The action has a cooldown of 12 months. And this is our goal that we have then here. Reach state of alliance.
Your buccaneers hanker to weigh.
And your buccaneers hanker... oh, penultimo! I have to wait 1 year. An old gypsy woman who insisted that we are to be sunk by storms before the cock crows. But there is not even a whisper of a zephyr. He must have smoked something again.
Everyone has friends, right, Prez? And it's right to help friends.
And the broker,
right?
once again, we have to produce some coffee. So these are some passive quests in the background. They give me some Swiss money there once again. Alright, and there's actually the broker that we can use the Swiss money that we have. So right now we have 4,000 in a bank account. And for example, we could say convince talk adds an option to active demands, allowing you to successfully complete them. You can currently use this 0 times, and with that I can use it 1 time. Pretty cool, I think. And I think we're going with that, right? So there we bought it. And now we have the convincing for demands that we could use then in this case. We also have an election once again, but approval ratings are absolutely fine. Oh,
booty once more.
and we've also waited now 360 days penultimate mode. That's it? Alright, it was just a fun event it seems. I've made a promise with the election once again, is we need more clinics. So I'm going to add another clinic to the area. We have one here, but as we can see it's pretty full. Over here we still have some more space and I would like to use this area here. So there we can squeeze in one more clinic and probably a second one if we want to. I'm also going to have a nice little park then here once again in this area just beside the clinic. Clinics do cost me a lot of money. Oh yes. And speaking about money, we have different working modes that can adjust the amount of stuff that those buildings can do and their upkeep, of course. Let's have a look at research. I haven't done this yet, so we might just have a look at that. For example, here increases the efficiency of all high schools and colleges by 25%, but also increases their upkeep of them. Let's still research this one here. We have 7,000 points at this point, so quite fine. There we have it. We can also add work modes to the library. We can have employees of mines and industrial buildings work double shifts as long as this edict is active. Might also be an option for the future. It's just an edict that we unlock. We haven't activated it yet. We can also say free housing, for example. The citizens pay no rent anymore, right? Communists like that, capitalists don't like that, and stuff like that. Child allowances are not accounted for when determining the economic wealth of the family. The children might be something else. We could become more wealthy with that. We could also say that every citizen can use a car for free. Does cost me 1,000 per month, so it's quite expensive. Lots of those things. Let's also activate the clinic work modes. Research has been completed. I just want to see what we have unlocked with that. The quack salver. Workers only require a high school. The base wage is decreased by $6, decreases the service quality by 30. That doesn't sound very good. I don't know if I want to get a doctor with a high school only and not a proper college, so we rather stick with that. Also a fire for the first time is happening right here in the logging camp, but my firefighters, as we can see, are already working on it with a fire extinguisher. That's definitely going to do the trick, I guess. Alright, also the complete sabotage is over. I have no idea what happened there, but the sabotage is finished and we can now decide, and I think we go with a random blueprint. The cannery! How good is that? That was very expensive. The cannery we can build now, so this was totally worth it. That's a lot of cash. There we have it, so we only need to pay another 6,500. The power plant, we have 50,000 money, so it might be worth going for the power plant now. I know the blueprint is killing it, but other than that, we do get electricity with our power station. Now let's just decide where we would want that. Oh, also my creamery is fire now, but we already have someone there. Now I just need to decide where do we want to have the power plant. Best probably where we already have a bit of infrastructure, because there's also a bus station over here, so people can get there, the workers especially. I guess I did place a bus station here somewhere. There it is, very good. So we can have it here. Let's have the power station, yeah, right here in this corner there, in this block. Perfect, very expensive, but with that we have finally electricity available then. So I can also build the other one, which would be now the cannery over there. Fish we already have, so we really only need to place this building here. Once again, very expensive. Let's have this beside the cigar factory, just here, right? So my little industry area that we have. Is this, by the way, decreasing efficiency? Nope, not one bit for the logging camp, so they're still working fine. The fishery is then close by, right? So being transported over there, canned food can then be transported to the docks.
All done? One.
Also, planes are now docking at my dock. Very good. So another additional income, or well, it's getting faster, the income. Right now there's 22,000 waiting again. Also, we won the election as expected. The constitution stays pretty much the same. Nothing that I would need to do there. Of course, we had the promise. Average healthcare happiness. We're at 43 right now. And yep, the second healthcare, the second clinic has been built. Let's upgrade this one. Let's increase the budget. And this should hopefully help there a bit. And I might just, on the other hand, on the other side, have some more parks again. For now. We can of course get something else then later. But for now I think parks will do just fine here. The clinic has a green surrounding. Oh no! Also, a earthquake is happening right now. Did any building get damaged in the process? I hope not. We might be seeing some ruins or something like that. Earthquake!
Tremors surely do not herald a big quake. Unless you say it is okay.
However, I've heard that natural disasters are not as loyal as penultimo, and perhaps we ought to plan some contingencies. The most expensive option is to strengthen all the buildings. Alternatively, an earthquake shelter can help citizens survive a collapsing building. Alternatively, seismologists are a very cost-effective way of seeming to have cared. Shake, rattle and roll deploys seismologists to take ineffectual readings. Yeah, let's go with that. That's that. So far so good. We have survived an earthquake. I don't see any ruins now itself. So I think this was just a little warning before it really goes into the next bigger earthquake. Stay tuned. It is the year 1939 and once again the earth shatters, the earth rocks. We got some fires now. So this is what happens. So in the last episode we have had the first earthquake, and now we get the first fires attached to earthquakes over here as well. So it's getting a bit bloody and a bit messy. And welcome back to Tropico, our little paradise playthrough. Looking at that, where's my firefighters? There they are. Yeah, we only have one firefighter. I thought it would be enough for this whole island. I hope it is. Right, so they're already on their way. They don't have a specific range. They just go wherever there is a fire. But, well, it takes them a bit long, of course, when the building is further away. That's still going to work out, I hope. And they're doing a good job here. Thorsten Schulz, he is the firefighter. He fled Germany, I guess. There's the next one. What is going on in the world? Alright, I just hope that nothing too brutal is happening. We will still only have those two fires. That should be fine. And yes, also we have finished the power plant. People are working in there now. So for the first time, we've also unlocked electricity. Yes, we have the power now. This one here is consuming a bit of coal. Not too much though, hopefully at least. Anyway, we might, upgrade it later to further increase the efficiency of that. And with that electricity, let's also just check the overlay. There we have it. In this area we have now electricity. How can we expand it? By building transformers. So we do have the electric substation. There we have it. They're not very expensive. They need to be built within an electrical grid, and with them we can expand it then into the city, for example. Right, so we do need a small space here like this one there, just squeezing it in, and we can thus expand the electrical grid to the other side. Now the cannery has electricity. It's using 80 megawatt. In the network we have 251 megawatt right now. This is what the power plant is producing. We can still increase that by getting the budget up, right, by 100 additional megawatt if we need it then. But for now we only have one factory that does it. It's full of workers already. It just needs some fish now or some pineapple. Either way, right? It doesn't need both of them. At least I don't think so. There's the fish. Very good. And canned food is being produced. Another export good that we have. Now what is going on with the earth? How long is this continuing? Okay, we get some disaster relief there as well from my allies. Nothing else is happening.
Canal Uno investigates the underwater menace. Later, Atlantis fish people, the real underwater menace.
But for now it seems to be fine. Also, the allies sends us disaster relief once again. They also have a demand. Finish sabotage axis 4 times. I'm not going to do that. Not just yet. And we have it 1940, so we're still in the middle of the World War. What we can do now is we can continue with a bit of building. So over here we have a bit of space. I would like to get rid of this country house there. And instead, first of all, we finish, of course, the road there. Very good. And then we can continue here with some additional houses, like those flop houses once again. I think we can actually squeeze in some 2 here, just fine. And then, of course, once again, a bit of a park in between, like so, and going towards the church then, over there. Also, the normal houses have a new work mode, and that's show off. Increases their upkeep by 10%, but also increases the beauty in the vicinity by 5. Sounds good. Let's activate this for all of them. So all of them have now the show off work mode. And this should further increase the beauty of my island, right? So that we have it, beauty, at least around the houses. As we can see, it's going up a bit here, right? So it's greenish. There it's fine. And here something is that is totally destroying the surrounding, and that's those bunkhouses. Let's get rid of them. Of this one. It was, I think, one of my first houses. Also this country house. Let's get rid of that. We no longer need those very old buildings, and instead we might have something more beautiful. Like the apartment. It's big, it's massive, and it's just fitting in right away. Unfortunately, we don't have double roads or anything like that. I would love to have a double layered road in the area. Now with the electricity, the earthquakes have stopped, so now it should hopefully be over. With that, we could also probably upgrade something that increases, yeah, for example, here the building requires 30 megawatt, but the efficiency is increased by 10%. So we have now these upgrades available. Sugar consumption reduction in the rum distillery. Also, we can use electrical power here to increase its efficiency, right? So let's just do let's reduce the sugar consumption for now in both of them. That's pretty expensive already, 10,000, but it's going to be worth it because we can also then expand some sugar. And I would also like to check real quick in my grocery store. Yes, it's full of goods, so at least that is something. And it's making a good profit there. Some of my factories, by the way, have made a very, very good profit so far. So the toys workshop, for example, in its lifetime, $120,000 that it made us. How's it looking with the shipyards? 70,000. They're not that old yet, right? And this is my first rum, 220,000. Very good. So they are profitable after all. Who would have thought? Now, since the cannery is not getting that much fish, it might be wise to also have a plantation for pineapple. So this is another thing that they want. And yep, we're lucky we have a good pineapple surplus here, or fertility in this area. So let's just add it there, and we can also use then the multi-crop because it still has those 3 farms there in its area. Pineapples and right next to the cannery. That's the important thing. Because canned food is quite valuable and I want to have more of that. Definitely has to be profitable. Alrighty, rocks rolled. Now, none of me men are literate, so there are no written instructions for how to put the henge back together, but I drew some pictures. You just need to attach lintel P to standing stone I using the diagram on page 8, then attach the ropes, which were not included. Simple. And we have Stonehenge now, ready to build. I'm not building it right away, but later we might then, hopefully with the building instructions attached correctly then. Oh, wait, we have so many fires there. Oh, another trade route has been finished. I think we have no contracts at the moment. We should definitely use some of them. Canned food is looking good here, actually. Wool, we don't have any wool. Tobacco, weapons, cotton, coffee. Let's go with the canned food and let's put this one to 8,000. So that's a bit of additional money coming from the canned food. On the other side of my city, we have the pineapple plantation working now. So hopefully there's now more coming in. As we can see these. So we got lots of pineapple there. So lots of canned food as well, ultimately. The cigar factory is not getting any tobacco, which is strange. We definitely should have enough tobacco. Or perhaps we really don't have that much tobacco. Let's get another plantation going for tobacco. Yes, actually it would work over here as well. So that we have the fertility. And it's close to the other plantations then. So something like, I have something like this in mind. That should work out. Or we just make it like so.
Flying cars the future? Only if Tropico can win the war. So remember, if you want flying cars, be vigilant and buy war bonds.
We will probably have to move these plantations at some point. Not right now. Let's look a quick look. Let's have a quick look at the treasury there. So we have a surplus, as we can see, of about 20,000, 30,000 almost here in between revenue and expenses. That's good. So we're making a profit after all. But let's just have a look. What's the highest things that we pay for right now? Plantations, the shipyards, the Teamster offices. That's pretty important though. Right, and upkeep, what do we have here? The flop houses cost ridiculous amounts. We have a lot of them too, and I'm paying increased budget, but they're the highest ones beside the houses, and then the apartments, and then only do we have the industry. So we pay the most for housing. Perhaps we might find a way of making housing a bit more efficient and working towards us. As we can see, the budget for flop houses is there at the moment. Yes, there is an option, and that is increasing the efficiency by 25% if the building has 10 megawatt of power available. Now there we have the electrical substation. With that, let's just check again the electricity. Yes, very good. So now basically the whole city has electricity. And now we might do something. We might finally give those houses some power. Also, the houses can get this one. We upgrade 13 buildings for more efficiency. And for the flop houses, we upgrade 12 buildings for more efficiency. I hope that we still have enough power now. Network balance is now plus 80 megawatt only left. But we still had enough power, right? So all the houses now, I guess, have air conditioning or electrification. At least that's something, thus making them a bit more efficient. So in that case, the housing quality is at 80 now. For the flop houses at 52, I can reduce the budget now by 1 to still be close to 50, which is totally fine for flop houses. And we should thus have lowered the costing or the costs for these buildings, right? And also the houses. For the houses, I guess we could even go lower. Yes, we could even go to level 2 only and still remain 66 housing quality. That is still perfectly fine. And we can feel this now, probably next month then, that the upkeep of those things is going down significantly because basically we're paying less on the budget. Perfect. Now, next up on the list, we have a bit of money. Next up would be something that requires electricity. We still have 80 left, right? I would like to get us a radio tower, something like that. So that was like the newspaper. There we have the radio station, requires 10 electricity, increases the liberty in the area and broadcast propaganda affecting workers at the workplaces. So we can decide what we want, and as we can see, the radius is just huge, and it might just be worth it having it somewhere here. And yes, I guess here in the city center somewhere we could have it affecting everyone, or beside the embassies. This is a good location, I think. So we have most of the city in its area, also most of the industry sector. Let's build this. Let's build it here. I guess here we have then the road, right? So there might be some other things then. And since we have a bit of space there, let's use this area for a smaller park beside the embassy, between radio station and embassy. That is working. Don't forget, we're expanding in this area too, right? So they're going to be worked. This whole area is going to be affected by the propaganda then. Alright, it's also good that I can that there are some visitors at Botanical Garden at least. I was worried about that a bit. And there it's coming up. We really use then almost all the power that we produce, right? So we should be careful. If I need more power, I have to raise the budget.
Need your help, Presidente.
Once again, they want me to sabotage. I'm not doing that. We're in 1943, so we still have plenty of time. We're still in the war. Canned food is now being produced quite a lot. Very good. So fish and pineapple is in there. The cigar factory is working thanks to having a second tobacco plantation. That was pretty important. And there's the radio tower coming along. Money is getting low a bit there. I just hope that it's only a small look. There's the radio station. Very good. There we got the first workers. And we can now say what we want. Open-minded. Channel 1. So decreases the liberty by 30, but slightly increases the approval of citizens employed in the vicinity. Doesn't sound so bad, especially during election season. We might just activate this one here. And public service advertisements, you earn $8 for each citizen employed in the vicinity of the radio station, decreases liberty by 5. That's really good. That's a lot of money, I guess. And look at how many people are employed in its surrounding. I think this is pretty powerful. Let's activate this, and we can then just check how much we make at the end of the month with that. We should aim of earning more and more money without the dock, right? So the dock is providing, of course, it's providing us with all the exports that we make right now, but it's also fluctuating a lot. It's not that easy to calculate all the time. and getting more buildings that make profit is just the way to go. For example, these houses now that we've lowered the budget, they should make us a bit of income, and they do, right? So $40 we earn with each one of these houses right now, and the flop houses, at least they are 20 around this one. It's not completely full, so we make a bit of cash out of that. The apartment is, the apartment is making lots of money. We can also say electrification, another 54 megawatt, we have that. Let's do it. With that we have the housing quality, and we can thus lower the quality once again, and thus increasing the money that we make by this with the next month. So that's what I'm aiming for, making more and more money as well outside of exporting. Tourism will be another step towards that. Now let's have a look at my restaurants. We do have 2 restaurants working right now. Both of them are making us a profit, but only because they're full. Oh, and we have a power shortage. The first one, let's raise the budget. Now it's over. Oh, there was also one less worker. But that's it. I can still raise it one more time. Let's actually have it on the highest level right away to avoid power shortages, right? Now, there was the thing with the restaurant 1, 2. We should have another restaurant over there, and I think we already have a good location for that. Just here. There it's fitting in. Righto. Perhaps also beside a nice little park here that we can still squeeze in there. There we have the restaurant for this whole area there. That's just looking really fine. I love this game. It's great, really. We do have some additional tasks. Produce some oil. Alright, we can do this. I guess. We should be producing oil, right? At least we have the workers, but look at that. It takes forever for them to get there. Of course, I could activate 3 wheels at some point, and everyone has a car, but that's also expensive. Why does my boat... The lumber mill has logs, but it's not working. Increases the efficiency. Let's upgrade the power saw. We have 4 workers, but none of them is working.
Everyone has to do their bit for the war effort.
And we're declining so many missions there. How are we still looking good? Allies is 100. And the access, let's also increase this once again. We could also once again ask for financial help, getting a bit of coin back in.
Ships, so tighten your lips with a Tropican-made spanner. You won't regret it.
But for some reasons we're still not making any planks. Now we are making planks again. But it should not be out so long while the logs are piling up in here. I don't know, perhaps we need a second one after all. They're working at least. There's no upgrades for them yet. What the heck, let's also beautify the surrounding of the palace there real quick. So let's have some gardens in its surrounding, like this. And these gardens merge anyway, so it does look like they belong together, kind of. Around the palace, perfect. People can enjoy a beautiful day close to my El Presidente. Of course, they want to be close to my El Presidente at all times. And as we can see, the flop houses and the houses went down significantly a bit, I think by 1/3 of their upkeep, their previous upkeep. Thus, we have a lower upkeep now, below $20,000. The wages are still high, but they can be high. They are important. And the revenue that we see over there. Export is 40,000. The local services now are already at 27,000. So from rent, for example, we earn $22,000 per month. That's quite a lot. The fees come from the clinic, the restaurant, the theater. That's negligible, but the rents, that is really something that pushes us. Perfect. Do we have any homeless citizens? We do. So we should also build more houses as we profit from that as well. Let's just find us a suitable location for some more houses. We could just squeeze in a couple of them here, right? An apartment. They pay nicely. Let's have an apartment in the area, right? And we might also... I mean, we could squeeze a second one in. Yes, let's do this. Let's have 2 apartments there. Since we can use the area. Beauty is not so bad, right? So here we have industry, of course. So there it suffers a bit up to the clinic. But that's it, right? As soon as the houses start, we have perfect beauty. There we still have an old bunkhouse. Let's get rid of that.
Need your help, Presidente.
Fulfill an import trade with the allies. We can do that. Let's also demolish this bunkhouse there. And there we have a small country house. Let's get rid of that. In the city we don't need those houses. There we have another country house. And instead of these country houses, we can have the real houses, right? This one. We could actually squeeze in all of them here. Some 4 houses. Why not? Let's just do this. And there we have a bit of space. A flop house is not possible. Let's just squeeze in then some normal houses. 2 of them should be fine, right? Like so. Having enough housing. Also the import. Oh, and we have found the blueprint for the textile mill. This is also really great. Textile mill, there it is. That's some 5,000 credits that we save. Wool or cotton to produce cloth. That would be my next industry right away. And I was actually going for the trade route now. We have one available. Import from the allies, right? It was allies. Yes, it is allies. Cocoa, coal, coconut. We can do some coconut. It's cheap. My people would actually like that. Let's sign the import contract. Speaking about coconuts, we don't have any coconut harvester. It's not that bad having them. It's providing us some coconuts. Over there in the forest we have a good fertility for it. So we can just add a coconut harvester into this area here. To get some of that juicy coconut milk. The restaurant here is finished. Oops, let's just have a look at it. It's already full. Okay, weapons are allowed in the restaurant. They go there, perfect. We have cloth napkins right now. Freezer would be possible with Cold War. Other than that, it's working just fine. Increasing the budget, would we have more guests then? No. The efficiency is increasing, okay. Lots of people with weapons in this restaurant. I would feel totally safe, right? Of course, that's because we have the palace close by. While they enjoy this one, beside the park and the gardens here. I like that a lot. Stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back to the tunes of the tropics at our glorious town. We are at 54,000 credits. It's 1945, the autumn of 1945. That means what? World War II is over and we can have a look at finding some alliances to advance to the next era. It's exactly what we should be doing. Let's have a look at our embassy. So we have the allies and the axis. With the allies we're looking rather fine and let's request an alliance. We can trigger this event now. There we have it. Need your help, Presidente. It's all gone, pear-shaped, and we need a steady hand on the tiller. Well, it turns out you're the best president for the job. Finish the sabotages. That is what we need to do. And have a convincing talk. We can now finish this one with an instant, right? Because we have gotten this one, if you remember, with our black money, our Swiss money. And we finished this one here, set diplomatic state to allies, to alliance, and that's it.
Breaking news.
Oh, very good show. Nice islands you have there. I certainly hope, guarantee that they'll survive the war.
It's a good deal we're offering, Presidente. Fulfill trade routes 4 with the allies. That's actually okay. Let's just have a look. Let's buy us another license and another license. They're not that expensive. We have 4 of them now. I think 2 we have already. They're finishing soon. Let's just have some exports with the allies there with low volume so we can finish this quickly. We're already producing some cheese, so that's something. Coal would be another thing. Fish, iron. But that is below price, way below the price. Tobacco, weapons, nah. Let's go with a bit of coal there we can sell. So we got those 4 now. 1 import, 2 exports. We actually have also an import quest trade here that we're finishing with that, and then the trade routes there. Produce some oil. We are on the way for that, and build the customs office. Now about these offices, we do have a lot of them available right now. I could really go with the bank already, which is probably not the worst thing, right? Having a bank is a good thing. It's quite lucrative. Can we? We could squeeze the bank in here, and that's just a very cool location. Where's the entrance of this monster? I have no idea. I guess there's the entrance. Yep. I think I found it. It's over there at the other end of it. Okay, it's pretty far outside then, right? I guess with the shape of it, we could squeeze it in any... oh, we could also squeeze it in there. This is just also really cool looking there, right? So that's possible. Or behind the... Nah, let's have it here. I think that we can have the bank. I'm just going to build it like so. We can still have some parks, right and left. So here. Number 1 and number 2, and for the small one we still need that. Perfect. The bank is being built. That's a very cool building, so we can use this. We can use this then throughout the time. That's that. Only we're not finished here. We're going to continue now with the next building, that is the immigration office. This increases the immigration rate to our city, and we definitely can use that. Let's have the immigration office, which is a beautiful office by the way, so it's looking fine. Let's have this one close to the palace there again, or yeah, close to the bank over here. I think we can squeeze it in there. I like it when we have these high quality buildings then together. There we have the ranch for the cattle. I'm probably going to relocate the cattle ranch now over here. There is a good location for it. If we can only squeeze it in, yeah, there we can have it. Moving that away, and then we're already here sitting at the plantation soon. We might need to move the plantations later. And there we have lots of room for more houses. I guess once we advance to the next era, we would have then the tenements available. So that is something for later that we can squeeze in. Or we just continue using those sexy apartments. 2 homeless people, that is still fine. All of our apartments are being used. Also all of our houses here in the city center. Now while we'll build all of these things, we also have lots of construction here with the houses. We can have a look at the construction office. Let's increase their efficiency to the highest level, right? So they really have to work hard there for now. We could also say more hands, and thus we have a few more construction workers than available. It's a good idea. We don't need to build another house. We never ever will need probably another construction office. By the way, there's some empty space here. I don't like empty spaces. Let's have another little park in this area. Can we have a small park here? Unfortunately, it's possible. Very good. So that's something at least. This is looking then really civilized. Is it not? It is, I think. Now, what I wanted to do is, over here we have our ranches with sheepies. Some good sheepies there, producing us some wool and milk. Now, the wool is the important thing here. That is the one that we need for the textile mill. We have unlocked the blueprint for that in a mission. I didn't even have to pay anything for that. And 10,000 credits only. That's a bargain that we can't afford right now. Wait a second, I could ask for financial help, can I? Oh no, the Axis hate us because we basically went with alliance here with the allies. I just hope they protect us. We might need a military of our own soon. Do we get some money in here? 30,000? Let's just wait on that real quick. Very good. We've also finished a trade route there. We can go with another one right away. Cigars, plus 66%. Insane. Very nice price on that. Let's take the highest volume. We get a total bonus of almost 100,000 credits over the course of the 12,500 volume that we signed with that. I'm all in on that, of course. That's a huge bargain. Trade route, get a random blueprint. The cabaret, very good. We can use this one. It's increasing morale. We have 40,000 and let's use this on the textile mill. Doesn't even require electricity. How good is that? The textile mill, let's have this one over there in our little industrial zone. It should not increase pollution or anything like that too much. So yeah, pollution is also totally fine. And beauty-wise, it's also fine. They're not reducing beauty too much, so we can still use houses here and stuff like that. And I would also, yeah, let's actually build the cabaret as well, since we have unlocked it. There it is. Visitors must be well off or better. We should have some of them that are well off or better. The cabaret, beside the church. Yeah, this area is probably the best suited one. Or we get rid of one of the chapels. Or we relocate the chapels, even better. Let's relocate the chapel outside, or a bit further outside. And in this little area there, I would like to have my cabaret then. Or cabaret. I can't see anything through the dust, so we need to wait there. I love the relocation option. That wasn't always there, so it's making us much easier to plan ahead. There we have it. Yes. Absolutely yes. It's just fitting so nicely in here. Also, behind it, a small park as always.
The citizens are demanding elections, Presidente.
Yeah, let's have an election speech. Healthcare, faith, happiness. Let's do this one. That's easy. I'm going to build another church anyway. Capitalist, as always, blame no one and promise improvements. Oh, we failed a promise. All right.
My friends,
We have 80% approval rating, so it's totally fine.
Prosperity for every living Tropican. It was your trust.
I love the graphics. What a beautiful game this one is, really. We can really feel the tropical lifestyle. Especially since the city is getting bigger and bigger. We can just walk around here, kind of. Oh, there's lots of people waiting on that bus. Alright. Seems to be a very famous bus line. Probably will need a few more buses then, as the city is growing. Oh, beautiful. Buses. Let's just check this one. One is going over there, one is going over here, none is going into this area yet. So let's build us another bus garage. There we have it. To further have another bus line from the center going over there. And the cool thing is then, you know, people can switch then the bus lines from here going to the center and from the center down to the other side and stuff like that. This should make things easier. Also, the next building has been finished. Lucky us, we built it the right way. Immigration office is increasing now the immigration into it. We have still the open door immigration. So increases the rate by 50% on base efficiency. And Tropico first decreases the immigration rate by 80. We are going to need this at some point, especially once we get too many people then living here. For now, that's fine. And also the bank has been built. A glorious big building that is. With the bank now, we do have something here. We are already making a bit of money. We should be already making a bit of money. And we can say now National Bank, the building generates 2% interest on the treasury up to 1,000 every month. The interest rate diminishes with every additional bank operating in this work mode. Right, we have different ones here. This one here is generating then $2 revenue per rich and filthy rich citizen, for example. National Bank is already pretty good. So the more money we have, the more money we make out of this bank here. And a beautiful cabaret has been finished as well in the center of our glorious town. We got the first workers here, Biel Benitez. Hello there. She works at a flop house. She lives in a flop house. She's a high school education she has at least. She's medium happy, yeah, and she approves of me. And her thoughts is the show must go on, because basically she is now working at the cabaret. Perfect. And we get the first visitors there as well, so the cabaret is being used. That's something that I like to see. We have an approval rating of almost 90%. Now complete sabotage allies. Oh, Erich von Strom is asking us this one here. There's no need to comply with our request. Of course, we want to be friends. That's an ultimatum. Just ask Poland or France or the Netherlands, Denmark, Norway, really anywhere in Europe, even Britain by next Tuesday. So you don't need to comply, but please do. Ooh. Alright. Sabotage allies. We can do this without raising too many questions, right? Sabotage allies. Let's do this one. And then we go on some treasury hunts again. Alright, allied trade route we're still doing, so hopefully we have 3 that are finishing soon. The cheese, the coal is not looking so good. And the canned food, another trade license, nope. Coal, we are using coal ourselves, right, for our power plant, so I'd rather use something else to export. Sugar might be possible, pineapple, meat is definitely possible that we can export this. Let's go with meat. Right, that's fine, 88%. Anything else we need to mind right now? Only the allies really. Perhaps we can finish this one before the ultimatum runs out. And that's also good to see. The textile mill is fully working, has enough people right away, has enough wool, and is producing cloth for us that we can sell. Now with that, we do have quite a lot of additional industry, and what I can see is that in this area, we don't have a Teamster office, right? So I should have one there. Oh, and we finished
how much
the...
you are to be paid? A questioning intellect is to be respected.
I was taught philosophy as a boy. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Did you know that? Then I joined the army and now I must be very strong indeed. Let's get a random blueprint. The cargo airport. Oh, also we got the first airport. There's 2 airports, cargo and passengers, that we can use. So this one here is like the docks really, and is yeah, exporting and importing goods for us with some cargo planes. Not very worth it yet, but it's going to be worth it later. What we can still do here though is the Teamster office. We should have this one in the area, and besides the ranches there, it makes sense to me. Let's have another Teamster office. Let's finish this one instantly. There we have it, perfect. And let's also go for loose road limit, and we don't need to rig the election. We can win everything by our own. Very good, so that's indeed needed here to get some more efficiency out there. And the wool should not run out. Very good that we get some more wool. And more money, of course. The cannery, working fine. Cigar factory, we have enough coal for the power plant. The boats are working, all the industry is working at the moment, just as it should. Oh, over here, iron. Iron. We do have an iron mine. It's working though, not very efficient. Let's increase the efficiency and increase efficiency by 10%. Let's also go with that. I would need more iron. And we have finished more trade routes. Perfect, 2 out of 4. Let's choose another one right away. Coconut, planks, sugar. Sugar is okay. 3000 volume, we can do this hopefully, I guess. And we have fire once again in the plantation. I think someone is laying those fires, setting them up. And since we have so many people coming into Tropico, we have more homeless again. It's also time to build a few more houses. So those flop houses are not so bad. Or the apartments. Let's just have a look around where we might still have some space. We could squeeze in one house here. Why not? We can do that.
Action is a landslide, President.
Very good. 400 Tropicans voted for me. And I just see now that we have over 500 people living in our paradise. 500. That's insane. We started out with 50 only. Let's have another apartment then over there as well, I think, right? Yes. Close to the industry here. We're finishing it off. And perhaps some smaller houses in this area, in this quiet area, with at least 2 parks there. I would like to finish this road there. Those roads are not so efficient, but let's build it. We waste a bit of space there basically, but we should be able to have some parks here then, like this one. That's going to be fine. And as we can see now, the bank is making us a good profit. It was 750 indeed that we made because we made the interest out of that. Now let me just check the National Bank. The interest rate diminishes with every additional bank operating in this work mode. Of course, spamming banks now is not going to work out, but I don't know at which rate it's diminishing. So if we build a second one, is it that much worse? Or is it still the same so that we always get the same interest rate out of it? I think it's that. I think it might be that. The immigration office is not working. Let's import the workers. There's another fire there. Let's also have a look at the edicts. We have unlocked a few more, right? The Tropical papers. Tropican citizens at the filthy rich wealth level don't pay any rent. Literacy program, that's the one that I wanted. Increases the efficiency of high schools.
Convenient as it has been to.
There we have a new edict now running. We still have those running. They will be running forever, I guess. Employee of the month would make the mines more efficient, but it would cost me 350 per month, and that's pretty expensive. So I'm not doing that. But speaking of mines, we might have another iron mine working for us. I think we have one here now, and one over there is fitting in nicely beside the plantation. Bit further outside, but it's fine. And by the way, yes, I finished also that bus garage now. So we can have now another bus stop here in the center. Right, and the bus ending is going to be over here somewhere. But where? Here, I guess. That's good central to reach everything in its surrounding. And there's the bus station for that. So we have now 3 bus lines coming together here in the center. That should be fine for all of that. And another thing that I wanted to do is building another church. I think the happiness of my people. Let's have a look at that. Healthcare. Faith is at 49. So everything below 50 basically is not that great, right? And that would be the faith and the healthcare at the moment. So getting a bit of faith done is no big deal really, as they're not that expensive. Having another chapel. Yeah, some over here with those workers. As we can see, everything is rather fully used.
Tropico can win the war. So remember.
So there we have a nice location for another chapel.
Be vigilant and buy war bonds.
Once I have a road going to the watchtower there, we might get rid of the watchtower. We haven't had a pirate attack in quite some time. Right, chapel number 1, and let's just go ahead and build a second one, since they're really cheap. Right, so one there, we have one over there that is totally overloaded, and here is something missing. Fortunately, the space is always so different for every building. It's hard to sometimes adjust. Yeah, here at the corner, right? Having it here, that's fine. Very good. Another trade. We are coming close to 100,000 now on the list. What is happening though with my trade routes? Canned food is finished soon. Cigars is still taking its time. Meat is taking its time, and rum. We haven't sold any rum yet to the allies. There is now rum. 1,000 in the storage. So I just hope they remain efficient. They have a lot of sugar. All of them. And how's it, by the way, looking with my grocery store here in the center? Still has enough resources, very good. We might need to build another one then soon at some point. It's quite a busy road here, right? A lot of stuff going on. And I would really like to finish those trade routes. There's the next trade of 44,000 credits will be rolling in. This will be now 100,000. We are over 100,000, and we have completed one more trade route. So there is, yep, open. It's open for something else. Even though canned food we finish next time, I might still go for cheese. We're selling cheese, or we're producing cheese at least, so I can do this one there as well, just to be sure. So far so good. We should be finishing this mission here soon and be on our way to the Cold War era. Stay tuned. Hello everyone, welcome back to Tropico, to our glorious little capital of Tropico City. Well, last episode was quite interesting. We became rich. Now El Presidente is of course a big fan of being rich, and what do rich people generally want, like El Presidente? They want to become even richer, and that's our goal, of course, primarily. To get some schoolie pooping around, to get some tourists into the city, making babies, taxpayers, ultimately all the richness in the world should belong to us. That is the goal. Right now, our goal is though to uphold the energy grid. It is a bit of a problem here, so the network balance is a bit out of whack. We are not producing as much coal as we would need. Oh, we got a blueprint for the official residence there as well, so there is something interesting. The high quality residential building for exactly one household. Tenants must be a faction leader and pay the rent directly to the Swiss bank. Very interesting. We might get one of these houses there. It doesn't look like 1951 house though to me, so we might just build that a bit later. Let's just check real quick. Where is my mine? There is my mine, there is my coal. Do we have more coal? Yes, we have lots of coal, in fact. A coal mine over here, a coal mine now here. Let's just build this one as well. Perfect, just beside the street, like as if this whole thing was planned all along. I have no idea who planned this one. And let's also build a coal mine over here. Very good, another one. This is going to that mine beside the tannery, the glorious view that we have of the tropical seas just right next to us, as a new trader is coming to town. Yeah, well, we've seen better days with the expansion. $30,000 coming in at the moment. Let's just check this one. Hello there. Do we finish now a trade route, please? Something along the line must be working for us. There it is. A new trade route has been finished, and we have finished the next step. So the war's over, and we're planning to ramp down our arbitrary bombing program over the next few months. In the meantime, there's suddenly lots of people without homes. No idea why, but it's a complete epidemic. Can you take some refugees? Progress to the Cold War era. Winton Marlborough, I say yes to that.
Wars are over, Presidente.
Cold War, the new era has thus started. Look at that, even the streets are looking finer now, more fancy. The war's over, President. I would kiss you if it was not treason to do so. Surely everything will get better now that the heat of the battlefield dies down and the world begins to cool. Surely it cannot get too cold. The sun shines upon the promise of the future and the planet is unquestionably safer.
Finally,
Now we have two more options here, ecology and separation of power, that we need to decide now in order to strengthen our not so fragile constitution. And the zero emission, energy efficiency and economy first increases the efficiency of industrial buildings by 10%, increases the pollution of them by 50%, decreases pollution by 75% and their efficiency by 10%. That sounds pretty good, to be honest. Decreases the power consumption by 20%, decreases efficiency by 5% and the pollution by 5%. Even better, let's go with energy efficiency. The other ones didn't make that much sense, especially this one here, right? Pollution by 50% increasing, this is insane. And separation of power, no separation, citizen action costs are decreased by 90% except for bribe. Official separation, a courthouse is required to be able to issue citizen actions. 20% of interaction costs are transferred to the Swiss bank account. And true separation, we cannot issue citizens actions. Now let's go with the official separation. Who knows what's happening behind the curtains. Off the ship goes. That was a pretty expensive ship here, getting us to the Cold War era. And look at that, even the ships are looking much more fancy now. Beautiful, as it's leaving the harbor of my little El Presidente paradise. With the Cold War era, well, we have lots of new buildings available. Some of them are looking really modern now, and of course we need to adjust to all of that. First of all, I think we need a courthouse. Oh, and we have the shortage of the coal. Now that should not be happening then once we have finished those mines. Let's quick build the mines real quick, and get some workers into that whole thingy there, because coal is important. Also, the miners need to live somewhere. Yeah, there we still have a bit of room, right? And it's close enough to that. I might just build some more. We also have the tenement. I might just unlock this one right away. And there we have it. Some very ugly buildings. I'm not a big fan of them. And I'm also not a big fan of just plastering them everywhere. So we're just going to build two here. And that's probably... well, probably one of the only ones that we're building, this one here. Oh boy, we have a real power problem right now. Not enough coal. Decreases the risk of catching fire. 2 additional jobs available in those mines. The next ship should bring in lots of coal. With the Cold Era, the Cold War era, not only the Cold Era, we need to decide upon new superpowers as well. So in our embassies over here, let's just see, invites some superpower, the Eastern Bloc and the Western Bloc. Both of them, or the Western powers, both of them. And yeah, since we have the money, let's also praise them right away to get a bit of a reputation, a good reputation up with them. And that's basically what we can do for now. It's still so simple. We still only have 2 factions. In modern times, it's going to be quite a few more factions. So let's just enjoy that. By the way, the bank should just print us money at this point, with all the interest rate that we're getting out of this. Another fire. One of the houses called fire. No big dealy. 40. What? 40 new immigrants joining Tropico. A lot of workers, as we can see. And a lot of new citizens, as we can see. But that's a lot of people. Yep, we have 24 homeless. Might need to stop with the open border politics at some point now. I would still like to go with those houses there, to be honest. So those smaller houses there, I just love them. We might just place them like that and have a little park between them, right? So this looks a bit better than overall, I think. Going all the way to this side there, and then we have those smaller parks between them. Oh, and by the way, we are very close here now to some steel mills. That's not such a beautiful location there anymore. Need to look out for that. We might need also to move the ranches there at some point now. I can still build something over there. So that was the courthouse that I needed, right? There it is. It does cost me quite a bit. Generates money for every citizen detained within a dungeon, prison or asylum. Let's build it. We need that to issue further citizen decrees. We could have it here. We could have it, I would say, yeah, close to the palace, most likely. So we have the botanical gardens there and the courthouse just behind it. That's an option. It's totally valid, to be honest, to have this courthouse here. Only question is how. Or we have it beside our spy academy. That's a difficult one. I might also just move the library over there, because I really like to have the courthouse close to my palace, right? And
Future shock.
that's a huge building though. Okay, we can squeeze it in if we get rid of one of the streets. Let's do that. So this is totally working out. And we have the courthouse on the way now, in the center here. Very good, but very close as well. Now about the industry, we have a couple of new ones here that I like as well. The furniture factory that requires planks to process to furniture. We have the chocolate factory for cocoa, sugar to chocolate. And the jewelry workshop from gold to jewelry. Let's go with this. We already produced some gold in the gold mine. That should be over here. Very good. So I'm going to have this factory, the jewelry, yeah, probably somewhere here as well. We might just, yeah, actually, that's a good location for it, because it separates the mines from the factory. Very good. I might also, just for the sake of completion, have a little park here. And I might move the steel mill further outside. So it's going to disappear. Alright, it was just way too ugly in this area. And those people were complaining when they were sitting on their balcony looking at the smoke. And I totally understand that. Now, what I can see is that electricity is back as well. Oh, and we also get dual demands now. So we need to decide now between the two of them. Build the garbage dump that says the industrialist, or build a spy academy says the communist. Let's build the garbage dump, because I think we actually do need this one anyway. And it can't hurt to just have it now. Oh, we also have the metro station now, by the way. We should definitely use that as soon as possible. It's not that expensive. Let's purchase the blueprint for now, but I think we will need some more electricity before we can really use this one. And then I should have the garbage dump. There it is. Reduces pollution of other buildings within range while creating pollution itself. Well, how big is the range? It's huge. And we should have this one, yeah, close to the plantation there. I think this is fine. Right, and as we can see, it should be reducing, especially here from the rum factory and the toy workshop, a bit, so people can live better here. Then we have the plantation anyway, before we have then the garbage dump. And the power plant is causing pollution, and anyway it doesn't mind if there is another polluting area close by. And we might just build a second one over here for this whole area. So once again, steel is fine to have the garbage close by, right? Then we have the wrenches, the Teamster office, and then only we have the garbage dump. So once again, there's a bit of space between that. So most of my city should be garbage free then. Very good. Very good indeed. Also, the hospital has been unlocked. That is something that we should also look out. Library is there, and courthouse still takes its time. Oh, the Western powers have some demand. Colonel Buck Scott, hello there. He's my new contact. Commies, punks, criminals and freaks, what do you see when you look in the mirror? Anyhow, Presidente, if we are to protect the free world, I'll need your cooperation. Think you can handle the pressure? Do you? Import trade route. Well, of course we can do this. Oh, and there we get the major mission now for the modern times.
I am so excited.
So from your powerful elbows to your unswerving conviction that anything you say is right, loyal Penultimo knows your good points. But for the world to know how great my Presidente is, Tropico must put itself on the map once and for all. Hasha will do that, Presidente, asks my sexy Penultimo. Borrow a major international landmark, join the nuclear club, or establish a tropical paradise for tourists. We need to achieve one of them if we want to go for the modern times. Tourists, I want to go anyway. Nuclear power, we want to go anyway as well. And we definitely want to borrow more major international landmarks. Let's go with that. I think it's one of the easiest ones for now. or easily achievable, right? They're all easily achievable, so that's not the biggest deal. Not that much coin coming in right now. By the way, yes, with the Cold War, we should have now the tourism sector open. That is then something. But for that, we need a lot of money first. And definitely, the ship is that key, or the key for us. Right, courthouse. Oh, that's taking forever. By the way, my jewelry factory also not finished yet. We have produced the 1000 oil. Perfect. Let's have a look at the import. Yep, we don't have any trade routes available right now. So import, it says, with the Western powers, we have... Oh, cars are too expensive. Oil sounds pretty good because oil is cheap. Weapons. That's the only thing actually that's worth it here. 1400. Let's import that. Exporting wise, we have lots to offer, hopefully. Yep. Boats. Oh, cigars, 55%. Let's make this one a 20,000 contract. We could also get some gold out. Nope. Jewelry. Jewelry. No. All of them are rather bad then. Right? So I'm not opening up another one. But cigars. That is pretty good. And we do have our cigar factory producing all the cigars in the world. With the Cold War, also lots of upgrades have unlocked with our industrial buildings. For example, the plantations now should all have the fiber fertilization, increases efficiency on nearby plantations by 10% up to a cap of 20. Let's use this on all my plantations. So all of them are working now even better, right? Some of them are actually over 100%. Very good. How's the ranches looking? Mechanical milker increases chop quality, increases efficiency. Let's go with that. And increases efficiency. Upkeep is increased by 5. I don't care. Righto. A few upgrades here and there. My power plant. No, not do anything there. The cannery, we could do something here. This is pretty good. Removes 4 job positions, increases efficiency by 50%. The automated line, 6,000. That's fine, because with that we have to pay less wages. And the same thing is here with the cigar factory, so let's do that as well. These buildings are really powerful, right? Once we have upgraded them. It's also very important that we don't delete them anymore. And that's where the relocate building is so powerful, because those upgrades, you would have to do them again and again if you want to build the building again. So I'm upgrading them only once in a life, and that's it, right? And then we can just relocate them at some point if I need to. Not that much money still. Garbage, jewelry. The courthouse is now working and it's looking fantastic. Beautiful in this area here, right in front of the palace. Looks like its own palace. Let's get one worker in there. It's rather expensive. And we have the criminal law. Oh, and do we have the offices now in the industry sector? We don't have it here. Right, the office is modern times only. I love the office because it's looking cool and it's also giving us money, but for now that's not possible. Let's just wait for those. I think the garbage should be finished now too. No. Alright, our builders really take their time. Let's quickly build this one. There we have it, and we have finished the quest. We go with industrial standing on this one. And we are now finally getting rid of all of the garbage in the world. At least for my people here in Tropico. The jewelry workshop has been finished now too. Wildfires, once again, raw goods is increased. Still don't have enough people here. That's because they need high school. We don't have that many high school people. But other than that, they should hopefully start working then soon. We have a Teamster office in place. The ship is coming in. 27,000, alright. At least that's a bit. Right, 25,000. It's not that much. I would still love a bit more. We could still ask for financial help, of course. Right, and some trade routes should have also been processed. So cigars, very good. We sold a bit here, and we also imported a bit of oil. So this is where we also paid a bit. Right. Let's just check the pollution. There we have pollution now. As we can see, it's getting greener and greener everywhere. And just around my polluted or pollution creating buildings, we see now something. So around the garbage is a bit yellow still. But overall, I'm expecting less and less pollution throughout the city. Bless us, of course. 600 people. We're getting a lot of people in still. It's insane, really. There we have the tenements, the new buildings as well. Not particularly nice. I like the apartments much more. Oh, and we have finished another trade route. There's another ship already.
You bought us some time, President.
Very good. Yes, and
I'm
let's
not
get a
sure
random
how
blueprint. The beach villa. That was a very cheap one. At least the workshop has gold and we're producing now jewelry. Oh, that's going to be very, very great for us. Go, 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 go. Produce me the jewelry that we need to export. Let's have a look at my other industry. So industry is of course the most important thing here. And there is something that is really powerful, and that is the vehicle factory producing cars. Before we go with that, I would still go with the furniture factory. Let's get the blueprint for that. Since we already have 2 shipyards processing planks, we will probably need to increase our plank production first. So we have lots of forest over there. And I might just continue with a few more logging camps. I mean, it's far away, right? This is safer. I think there we could have something. Yep. Over here with the mine. That should work best. Logging camp. Yes, there we have some wood, of course. And perhaps we get another one. Yeah, over here with that mine. And then I will get some more logging camps. Oh, sorry. Lumber mills. That's it. Another one over here, perhaps. At this outer edge. It's a bit close, right? Let's get it to my sawmill down here, to be honest, right? So we have this close together. I know it's on the other side of the map, so this is not ideal. But we have so many here already. Well, let's build it here. I think this is better. Yes, let's make it like that. Let's use it still on the other side. Right, so I'm still using the logging camps now here. How are they working there? 100% efficiency each, so that should still be fine. They're not producing so quickly though. We have now a few upgrades here, so the chainsaw increases efficiency by 20 and the job quality as well. Let's upgrade this for all of them. And I might also increase the budget. That's difficult. Oh, another dual demand. Issue the industrialization edict or set the constitutional media independence to state control. Issue the industrialization edict. I don't even know what that is. Industrialization edict. I don't see that. Or perhaps it's part of a propaganda or something like that. There it is. Decreases construction costs of all industrial buildings by 50%. Costs me 10,000 and lasts for 2 years. Oh, I should have known this earlier. We're going to remember this one. We also got some 3 new things here. Tax cut. So increases the approval of all citizens. It costs $5 per employed citizen and has a cooldown of 5 years. So at the moment it cost me 2,060. We're going to remember this here for, of course, for election time. And Happy Meat. Decreases efficiency from ranches by 15%, but the job quality is going up. Also, the export price of meat is going up. Yeah. And Social Security, retirees and adult students receive 60% of the average wage, currently $7. Recipients have increased personal experience, standing with communists, standing blah blah blah. Let's go also with this one here. Doesn't cost me that much. Pretty important, because otherwise the old people get poor and they can't afford a home anymore. And if that happens, well then I'm also losing the rent or the rents from my houses. What is happening here? Okay, some interesting ships. Alright, lumber mill is working. This one here is now working too. Let's upgrade. Should hopefully now give us lots of stuff. And let's have the furniture factory. There we have it. And of course we can have it in the area here right away beside the lumber mill. And there we have a little tavern for the people around. We might just replace this one with a restaurant at some point. I like how we have a coastline here, right, on both sides. So here we actually have a smaller beach. We could have something for beach people. Even though it's just a small beach. I would also like to get a World Wonder. This is still, I think, the World War era though, right? The Spy Academy we need then for the Cold War, but from the earlier age we have 4 Taj Mahal, Eiffel Tower, more heads, and the Kone Castle. Let's go with the Eiffel Tower, so that we started with that. We can place it then in a good central location somewhere. Ah, very good. And also the furniture factory is coming along. Both of the lumber mills are now working, by the way. Both of them have lots of logs. And perhaps they also need some upgrades there. And there it is, furniture factory. Upgrading 8,000. Additional in stock for plastics. Why we would need that? We need planks. Alright, so planks it is. Planks it has. And we produce the furniture. Very good. Another good export good. Off you go. And yes, I think the buses are completely overloaded, so a metro line would be very much needed now as well in our glorious city. Stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back to our little Tropican paradise city that we have as a new freighter is coming to town, and yes, lots of money with that. 44,000, around that number. We're exporting a lot right now, so that's pretty good. That's pretty good for us as well. We also have some nice trade contracts, so there's lots of money coming in with all the bonuses. 100,000 seems to be the new go now. In that case here, the bank, of course, we need to be careful. I will definitely have now as much money as possible, because when we look at our budget there, what we made last month, for example, of course the local services are now really huge, so the rent, of course, as always, the fees are increasing, so we have the clinic, we have the restaurant and stuff like that, but also now something that is miscellaneous here, and that is the interest. 12,000 in 1 month making out of the bank here. This is really powerful. I like that a lot, and that's of course only possible because we have that amount of money. Now, what do we need to do? We have a couple of missions here right now. So the Western Power trade, or the Western Powers trade we are doing right now. Issue industrialization. That's what I'm going to remember here once we are going to build more industries once again. And we have a hospital to build. A hospital is actually pretty good. When we look at the happiness of my people, I think healthcare is not the greatest. It's below 50 again, despite having 2 clinics. Yes, that's because they're full all the time. They're not going to make it that any longer. So the hospital is my next one. There it is. It's pretty expensive. Also, it does cost energy, 35 on that, so we probably will need to expand my energy there. I still have 69 megawatt available, and this is already fully upgraded, I think. Yep, there's nothing else anymore that we can do here, so we really do need another power plant then at some point. Oh, and we've also delivered cigars to Commander Garrison. That was a smaller side mission there. And the next one is coming and demands that we build a cathedral. So it seems like, oh my goodness, a cathedral should be quite expensive from what I know. There we have it. Yes, it's even more expensive. Yeah, I'm going to do that, of course. Now, let's just have a look where we can place the hospital, right? The hospital should be, of course, in a bit of a central location, basically because, well, a lot of people will want to go to that all the time. So I'm thinking about something here beside a theater, having a hospital. It's not the best option. There we would have a good location actually to have a hospital, right? We're building a lot of stuff around it, or somewhere here. And this is actually my favorite location there, somewhere along the line here, most likely. So that we have a graveyard or a chapel here already, and we could replace this one. We could actually relocate this one to another location somewhere a bit further outside, right? And it has the same size as the hospital. And the hospital we can squeeze in just nicely, and that's what I'm going to do. Boom, there we have it. And the hospital is coming along now. There's a bunkhouse here still that we might actually just demolish, to be honest. Who cares about a bunkhouse? And the electrical substation. Very careful we need to be with that, because basically, yeah, we don't want to have everything out of power. Now there we have a bit more space again, just beside the hospital. I might actually make it, wait a second, I might actually move the hospital a bit further over here to this area there once the debris are gone. And boom, there we have it. So we have a bit more space over there for more living quarters and stuff like that if we want to. And of course the plantations we need to move now at some point as well. So the hospital is getting a bit more, yeah, into the point. You know what, since I'm a very indecisive person, I've just moved the hospital a bit now in here. So with moving around a bit, for example, the theater behind the courthouse, I was able now to squeeze in the hospital. I would like to really have it in a central position, and there it's just working out. It's a very, very important building for everyone. And we're going to upgrade this further down the road. So there we have it now. Oh, behind enemy lines. We need to wait again for 1 year. This we already had. It's a very strange mission that I still don't fully understand. Doesn't matter. Now, what I can still do here is beside the hospital to build up a small buffer around it, right? So let's just have another park area in this area. That's what we have now: the cabaret, the theater, the high school, the hospital over there, a nice little restaurant in between, and the courthouse just here. So this is the area where we're going to see lots of high quality buildings then popping up over time. Speaking about high quality buildings, we have another one that we need to build, and that is the cathedral. Now the cathedral is a really massive building, as we can see, and I definitely don't want to move that around anymore. Plus it should also be rather central. So yeah, difficult decisions. And I think the cathedral, as it is a pretty big building, I would like to have it in this area. We already have a nice plaza area here. We have these houses that I can move away. Of course, it's a bit closer here to my mine now, but of course, we're not going to have that mine forever, right? So we're going to move this at some point. We might even just import gold at some point and just process it then. This whole plaza area, or this whole area now, we need to move those houses there. So I'm going to move them just over here beside the... yeah, beside the road over there. And then we still need a bit more space where I could squeeze those guys in. Perhaps here, there it's a nice location, perfect. And I think 2 more we have, so something here. Of course, those people, when they wake up, they will be in a complete different location. Some of them are separated, others have it worse. So unfortunately, I can't, of course, make it right for everyone. They're going to have a nice surprise there. Now, there we have the space for it, for a $12,000 cathedral now that I can squeeze in. The only thing is, this road here still needs to go away. It's a beautiful building. Yes, I would like to have this one here. This is going to look great. I think every other commodity is in its surrounding as well. And of course, over time, we're going to expand into these areas there. And that's that. Now, another thing, we still also need to move those houses here. I have something planned for them as well. So it's the great relocation that we're playing here right now. I could probably still squeeze them in somewhere else. This park here, let's have this one over there as well, right? So they have it a bit nicer. They are close to farmland then. And then we have a bit of a space now, and I would like to have an additional government building, and that is the customs office. Increases the export prices. I think this sounds pretty promising. And we can squeeze it in right like that. Perfect. Another government office here in the center. I do like that. And we just see how powerful this really is then, right? Immigration office is over there. There we have the park, library, and of course we should then also look out that we make this one here a better city area, as everything is coming together. Now, no. Money-wise, yeah, it's fine. I do need another power plant, unfortunately. They're really expensive. They're costing me quite a lot, these power plants. I don't want to have so many of them, but I need to. So we're going to have another street connection here, making this whole area now more or better for another power plant then. Because with the power plant, I have another goal, and that is the metro station, right? So we want to build up something. Oh, the nuclear power plant would be possible as well, but this cost me, yeah, this would actually cost me 50,000 if I want to build that, and that's still within or without or outside of our possible area. So I'm going to move the power station 1 here, or the second one here, and we still could place a third one there as well for that. Perfect. How's it looking? The cathedral is coming along. Of course, that's taking a bit of time. We have actually quite some homeless people right now, and also some jobless people. So I might need to add some jobs now. Who doesn't like that? I think there in this little corner here, or there we could have the apartments. Should I have more apartments there? I could also have some apartments here in the area. I guess we could do that. I guess we could have 2 apartments here, perhaps even 3. then or even 4. Yep, and surrounded by some park area in the center. Very good. So this whole block is then fully used with lots of well, residential area. We also have a bit of space here, though I don't think we are going to squeeze in some houses in this area. Flop house, I could have it like that. Of course, that's not pretty. It's possible though. Let's do this. Let's have this one here, and then another park area here. That's looking fantastic. Of course, these houses we have to move then as well at some point. And the cathedral has been finished. I'll be happy to see you in the confessional, Presidente. Sooner is usually better than later, but because it can get too late. Plus, I really want to hear all the gossip, you know. Let's get the 10,000 already just standing. We are in the middle of an election. I'd rather go with the standing. This actually did it really give me just 5%? I might it did. Well, that's great actually. There we have it. Another really beautiful big building now. Let's import some nuns or priests and hope that everyone likes it. Also the cathedral, we could have this one here, Dunning Confessional. The cathedral starts emitting 15 crime safety. Oh, isn't that nice? As people now flood to our latest monumental building there. I think this is looking particularly nice in this area. Also, our latest housing block is finished. Oh, and we have, of course, after the election now, the average healthcare happiness that we still need to raise there a bit. But isn't that looking nice? I love these colorful buildings. Unfortunately, they don't have the highest quality housing. But it's fine as long as we push a bit more money into it, or as long as we electrify them. Now, electrification should be possible. We do have the power plant, the second one working. As we can see, the network balance is now 366 megawatt. And yeah, let's increase their efficiency. So they go from 52 to 64, and I can further reduce the budget there once again, making that a bit cheaper here. The whole working area. Very good, very good. Indeed, those houses there, I've already done it right, so I could... Oh, they are at poor housing quality, below 50. Yeah, I'll keep it like that. Now about the healthcare system. Over there we have the hospital. As we can see, it is very much used. It's really full. I think there are lots of sick people in Tropico. I already upgraded the housing to have an additional hospitalization wing. So that's the maximum amount of people that we can squeeze in here. And yes, well, we can think now about a metro station. Of course, here in the center, having a metro station is probably one of the most important things right away. So let's just check it. We have now the power for it. Metro station, there it is. I think it only needs, yep, 1 square really. So we can, well, basically squeeze it in anywhere. We might have a very good location just over here with this tiny block there. Right, so this metro station reaches all of that. Then we go over here to the other central area where we have, yeah, there a little block that we can have just for this area. We can then go, we should go, of course, over here to the industry, and there we have plenty of space anyway for all of that. Behind it, over here, I might still have another one. Wait a second, this one did not go away. Now it's going away, perfect. I need the space, there we have it. Then over there we have plenty of space really to build it. So let's get cracking. The metro station, passengers can travel from one metro station to another on the same island, improves the housing quality of nearby residential buildings and tourist accommodations. Passenger must be at least poor. The more stations that are connected, the longer the travel times will be, and it also decreases the crime safety in the area. Right, let's not build too many for now because they are quite expensive. There's the first one. There's the second one for this area. Then I'm going to have one over here in the industry area. And then on the other side of town also in this area, I think we can make this work. Perfect. 4 stations for now. That should do the trick. And this one now is under construction. And boom, it's ready. We got our very first metro station. People are really going to that. We have 2 workers there, so we do need workers for that. I hope that metro stations earn us money, of course, since we do have, well, we do have tickets that we need to sell, naturally. That's the first one. We can also see the sign now. The second one is still under construction, as are the other ones. This one is almost finished. Just over here, the next one we have. And thus we have our first metro network that we need. Very good, very good. Also, we found the blueprint for the plastics plant, another blueprint that is rather expensive, and we don't need to do anything with that anymore. There we have the metro station, so this whole area now is also a bit connected. And what I might do here is, finally, I would like to get rid of these ugly bunkhouses, so we no longer need them here anymore. And what I could have instead is some beautiful or more beautiful houses there, like the apartments. I know they haven't the best quality, but they just look so cute and they just really look Tropican to me. So I would like to have them. Let's have 2 in this spot there as well, just here beside our little beach area. Really nice area this one is. And yes, well, those stations are really used, so I'm really surprised at that. Lots of people go with that. We can also see the amount of people that use it, and there is actually a fee, yes, $2 per usage, and as we can see, we definitely will make some money out of that, I'm pretty sure of. Perfect. Also, these houses have been finished, so there can also then people live in them. We still have some homeless people, but that should not last for so long. We can now continue, and I would like to still go with a bit more industry and stuff like that. So over there, as we can see, we have plenty of space, right? There is lots of stuff that we could do over there. And I definitely would like to do that. So I would like to expand the city. As we can see, we have still lots of room to expand. This area for now we keep open because we have the plantations. This one we can have, and down here this one we can have. Speaking about anything else, this area I would like to reserve for tourists, right? So we should have some tourist area then as well. So for a bit more industry we can continue over here. And for that, we probably will need to move the plantations then into, yeah, some area over there, perhaps. For now, it's a good area for more. Also, wait a second. Industrialization, right? Before I go with anything, we should activate this edict. One thing that I would like to do here is definitely right away more sugar. So we're using sugar already for the rum, I know, but we need another sugar plantation for the chocolate that I want to have. And then we do need plantations for cocoa. And as it works, we do have some cocoa fertility in the area. So I would like to squeeze in some 2 plantations here mostly, or yeah, let's make 2 of them. So one here. And then probably one over here as well, right? So this is an area where we're not going to build anything for too long or for quite some time, right over there. Those plantations will work. Very good. They're of course all going to have the multiculture. Another thing that we definitely do need here, oh wait, now I'm going to activate the industrialization though. There we have it. Issue the edict. That should also finish it. Very good. It cost me 10,000 and we do get 5,000 out of the reward again. So it only cost us half. And I'm so glad you listened to my advice about which floor we should be going to. The others are content to live in the basement, but you and I, we belong in the penthouse. I see the same. Yeah, we have the same opinions here. Then I do need the Teamster office. I haven't built one quite some time, so there we have it. Teamster office. Let's have this one beside the plantation. Then also I would like to have another metro station out there. It just makes sense. Or we have a bus. We have the bus. Wait a second. About the bus. We have a bus right now that goes... It's a bit hard now to decide. Where are the stations? There's the station going there. We have the metro line here now, right? So this is not that much needed anymore. Starting bus is fine. Ending is going to be out there now. So people can travel out there, right? So the bus line we've changed now. So people can commute much more easily over there. And speaking about commuting, they of course don't have to do this forever. So I'm going to add now, first of all, we can finish this whole row there, so the central spot, and around it we can have now more houses, right? Because people that work out there, they will want to, well, live close by. So it might make sense to start building some houses and apartments in this area like this one. Righto. Those things are being built. Next up is the chocolate factory. There we have it. And it's really cheap now, right? So it's 3,200 only thanks to industrialization edict that we can have. And I think we're going with 2 of them. I think we're going to build 2 of these chocolate factories. Chocolate should be one of our specialities. Plantation. We might need a bit more cocoa for that. And I definitely would like to have enough people for my... Oh, wait a second. There we have high fertility for it. Yes, let's have another cocoa. It should definitely be within range of the other ones, right? So here we might squeeze in another cocoa. So they all are still within range. And then one more plantation with the sugar. Yes, we can definitely have the sugar. Okay, I need to cancel this one. We're going to have the sugar plantation right next to it. Like here. This makes a bit more sense. Then we have the Teamster office. That I will have a bit in the central location here. Right, so that whole thing is working. And then we're going to have the chocolate factories, 2 of them. I might just make it here. Two chocolate factories. Perfect. That wasn't so expensive. That is one thing. What else do we have for stuff like that? The weapon factory we could still have. Toy factory, the cannery produces canned creamery. Yeah, we are using everything else. So chocolate is possible here. We can use this area for quite some time, right? So we're going to expand over there naturally, but we're going to stop then as well at some point. And people can actually live close by as well. How good is that? I might just build up a whole area here, to be honest, full of people living and stuff like that. There we have then the ending for it. Then I might have a nice park or something here in the area. I just love how these parks adjust to itself so it doesn't look too repetitive. Very nice. Right, there we still have the mine. It's an iron mine. I might move that somewhere else at some point, but I don't think we have that much iron. There's a bit oh, we're using this one already. Iron. Down here we have more iron, right? But it's a bit further away. Yeah, let's just keep this one for now. And I might actually have something in between then to hide that. Perhaps some houses. Those houses. Wait a second, the apartments we could also have beside it. Yep. Even though that's of course not so pretty. Very good, and after a short period of time we have now both chocolate factories working. There's also the bus now connecting, and as we can see people are using it right away to get to their workplaces there. Oh, quite a lot of them. Okay, that's a very well used bus it seems, going right into city center. There we have them, and they already have cocoa and sugar in there thanks to having a team office right next to them. I think they also look really nice there. Sweet chocolate and dark chocolate, so consumes 200% more cocoa, but no sugar anymore. Doesn't sound so bad. We could also upgrade this one here, increases job quality, and the building requires an additional 15 megawatt of power. Let's not do this for now. So chocolate we built, or chocolate we produce now, and we should also be selling this one soon. The factory workers will have a living right next to that, so yeah, it's not that heavily used yet. Some here and there, but that's it. I might also try to make this a bit more lively than, of course, the whole area by connecting it further with our network, like here, our road network that we have. Right, so there's lots of space now where we can squeeze stuff in, especially also make people work. We should have a grocery store then in the area for all of those people, like here for example then, and stuff like that as we continue now. So more industry we can have here. I think we might also have our car industry then just over there. So the vehicle factory, steel and rubber. Steel we already have, so we only need rubber. Now rubber, I think we need rubber. There it is. We can have it with the plantation. But, oh my goodness, there is not that much fertility for rubber in the area. Here is a good location for it, so we might actually just continue over out here, but that's really far away, gotta say that, just for rubber. No idea if people will actually get there. That's another thing, but then we could really have something there. It's worth trying it out, to be honest, right? So rubber, there we have it. Here we would have to have the plantations. I don't want to have it too far outside really, but they could be boosting each other, right? So let's have 2 of them for now. Let's quick build them. That's for the rubber. They're going to use the monoculture most likely. Decreases the amount of jobs and increases the efficiency. Let's do this definitely. So we need less people out here. And both of them are also paying a bit more, right? So people are less likely to get up there. The bus station is here. They would have to travel all that way. That's hard. That's really hard. We'll just see how this one works out. And if we can actually produce some rubber out there. I might just do it a third. We might also just import rubber, to be honest. Let's have another one here, because then it makes sense to use the multiculture on that. Right, so they can boost each other. That's it. Alrighty. They have workers at least. We'll just see how they get over there. Build a fire station. Another one. Alright. There's no time limit on that, so it's fine. So the people will have to go here, and then it will probably go by foot out there. They could also do some car sharing to get to their workplaces. Well, let's just hope this works out. Steel we already have. And yep, let's do another thing. And that is, we have the money for it. The vehicle factory. There we have it. It's a big building. It's a really big building. And the vehicle factory is going to, yeah, let us produce then some cars. Now we can also follow along the work route of one of my farmers now. So Dirk Schmidt, he's working in the plantation up there. He's really traveling by bus, as we can see. He's leaving, and with all the other farmers, they're going to walk now all the way to that plantation. This is absolutely not a good way, actually. And we do have the money. We could just have a bus line up there. It's 3 plantations after all, right? Yes, let's get a bus network up there as well. The bus garage. Let's have the bus garage out here, so this is going to be used then. We have the space in the area, so I'm going to have the bus garage then, yeah, here beside the vehicle factory, and it can then just move up there as well. Or wait a second, we might have the bus garage beside the, that should work out, yes, beside the mine, right? So we're hiding the mine there a bit. Why not? I'm having a bus station then from here, from this bus station, going all the way out there to the plantations. The vehicle factory is finished as well. It now needs steel. It already has all the steel it needs, so we are no longer exporting steel. It just needs now rubber and produces then some cars out of that. It's also using some 50 megawatt almost of power. We still have a bit of power left then. Let's also see what we could upgrade here. Crash test dummies. So yeah, the people don't have to try the cars out themselves anymore. Let's do that, increasing job quality a bit. Other than that, it's a car company. There are the workers already coming in. It's a pretty big building. It was also a really expensive building. The bus garage is finished, so let's just have the starting bus here and the end bus over there, so people can now finally walk all the, or actually use the bus all the way up there. Set the constitution, immigration, nope, sorry pals, not doing that. And rubber is being produced. Very good, quite a lot of that I hope. Rubber is in and we're producing cars. Oh my goodness, that's big. Cars are going to be very, very profitable, I hope. Or I think. Alrighty, there's the bus now, and as we can see, are these farmers? No, they're not farmers, I don't think so. They're just passing by, but the other bus is now working, and those people can now use that station. And they should, once their shift is over, of course. Really cool, I'm having a lot of fun with this one, stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back to Tropico 6 as we are starting to print money more or less. Well, thanks to also the cars that are in now that we have in the last episode, we can really afford a lot of things now. Now let's just have a look at the vehicle factory real quick. As we can see, the production value is already at $27,000 that we made out of that. It's not really made any income yet as it was a rather expensive building, right? So we're still paying off the initial cost, but it already made a lot of coin, and as we can see, it's also producing a lot of cars already, having all the resources that it needs. Oh, we also have the upcoming elections once again. It's a good idea to just have a look at what is missing right now, and yes, fun is one of them, so I'm going to acknowledge this one right away. We're not going to blame anyone, and I'm promising to add some fun happinesses to that, and that's exactly what this episode is going to be all about a bit of fun. What we can do now is I would like to change this area around my palace there a bit, right? So the palace that we have there in the center, of course, is a very, very good building. And what I would like to do is I would like to move the whole inner area here a bit. So we're going to relocate a couple of buildings now. For example, the library I'm going to move over there. The botanical gardens we're going to move a bit further outside here, even though that doesn't need to be final yet. I'm going to get rid of those 2 park areas there. I'm going to also get rid of this whole road system here, also of this road here, and we're going to relocate the palace all the way up here to this area there now, right? So it's a bit further outside now, the palace, or a bit more behind it, right? So we still have plenty of space then around it. I'm also going to get rid of all of those parks here, so it just needs to be really proper looking, the whole thing. All of this parking area can go. Then we're going to relocate our court, so we might just move the court over there. I'm going to get rid of the newspaper here in the center, as yeah, that location was never really that great anyway. Of course, the newspaper is affecting a lot of people, so it should still be within range of other houses. But let's just check this one here real quick. Let's get rid of this road there, and now we can have a road all the way up there to the palace. What I've already had. And the cool thing what we have now is from the exit of the port there goes a big road right to the palace, and we might just do the same thing then over there somewhere, going a road all the way down here to the tourist sector, right? So that we have these 2 major roads that are really connecting everything. It's probably this road here, because we will get rid of the ranches in there anyway, so that might be something, right? Now the courthouse I can now adjust to where I would like to have it. Most likely, of course, along the street there once again, and most likely also close to the palace, something like that. It's a very important building. We can still add another bigger building than that we should have in the center. So let's just unlock the ministry there real quick. And we could have the ministry now, the House of Ministry here now in the center as well, which is another very big building that's going to be important. It appoints ministers suggested by political factions to improve individual aspects of Tropican society or to gain illegal earnings from accepting bribes. Let's do this one. It's very hard for this building here to decide where there is the entrance and stuff like that. Here we can make this connection complete again. So let me just have this one, this one, this one, all the way up there. That's proper. The newspaper, let's move the newspaper now a bit further away. Probably here actually it can stay. Yep. Right, so we still have a bit of space then everywhere here. We have the customs office that I'm going to relocate. Actually, yes, here, just beside the newspaper. Fantastic. And boom, there we have lots of space here once again where we can add something if we want to. That's looking really good. The courthouse that we can have there, I might just make a park area here or something like that. The palace itself has a park already, right? So we don't need to have a park around before the palace. Just going to have some smaller parks then here and here, right? So something in its surrounding. Of course, it's not looking that good at the moment because we have a mine close by and some small apartments, but we're going to move all of that, of course, at some point further away. So this is my little government district here, right, where we got some high quality buildings and stuff like that. I might just have the library here after all, right? And then we have the commando garrison. I would like to have the commando garrison a bit further outside, so it's going to be over there for now. We might even move this further away later on. We made, once again, a bit more space here in the town center itself. And yes, you know what, let's also move these apartments that we built last time and let's build them here to the plantation, or, well, those are going to be the last buildings here, right? Before the plantation happens, that we have then those apartments there. Also here, more apartments. And I think this one is one that we still need to move. Perfect. Let's have it look proper. So there we have more room then towards that. And that, well, leaves open, once again, a bit of space behind the palace that we can use to our liking. Righto. I would probably... Oh, the ministry is coming along. So this is the next building that we finish now. Beautification is always very important. Let's have a little ornament there, an inspiring statue of El Presidente being surrounded by 2 parks there just behind the courthouse. I think this is looking fine as well, right? So people can enjoy their day then here and marvel at El Presidente. One more thing that we also haven't done yet is we have a high school, right? We don't have a college yet. It's time for that as well. The college, there we have it, cost me 12,000 and provides a college education to citizens with a high education level. So let's just have the college right behind the palace. And it's being surrounded by 2 big parks then just here in the area. That also fits in just nicely. We might, I might need to add some other parks than here, like this one. I think this is better. Let's just keep it for now. We have a couple of fountains there right next to the college that we have then here. I might also just have then some park around that, the small one, and then the road. Very good. So there's the college. The bus garage, let's also move this a bit further away from all of that. Probably, yeah, over there. Right. Plantation, very good. And more space. I will need to get rid of that mine here though at some point now. It's really not looking great there. Now, we're nowhere near finished though. We have the embassies here that I would like to move as well. The embassies, well, important as they are not really fitting in there so nicely at the moment. So let's just have the embassies here for now. The bank I'm going to relocate to this spot here because I think it's a fitting area for a bank right next to the palace and something, and also rather central. So, the only question is how. It's casting a long shadow, to be honest. Let's get rid of this park there and this park there, and then we should be able to have the bank like this. Very good. Then we still have the radio station there once again that I need to move a second time, but it's fine because we're going to get rid now of these houses there. Right, we have too many houses anyway. Let's get rid of that. Have the radio station in this area. I think like so. That will be nice. And once again, we have made up a bit of space over here in this area. I might also now get rid of that house, that road there, that road here, that park. We have the chapel still that I would like to move. And you're still thinking, what the hell am I doing here, right? Well, we'll just find out in a second. Let's have this chapel somewhere over there where it does fit in a bit more nicely, I think, beside those houses there. So we already have people living here, right? Why not just have the chapel there? We still have those flop houses. I might actually just move both of them here in this little corner there, where it fits in just nicely beside the radio station. We have a restaurant. The restaurant, yeah, can actually stay in the area most likely. So the restaurant is going to be somewhere over here beside the embassies, perhaps. Something like that, here in the center or a bit further outside. The restaurant is actually tricky for now. Yeah, let's squeeze it in there for now. We still have a little park there. Let's get rid of that. So we have a whole new block, and what are we going to do with this block? It's going to be our fun district. So we are already using quite a lot of stuff here now. I still have to add a metro station. The metro station can be here, right? So it's definitely in the area where we have all these important buildings. Also the college then that will be hopefully working soon. And then we can have here some fun. And what do we mean by fun? Well, I've promised the Tropico people that we would need a bit of fun then. So I'm going to wait after election, and then we're starting to build that because that's going to be a promise that I need to fulfill. We got the casino, we got the nightclub, and I would like to use these beautiful housings in this area now because they just fit in. What we can do in the meantime is we can complete our advance with our government district. We have another building here, the Trade Institute. Provides a forecast of market trends and allows to manually provoke market trends. Really cool stuff, because with that we could, for example, manipulate car prices to go up, and we're producing cars after all, and decreases also the impact on trade prices caused by exports. Let's have the Trade Institute. It's a pretty cool building, so I might just have it also here beside the courthouse, where it fits in nicely. There we have it, another big government building. Also surrounded once again by some park area, right? So that is what we can do here. So this is really for the looks of it, all of these buildings there. The garrison really just doesn't fit in there. I might need to move this one away then at some point. We're going to need, once we approach modern times, we're going to need 4 embassies, so we need a little block for embassies alone then. Perhaps here beside the bank could also make a bit more sense. This whole thing is going to be the fun area, so casinos and stuff like that. The botanical gardens we're going to keep there for now, even though I don't think we're going to keep them there. I think botanical gardens make more sense further outside. That's fine. And Trade Institute. The ministry has been finished now. A really beautiful building just here in the Tropican center now of power beside my palace. And let's add some people. We have now a couple of departments. So Department of Education, of Defense, Economy, Foreign Power, Interior. And we need to now assign people to that, right? So Education, for example, we have a couple of people now. And we can then also kind of like say in which direction we want to go there, right? So should it go with the communists, with the militarists, with capitalists? And we should definitely adjust them. So defense, for example, is definitely going to be militarist. So that's going to be our minister now. For economy, we definitely want to have the capitalists there. Increases the efficiency of buildings on maximum budget by 7%. The industrialist, mining and oil buildings produce 5% more. The environmentalist says -5 pollution from industry buildings. That's also not so bad. We get a bit of black money there. Communists, -7 construction building. Let's go with the efficiency. Foreign affairs increases efficiency of rates. Industrialist increases base export prices for consumer goods and luxury. That is really good. So yeah, that's what I'm going with. In Department of Interior, rebels and criminals have a 10% chance to lose their role. Increases job quality of all buildings by 2 communists. This is really good. Let's go with that. And Department of Education, efficiency increases the student slots. Militarist is very bad, so we do have -10% efficiency. The capitalist, only rich and filthy rich Tropicans have access to education. Not good. So I would like to go with increases student slots in high schools and college by 2 per teacher. The communist. And thus we have a full staff now working for us in the ministry that is going to make our whole Tropican even more efficient. Now we also have diplomacy. I generally just go with the Western powers, and that's it, right? So this building is now working for us. Especially the additional slots here. So the high school has now a couple of more slots, for example, for students, making the high school even more efficient than before. The Department of Trade is now finished here as well. It's another very beautiful building. I love those buildings there. We can now provoke a bull for something. We need knowledge points for that. I think we have enough knowledge points anyway. It's also just in general telling me what's good and what's bad. Open the trade menu. And price modificator. By the way, do we have all the trades? No, we don't have all the trades. I might just... Yeah, cars. 28% efficiency. Whoa, that's lots of money. 28% increase in price. Let's go with that as well. Setting up a nice car export trade route there now to make a bit more money out of cars. A bit more is good, actually. It's quite a lot. And we can also provoke a bull for something. So wool, tobacco, coal, leather, chocolate, shellfish, cheese, jewelry, and toys. We export cheese, jewelry, and toys. All of them, right? So let's just provoke a bull for this one here. So those prices are now going up as well. Really cool stuff there. Making even more money out of our exports. We have a bit of space here still. We still have a couple of government buildings. The Ministry of Information, for example. We have the Corruption Agency. Some offices perhaps then as well. So this space I'm going to leave open for now. We might just have a little park area here or something like that. Right beside that ministry before we squeeze in another building there. Very, very good. This also leads now the higher prices to record incomes from our trading, so up to 60,000 per trade right now. Now let's just wait for the election. 72%, that should be fine. Yes, and we won by quite a bit. I didn't even need to do any additional edicts or something like that. Of course, the edicts we're going to use if it gets really close. Now with that in mind, we will also need, of course, our embassy, as I said, and there we have the keeping promises for the fun district. My embassy district I would like to have here. So what we're going to do is I'm going to move those houses now a bit further away. I'm probably also going to get rid of this goat range here. Let's have the goats somewhere else. Over there we have, we have the space for it and the fertility. So another ranch here beside that factory for now. Moving this away, and the houses. We can get the houses then actually over there. Right, for now, beside the mine, of course, that's not really pretty. And now we can move the embassies to their definitive location. Let's just see how we would like to place them. Of course, we do need up to 4 then at some point. So I might place them like that. Or like that. Right, then we have, here, And then I will have 2 more here that I can squeeze in. For that we will need to get rid of that road there, this road there, this road, and also... you know what? Actually, let's destroy those houses there. I don't think we need them. Let's just get rid of them. There they are. And then I can just add more embassies here to this area then. It's not that easy. This way, and then we have the road going through it. Perfect. And then we can add more embassies then to this area. Righto. Right. This is what we can do. There we have the embassies then. There I have a bit more space again. The metro station is working now too. There is the restaurant right next to it. It doesn't make that much sense yet. Now we have the fun, happiness, promise. Very good. So now I can start on my little fun district. Let's have a look at that. We have entertainment and luxury entertainment. The fast food joint is also available now. Hooray! And the movie theater. Luxury entertainment, it should be though. So we have the casino. The casino also has the advantage of really making us some money there as well. Casino it is. Perhaps a cocktail bar, definitely a nightclub that we would like to have, and the gourmet restaurant. That is really expensive though. Gourmet restaurant makes sense to have this one close to the palace itself. We have that restaurant now up there a bit, because I would like to have my gourmet restaurant here in the area. The botanical gardens, let's move them a bit further up there. Beside the college, it actually makes sense to have them, right? And the immigration office I still need to move. Perhaps we have them here after all. It's not such an important building, right? Immigration office. Let's have that here with the embassy for now. I might not need it yet anyway. Then we can have now our gourmet restaurant. It's actually 16,000, so this is really expensive. But it's just a beautiful building and it just fits in here nicely beside our ministry and our palace. Next we would have then the casino, so a bit of fun entertainment. We could have then, yeah, well, in this area somewhere. A casino, perfect. And the nightclub, which is another one. Let's have the nightclub here beside the casino or here in the center. Let's have this here in the center. Perfect. Nightclub. A second cabaret would make sense, I think. Also, for normal entertainment, we have the movie theater. Once again, this consumes a bit of electricity, but that should be fine. Movie theater, let's have this one here. We still have the arcades as well. Fun fair, restaurant, another smaller restaurant. Restaurants we really need a lot anyway, right? So it just makes sense to have the restaurant there. A fast food joint also here, so this is a little food mile that we have. Lots of stuff. This is still the government building. Those plantations, of course, they really don't fit to those buildings now that are coming up there, but we're going to move those plantations soon. Right, so up here we still have something. Another cabaret. A cabaret that I could squeeze in somewhere here, hopefully. We might actually just have 2 casinos, to be honest. Yeah, actually it makes sense to have 2 casinos. They're making us a lot of money anyway. While construction is coming along, let's have also some parks in the area here. So as always, the smaller parks for these tiny things here, and that's just fitting in nicely. And also here, very good. As this whole area is taking shape, we might also just make some big, of course there are still more parks that we can unlock later down the road, but that's fine for now. Yeah, let's just have a big park here in the center, behind the casino then. And also here. That's it, around these restaurants, so people can walk around here. We might really have a second casino then in this area as well. And don't forget, we also need still the high residential modern apartments then. Also the offices, so there still needs to be room for all of these advanced buildings then later. And one more thing I would really like to add as well, and that is the radio tower. So that is something we haven't done yet. The radio tower media, there it is, the TV station, increases the liberty nearby, broadcast propaganda affecting citizens, especially effective on children and retired people. It has a huge radius, as we can see, and it's a beautiful building, so we should definitely have this one somewhere here in the center. It just fits in nicely, and I think we should just have it here beside that road. Right next to it, we could then also have, for example, another nice little restaurant. Since that is something people always want and always like, let's have a normal restaurant then here in the city center. Righto, casino is finished, as we can see. Nightclub is finished. We still have a good network balance, but oh boy, it's down again. So our next power plant will be full. The casino is there. The movie theater is there now as well. So fun. I'm expecting this one to really ramp up there now. Movie casino is really full. Our movie theater is full already. We cannot squeeze in more than that. And I might, wait a second, what I'm also going to do is I'm going to move the metro station into this area there. That's a much, much better area to have it. The TV station is finished as well. Beautiful building, and with that we have a negative network balance now. So we need to do something about that. We can also decide what we want. Operates normally, or we earn $10 for each citizen living in the electrified buildings. That's really cool. So let's go with pay TV and just see how much we get out of that. And about the power, we can still raise the budget. Very good. So that's something. Increases job quality. Nope, the building. Nope, nothing else here matters though. So those two are now fully working and also fully utilized. Not that much more that we can do with them. Beautiful. I really like how this whole thing changed around here now. We also got our first skyscraper. And yeah, we can continue here onwards. Stay tuned. A new day is dawning in Tropico, and welcome back to our glorious city. Last episode was quite worth it, I say. We have completely remodeled the downtown center. I mean, just look at these buildings. They look fantastic. Really beautiful. The whole district has changed a lot now here. And yeah, it doesn't stop here. We still want to continue. Let's just have a quick look what's happening. As we can see, for example, the casino is already full. And casinos do make us money. So in that case here, it's definitely worth it to have 2 casinos working for us. And I'm going to do that. So I need to remodel that. As we can see, they're all full, by the way, right? So all of these buildings that we just had here now are completely used. Let's move the casino over there. Oh, wait a second. Let's also get rid of this park there once again. I'm sorry, but I'm going to have this one again soon, right? I'm going to change the casino up here, so we're going to have a street more or less going through that, I think, like so. And I'm going to build a second casino now for us that we have over here, right? So both of them are now then here in the center. And both of them are working for us then, hopefully. Well, they should work, of course. Right, so both of them are now under construction. This one here is the next one. In fact, we can just quick build it so that it's ready as well. There we have then the road, right? The road goes all the way here into the center where we have this nice plaza then as well. And on the other side, we might just squeeze in yet another little park area or something like that for our center, our glorious entertainment center that we have. There we might actually squeeze in something then as well. Seeing that the restaurants are already full again, and so quickly of that, even the gourmet restaurant is full all the time, we might need more of them, right, to make people even happier than that. This is our little center now. Very cool, I think. And of course, around it, we're going to add more and more stuff. Especially then high quality buildings here once we go to the modern era. Those plantations here I would like to move now. They don't make sense here anymore in this area. So this, for example, is my corn plantation. It's my very first plantation that we had, and it's a very important one, right? But it no longer serves a purpose so close to the city. Then we have our tobacco. Now the cool thing is tobacco is high fertility over there in this area, right? So I'm going to move both of my tobaccos. This one here. Oh, I only have one. But I've got lots of sugar. The sugar plantations I'm going to move as well to this area. So there we have now all the plantations then. There's a bit of coffee. Where can we squeeze in some coffee? Also over there. So this is a really good location, by the way. Having a lot of fertility ready. Let's have the road connection. And let's have the road connection there. The next plantation, this one here, the sugar once again. So sugar we should have then close by. And of course, we're going to use then the multi-crops then again. There we have the tobacco that we can squeeze in just perfectly fine in there. Something is blocking though. Oh, right, this street is not straight. Why is it not straight? Now it's straight. That's pretty important. We don't want to have these strange curvy roads in the middle. And this plantation here. Fantastic. They can all boost each other. And the pineapples that we still have, that squeezes in just fine here. It's not the highest fertility. I might just have something else. Sugar. I don't have anything else anymore. Okay, then it's going to be sugar. It's yellow, but it's still going to be fine because we're boosting it. Another sugar over here. And the pineapples. The pineapples are actually pretty important because we need that for the canned food. So I'm going to add the pineapples then there as well. Lots of plantations here, right? What's important? Well, workforce. How do we get all the workforce now into this remote location? There is a ranch here as well. Let's have this one. I'm going to place now a metro station out here as well. So the metro station right here in the center makes a metro station. We could have a bus system, to be honest. It makes more sense, right? Oh, and we have a drought. A heat wave is affecting us right now, and it's reducing the efficiency of all plantations and ranches that we have. The Teamster office, I'm going to move over there to those people. Drought, alright, do not worry, the predictions of flash fires burning down buildings are surely overly cautious. However, we may have to switch off the palace water slide for a few days, and it may also be prudent to consider taking steps to address the concerns of the citizens. Work goes on, life goes on, conserve water for residential buildings, and pray for rain and hope for the best. Since we have a bit of money, let's reduce the efficiency of our industry for now a bit. As we can see, the plantations totally stopped working, 1%, right? So they are not working at the moment. I just hope that my factories do have quite a lot of in store. The cigar factory here has 4,800. Since we are on a drought, it might be also advised to have a second fire department working for us. There we have it. We have one over there. Right, so it might be a good idea to have another one here close to those industry areas. So let's have a fire department over there. Let's also just quick build it, just in case there is a bigger fire now coming towards us. It might be wise to have that. We also finish the environmentalist quest with that. Let's have the environmentalist standing, of course. This solitary restaurant I'm going to move now. I'm going to move it, here to this area where those people live, so they have something. Perfect. There we have lots of space now for residential buildings, towers and stuff like that. This is fine. The only thing now is, how do we transport people over there? Well, by bus. Let's just check our bus network. We do have a couple of bus stations. There it is, the ending stop, right? The ending stop goes now all the way up here. So we just move this one now into this area. So people can still travel now to this area. Very good. That's that. My power plants, I might also move them a bit further away. They're really creating a lot of pollution. We might also consider the nuclear power plant now. By the way, we got the blueprint from that from a treasure hunt. They are very good, of course, but they have the risk of having a super GAU and thus totally destroying the surrounding. So yeah, that's interesting to consider, I guess. Boy, it is hot in my town. There is basically no plantations working anymore, and we got this glimmering effect over everything, and all my industry buildings are reduced. Also, my ranches are totally not working at the moment. We might use this moment to get rid of those plantations here. They are not really working that good anymore. We got some cattle and sheep here. The sheep I will now move. Yep, very good. We could have this one here, actually. It's being then affected by the plantations that we have. So that is sheep number 1. Sheep number 2. Let's also move this one. This is more or less than our little agricultural district, right? A bit further away than from everything. And the cattles. The cattle. Yeah, we might have that in the forest. I could also have it on the other side or somewhere further out here. That makes sense. Beside the factory. Why not? Having a bit of space again. And the Teamster office, I'm also moving out there a bit into this area there. Thus making a bit of room here in the center. The cool thing about those disasters is that my allies, as we can see, are sending me disaster relief. So we get free money on top of it because, you know, it is so strong for us. It is so catastrophic for us, this event. We're absolutely going downhill and we need all that money. Give me all the money. Let's just have a look at the Eastern Bloc. I don't think the Eastern Bloc really has money to give us. We could still ask for financial aid, you know. It is a time of crisis and we get some 20,000 out of this. And the Western powers, let's also ask them another 20,000 on top of that. How good is that? Why not? By the way, Western powers, we should request an alliance. Let's do this one here.
Even where they're not.
We have to be careful. Communism is everywhere. They've taken over Hollywood. They're running the banks. Heck, there's even some red in the red, white and blue. Even the flag turned against us. It's worse than I thought. Finnish sabotage acts against the Eastern Bloc. We could also finish this one right away. Let's do this. Yep, and let's set diplomatic state of Western powers to alliance. Eastern Bloc, of course, doesn't like us that much anymore, so it was a good idea of asking for financial help before going with alliance with the Western powers. And why do we know that we live in a tropical paradise? Because there's sheep literally running around in my beautiful plazas. What are you doing here? I guess they kind of escaped their ranches. There's lots of sheep running around everywhere here, going some places. Now, of course, it's because I've moved the sheep ranches to the other side and the sheep are now actually, they have to travel over there before this one is working again. This is really interesting. Well, that's that. Also, as we can see, there's some shacks building around the ranches now. That's because, well, basically, we have now those workplaces so far out there. So what I need to do is I need to build some houses up there as well, unfortunately. They're going to be in a pretty remote location as far as I can see, but it's still going to be fine. So let's just see, we have 51 homeless people now because of that. So let's just have some apartments. It's basically the only thing I can do for now. And let's have us, actually, you know what, let's create a nice little apartment area here, or for those apartments there in this area there, right? So we have a few blocks available. That should be close by, should it? I guess it should be close by. Or we create it here. Let's create it here, right? So we can have those apartments there, like so. Let's make 3 and let's make another 3 here, right? They're being then connected by a nice park that goes through them, like so. Also here. Righto. And here we still have a bit of space for other buildings then, for higher quality buildings later on. Let's also finish this whole area with a park. That's going to be a nice residential zone. We might also add here, for example, because they're, you know, farmers working mostly. So it makes sense to have a smaller tavern here perhaps, where people can enjoy their day at a few cheap drinks if they want to. And we might also add a fast food restaurant to the area. Here, perhaps. Also a nice little park. After all, we're not savages. A bit of ornaments go a long way before the before the farming area starts, right? So that's here, and we can still add some more better buildings than in this area. We might actually also expand, because that is something we can do. Yes, we can also expand those apartments then over there. More or less. This is looking fine. I think this is going to be very good. There we have the bus. I might need another metro station than here somewhere. Something like that. There's going to be more buildings, of course. We also have the fun fair that we still need. The arcade. Let's build the arcade. Something for fun as well. Over here, perhaps. There we have the nightlife district. Let's have the arcade in the area. Here. Let's have it here for now, so that we have a bit of a building here. Nightclub, cocktail, golf course. Childhood museum. We could have a museum, a mausoleum. I'm not dead yet. I'm not going to have that. Oh, how good is that? Also, the heat wave is over again, so all of my plantations hopefully start working again. We still have the garbage dump there for the people. It's creating a lot of pollution, as we can see. I'm going to put it over here now, right? So it's right next to the power plant and stuff like that, and it's affecting all of these new buildings there. And we have more room. Oh, so much space for expansion. That's beautiful. So much space. The same thing we could then achieve on the other side as well. There is the range on fire, the gold range. But it's only one fire. It was really only one fire that we had in this heat wave. Now, it is the 1970s. We should actually be in the middle of the Cold War. Let's actually, before we go for modern times, let's steal one of these monuments here. For that, however, we do need the Spy Academy. Spy Academy, where do we have that? There it is, a pretty big building. It's the next one. So remember, we have the Pirate Grove, then we had our Garrison Commandos, and now we have the Spy Academy, right? These buildings provide then all of those heists and raids that we can do. Now for the Spy Academy, once again, it's all about location, location, location. It is actually a building that, oh, look at that, we have shacks here. Not good. Yeah, let's have the Spy Academy here, I think, right? In that center. And we are going to surround that with some parks as well. Getting rid of those ugly shacks. They have no right to exist here in the center. Also, our new residential area is coming along. I love that. Look at how detailed it is, and those buildings are coming up. It's actually a very nice residential zone here. All of them will get, of course, some electrification to further improve the housing quality. We've also, by the way, finished the fun promise, right? It just vanished. There was no window this time, and we have succeeded with that. Of course, since we have this whole thing here, this whole area. Both of those casinos, by the way, are almost fully used. That's just insane, and they're making us a bit of money there as well on the side. Good to see that. As this is coming along, perfect, and it starts to be a bit more lively. Hopefully people are moving in. This one is already full, very good. The other ones will follow. Something to eat here, and then the plantations. Those plantations, let's actually set all of them to a higher budget, so they produce a bit more efficiency. And I think multiculture is activated, yes. And what we can see is that we have some high efficiency for all of that. Canned food trade route is over, so we need to find us a new good trade route there. Not very good ones, unfortunately, at the moment. At least not the export ones. There is cheese. We don't have cheese yet, so let's make a smaller cheese export contract there as well. Can I still upgrade something here? So increase the efficiency. Yes, we have the extensive fertilization for tobacco. Increases efficiency by 50% for tobacco. Who doesn't like that? So we are at 170% efficiency right now on these tobacco plantations. We have the corn. I don't think for corn we really do need a whole lot. Sugar is fine. Pineapple increases efficiency of nearby plantations. Upkeep of nearby plantations reduces that, why not? Then we have the goatee here, and there we have two of those sheep ranches. Both are working with good efficiency. Also, yep, veterinary vaccination increases efficiency by another 10% for each ranch. Definitely something worth considering. Very good. The next apartments are getting some people living in them. And we've also finished the Spy Academy, finally. So there is something coming along. Beautiful. I love those buildings. And with the Spy Academy, what we can do now is we can start heists in the Cold War. And one of them is now the Statue of Liberty, Great Things, Colosseum of Rome, or the Basel Cathedral. I'm very much torn between Colosseum and Statue of Liberty. Both of them are pretty good. Immigrants arriving on Tropico are 100% happy and approve of El Presidente. Increases all tourist ratings and provides fun to visiting citizens. Right? The Colosseum, the overall happiness of citizens only takes into account their food and fun happiness. That is really cool as well. So as long as we have enough fun and enough food, people will be always really happy. That's a really nice permanent bonus. This one here, that decreases over time the longer the people are then in that. So I'd rather go with, I guess, with the Colosseum of Rome. Let's steal this one. We just would need to find a really suitable location for that. I think, yeah, over here somewhere in our fun district already, we might have it. Or we might squeeze it in somewhere here as well. Don't forget, this is going to be our tourist area. So having something close to tourists makes sense. And all those ugly factories, they're going to disappear here anyway, right? So no big deal. Oh, and we're coming along with the Colosseum. We plan to miniaturize the Colosseum using state-of-the-art shrinkology, then smuggle it out through the catacombs, but the catacombs don't go under the Colosseum. There are tunnels underneath it, but they go nowhere. We must dig tunnels under the tunnels if the plan is to work. We can either build custom mole machines or build them or buy them off the top secret shelf. Deliver cars to Spy Academy 180. That is something that we can do, or we can just spend 20,000. Let's deliver cars to the Spy Academy. So I just hope the game kind of like, you know, does that. In now needs to go the cars. We produce cars over here, quite a lot of them. We should actually have all the cars by now. They just need to be transported in order to, yeah, steal the Colosseum. There is some transporters, but none of them is getting us the cars. I think they're all rather busy, those Teamsters. I think we will also need more Teamsters, to be honest, if we want to make this work. We also got lots of unemployed citizens and lots of homeless citizens, so there is a bit of a problem piling up. And by the way, we've also surpassed 1,000 Tropicans in our little village here. That we can call like that. Now, what can we do? I would like to do a couple of things, actually. We have a beautiful housing area there now, and I would like to create a little factory district over here, right? So this is going to be just factories. This is just going to be focusing on factories, this whole area. I'm once again going to move my garbage dumps. Yeah, we're going to move them out here, close to the plantations. They're still going to reach a lot of people here, especially now all the factories that we're going to build. I'm going to move the cannery and the tobacco factories now over here, right? So they're going to work over there. There's the tobacco plant or the tobacco factory. Let's build a second tobacco factory then right away. A cigar factory, sorry, here. And then a second cannery that we're also going to use then. There it is. So just here. Yep, just here. Very good. Cannery. There we have a bit of space. I might want to squeeze in a little restaurant in the area. So we have a fast food restaurant and a normal restaurant then in the area. Let's also beautify this one a bit, you know. So once again, we want to have a couple of ornaments here at least where we have normal buildings. There is already the metro station. This metro station is going to function for this whole area there, beside those factories. The cool thing is the cannery and the tobacco or the cigar factory, they take their storage with them when I'll relocate them. I was worried there a bit. We delivered also the cars now to the Spy Academy, so I'm guessing that the Colosseum is coming in soon. Then we have our power plants. We're going to have to move them as well. I'm going to move the power plants now up here, both of them. So we can still add, and that's what I'm going to do, is I'm going to add a third power plant to the area here, just beside them, right? So that's that. Lots of remodeling there of my little city. Now with that, what we can see is, yep, what I need to do is I will probably need to build a second transmitter. So this one here, the electric substation. Let's just see where we have the power actually. I think we're going to need it over here somewhere. That's tricky. How far do they go? Electricity? No. My whole town still has electricity, so that's fine. Why do we not have electricity then here? Are they not producing it now? Oh, they don't have the workers. Righto. Workers need to go over there. And I hope they're doing this quickly. Yes, there they're coming in. All of them. Very good. As we build the next factories. We're getting a bit low on money there, so I would really like to wait until we finish those factories. And so they can really start pushing out resources again. I'm also building another Teamster office in the area, simply because we just need them. We need a lot of these Teamster offices everywhere. It's a bit tricky where to place that though. Have we upgraded this one? We already have this one here upgraded. I'm going to increase the budget for all Teamster offices as well. It just should work, to be honest. We're going to monitor this one closely. Next cigar factory, next cannery are on their way as well. That's very good. That's going to be very good for exporting. And we might, since this is turning out to be a good big factory district then, we might have a cargo airport here in the area then as well. Somewhere along the lines. We'll see about that. Next factory coming up, that's also workplaces that we create here, so that's another cool thing. Creamery, since we have milk close by, I might just build another creamery as well, to further optimize my work flow. Somewhere here that we still have now lots of roads. This road here we can get rid of. We built that at some point, no longer needed. Just beside all these plantations here, all of that coming up. Oh, I love it. Stay tuned. What's up everyone? Hello and welcome back to Tropico, where we just exported $94,000 with just one export. That was a lot of cars that we just sold there, gotta say that. But only to immigrants, so immigration is slowing down while the money goes up. How perfect is that? 1976 we are right now, looking at our bustling town. 1,100 people. But what we can see is the happiness is not so high, or the support rating I should say. Let's just have a look at my the politics. First of all, there we have our different groups and factions. So we also got a few capitalist factions here, but also very important, the happiness. And the overall happiness is only at 60 right now. Reason for that is actually food is really good, but healthcare, faith and crime safety. Crime safety is really low. Let's just have a look around real quick. What is going on there? Crime safety. We do have some bad areas. This whole thing here. Mostly because of the nightclub, the metro station here. We could upgrade them in modern times then to increase the crime safety around metro stations with public lighting. But for now, well, we have to work with something more profane, something more simple, and that would be the police station. Not only the police station though, I'm also going to add something else real soon. So let's just build the police station, a second one. Also something else is we could have a prison now. So enables you and the police to arrest people and keeps them in custody. Very good stuff. There is, I think, also with our courthouse the option then of making some money out of these people, right? So they work for us. Let's have the prison a bit further outside. I think here, yeah, right beside my power stations, my industry area, we might have a little prison area there as well. Even though this is a beautiful place, we have lots of beautiful places here in Tropico. I guess over there we have to sacrifice that for the prison now. We could of course get the prison then to another place as well, but that's still fine. Another raid has been completed. We're still also waiting now on the modern times, getting the Colosseum. And as we can see, this raid here is coming along, so we should be finishing this soon. We also have a treasure hunt on the Pirate Cove, and the Commando Garrison have that as well. I'm just going to add a few more treasure hunts to the area. We could also get some blueprints, but I think treasure hunts is more fun because it mixes the whole thing up. Now that is one thing. The other was faith, right? Oh, let's have a look. Do we have something else for faith? The asylum we have. That's it. So we have one cathedral already. Do we want to have a second one? One is over there, and as we can see, it's totally overloaded. Yeah, we could have a second cathedral, and you know what? Let's place a second cathedral here to this area. And a cathedral is usually a pretty big building, so let's also have some ornaments around it. I think this just fits to a cathedral just nice. The police station, the cathedral, we can move this around later again. Oh, and I see we have a fire station here. Right, totally forgot about that. Healthcare was also rather low. We have one hospital. That's probably not going to cut it anymore. This hospital is pretty full, so let's also have a hospital in this block here once again, so close to the police station. We then also use a hospital, and once again I would like to keep a bit of space between it. It should not be looking so meshed together, everything, right? And those parks just do a very good role, except for this one here perhaps. Let's get rid of that again, and let's just have a small park there to finish this off, right? And here we can have then normal houses, for example, and stuff like that. That's some very expensive buildings here that are coming along now. Now, when we look at the additional buildings that we have, for example, here we have the inspiring billboard. Needs to be placed next to a road and increases the approval of each driver by. So I guess the approval of me that we could have. Let's have those billboards there. Let's have one here by my ministry. Alright, it's not looking so great. Let's have another one by the docks. So every new person that comes into the game here sees me, right? Something like that. And perhaps also on the other side. It's 1,000 for each one of them, so it's actually quite expensive. Where do we have lots of people passing by? Those roads are quite trafficked, so here we can have another one. Poor people.
Mind control lasers are finally in orbit,
Oh,
Presidente.
orbital mind control laser. Penultimo, what are you up to now? Our scientists are working night and day on the necessary flight calculations and will eventually work out how to get it out of Venusian orbit and somewhere close to our own planet. We could hire a few more nerds to speed things up. Alright.
Reporting in.
Reporting in, the blockage has been flushed. The cobbler has not been compromised. Inform cryptology to cancel the cipher cutout and tell my controller that I want cress on my croissant. Agent P out. Orbital mind controller. Alright, that's just Penultimo. He's having way too much time available. By the way, I was in the process of getting more industry into this area. We should also, well, say the same for the rum. So I would like to move the rum now away from that area, a bit further outside here. Perhaps even, yeah, over there behind my power stations. I'm, by the way, also building a Teamster office here. Let's just finish this one quickly. Up it goes. Let's also add a second shift to that. Let's also go with loose load limits and increase the budget of it a bit higher there. Very good. Higher and higher it goes. Metro station. Yeah, it's getting a bit close there. Oh, we get another election so soon again. Alright, we have the problem with faith. Praise the capitalists, blame no one, and improve on crime safety, housing, faith, happiness, healthcare. This is all very, very difficult. Let's make healthcare, because we just built we're just building a hospital, right? So it's definitely going to get increased now soon. So we can work on that. The cannery has no fish and pineapple in store. I do have the next Teamster office ready. We definitely have pineapple though, lots of that. So there's definitely a transport problem here. So the Teamster offices are very much needed. Alright, for the rum. I might want to move the rum now. We could move it here around the mine, so we still have a bit of space in this area, right? Having some... Either we have some wrenches there, we could probably squeeze them in. Yes, that would work out just fine. I can never have enough wrenches, so that's wool and milk. We need both of them, right? So wool and milk wrench. Llama has wool, goat has milk only. A crocodile has leather, the cattle has meat and hides. Let's go with sheep again, but let's have a bit of a distance between them. There they are. Let's build them quickly. I like the quick build function. And let's also give them the sheep conveyor line and the veterinary vaccination. This one gives them 102% right away. Right, so that we get a few more raw materials for the cloth and the textile production. Now about that, I do have over here somewhere my clothing factory, my clothing industry. Textile mill, there it is, right? So this is producing cloth out of wool. Having one here. I'm going to move this one now. I mean, you know, this whole area here needs to be cleared at some point. We're going to have the tourists here. So I need to start clearing those areas there. Plus, we also need jobs. So I'm going to add a second textile mill to this. So we have 2 cigar factories now. Both are working. We have 2 canneries. Only one is working. The other one, due to transportation problems, of course. That's fine. The textile is here. I think we had something else still. We would have the steel. I'm going to move the steel now up here north, right? So where we have some plantations already. We have the bus station there. We have the car factory. So over there, far at the end of the whole thing, we have the steel, which is just an ugly, dirty thing. So let's just have it outside, further away, the steel. There we have the jewelry for the gold, so that can also stay over there. Even though I'm not entirely sure how much more gold we are going to use, right? I'm not entirely sure if we continue with that industry. The tannery, another very dirty one, that has the hides and the leather, right? But it's very close to my ranch with the cattle, so I'd rather have this one here still for now. We have another power shortage. That's because a new factory is in town. Let's also increase the budget for this one. And we could have the pollution filters on all 3 of them to reduce their pollution. Let's do this. 400 megawatt we now have available. My approval ratings, they could be better, let's be honest. I'm just hoping that the new hospital here now is doing a good job. Let's also increase its efficiency and add a second wing to it, so that it can get more people. And there it is. We have completed the heist.
On your desk, that is the real Colosseum. If you look closely.
And as we jam to the tunes in the background, we've completed another trade route here for oil. That was one of the missions. It was an import, right? So oil is not really something that I need. We can take that moment here to just check our other things. So cigars, as we can see, is coming to completion soon. The cars that we're exporting is still right on track. We're not exporting any cigars right now to the eastern bloc because we have this one here still intact, so it doesn't spread it out, right? So it works on that first and then it goes to this one. Cheese is also on the way. We have one available. Let's just see what new stuff. Well, canned goods would be a possibility. We are producing that after all. Rum, not a good price. That's it though. Let's have a bit of canned food that we can export.
Some time, Presidente. I'm not sure how much or what it cost. And for God's sake, don't tell me.
Alright, get a random blueprint. The telepheric station we have unlocked with that now as well. Alright, the next textile mill is coming along. My garbage dump has lots of work here to do, right? So lots of industry close by. And I should also hope that now there's not that much piling up here anymore. Very good. This is looking much better, right? Not 3,000 anymore in store. We also got the first prisoners now in detention. So they're paying us hopefully something. And we should definitely have increased crime safety with that. I like to see that, yes. This is looking better now. And also the approval rating is going up. So crime safety, okay. Actually didn't go up that much. But at least my support is good. Since the election is in 15 months, we might just use this to also have a tax cut on all my citizens. 3,400 costs, and this one here is definitely giving me a nice approval increase. Penultimo, of course, agrees with that. Let's do this tax issue and let's just watch it. Oh my goodness, more than 12% approval rating increasing, or increasage there to that. Perfect. Now, we still have way too many people homeless, as we can see. 80 citizens are homeless right now. I can only describe it. Yep, there are some homeless here around the plantation. They don't want to use the bus all the time. So what I could do for those poor people, at least build something like a small flop house. Let's build 2 of them here for those people so they can live there. I would also like to have another apartment in this area, right? Where we have already some houses, where we only merge this one at some point now anyway, right? With the major town. And over here, those houses are now mostly full as well. So we need more housing. I guess also on that side here, it might just be nice. This is the Colosseum area. So this is where I want to have the Colosseum. But around that, we can have our houses. Let's move the creamery. It's a pretty big building. The creamery. Alright, let's move it there for now. We don't need any other power plant for quite some time. Plus, I would like to remove them for the nuclear power plant then. And anyway, jewelry workshop. We're not having enough gold. We have 1 gold mine. It doesn't seem to be enough. Oh, righto. We have built a plantation right over the gold. I'm going to build a plantation here. Right? The cool thing is we can take away some of those fields. So we have reduced the efficiency of that, but it's still over 100%, right? So it's still doing a good job here, the coffee. Of course, it's not ideal, but it's what we can do. I can also see a lot of bunkhouses out there. So people are still not liking to live here. I might also add some more houses. Flop houses. Official residence, the tenements for lower quality. I don't like them, so I'm not going to use them. We are going to use apartments. So we could have more apartments here. And I guess it makes sense. 2 more here. And some houses. Righto, let's add some houses there to the area as well. We are going to remove a lot of them again once we have unlocked the modern houses or the modern buildings. Then the whole thing changes again, but for now, that's doing fine. Now, we still have the rum here that I wanted to move. So for the rum, we're going to do a couple of things actually. I would like... Oh, we are getting attacked by the Eastern Bloc. What is that? Forces are attacking. Eastern Bloc is attacking us. First of all, we could probably... We of course want help from my Western Bloc, but they don't seem to be helping us right now. We do need something of our own. Let's just have a look here. So an army base provides a tank squad to fight, and also the barracks here, right? So those two thingies, let's just place them somewhere out here for now. Where's the entrance? There is the entrance. Going to have now this one. Let's just see. Oh my, that road system sometimes is messing with me. Let's just see. I need to hurry up there. Currently we are losing a war. Let's have this one here. Going over there. And then also the barracks. Of course, we have the rubble here. Now it's gone. Still not gone. Come on. Go away. Now it's gone. And the barracks. Let's finish this one. Let's finish at least this one here instantly. Our army headquarters now. Disabled by pacifist state. Oh goodness. Defend buildings.
The enemies of freedom are everywhere, even where they're not. That is how dangerous.
Okay, we have to be careful. Communism is everywhere. They've taken over Hollywood. They're running the banks. Expel Eastern Bloc from embassy. I'm going to decline this one here. Where's the attack, by the way? Still haven't seen that yet. There it is. There is the Eastern Bloc attacking. And can we change the constitution? We should. Pacifist state. There it is. Since when did I go with that? Militia soldiers require no education. In case of military conflicts, each barracks will provide one militia squad. And soldiers are required to have at least high school education. Damage of squads is increased by 10%. Military standing is increased. Let's make the militia for now. Let's confirm those changes. Now my barracks should work. Righto, so we got a few people. I'm going to pay them well. Squads deployed by this building will use a truck and upgrade the squad to modern infantry. Very good. Let's also build the army base real quick. It's going to cost us a bit, of course, but it's hopefully going to be worth it. Upgrade the troop type to tank Mk2. Well, let's not do that yet. Right, there they are. Where are they attacking? Oh, they're attacking my vehicle factory. You are kidding me. I'm expecting my soldiers to get out there now. Alrighty, they have started the attack.
I'm sure the good
Election allowed freely. We have an election right now in the middle of an invasion. Alrighty, and out they go. The first truck is leaving. This one here, the workers still need to get to the army base. Oh, that's embarrassing. Souvenir shop, alright, canned food. By the way, my treasure hunts are still working fine. Okay, one squad is on the way. We need to defend the vehicle factory. It's bloody expensive. I mean, we can only be glad that the Eastern Bloc is only really having one squad attacking us right now. Okay, the truck is standing. And it's not attacking. Why are we not attacking? Alright, we are attacking, so they're losing right now. Alright, one is down, two is down. We also lost one already. Okay, another one is down. That's all the Eastern Bloc can do. Ah, there's another attack. Yes, I was thinking like that. Oh, and they're going to actually destroy the cathedral here now. It's those guys there. Okay, we got lots of people now on the way, plus some tanks as well. No!
Presidente, I know you.
Alright, we lost the cathedral. Just my troops just fighting out of the trucks, it seems. Okay, but the tanks are coming in now. Perfect. Oh yes, I like that, baby. That's some shooting, and they have been defeated. So those tanks are really, there's something. At least they've defeated them a bit too late, and we need to pay 12,000 to rebuild that cathedral. Insane. Alright, I just hope that, first of all, we don't get so many attacks now, and second of all, that this here doesn't cost that much. I'm going to reduce the budget now for all of them. And I just hope that we don't have to pay that much. 175 and 100 per month. Right? So it's 200 per month. That's fine. That's something we can afford. Hopefully. Now, interesting. The attack is over, so we can focus again a bit on our things. So first of all, Eastern Bloc. We cannot do anything here anymore, right? We cannot praise them or anything. We're just bad with them. The Western powers, they didn't help us one bit. So I'm going to get some money from them, right? So 20,000 we got. At least that's something. Now, actually, before the attack happened, there was something else I wanted to do. And that is, I wanted to move my rum.
Presidente, and all listening spies. I assure you all that no sensitive information will be transmitted during this conversation.
Okay, but we have a small problem, President, and request your help. The collective respects your methods and your flexibility. In many ways, you are our go-to dictator. Build a cocktail bar near the Eastern Bloc embassy. That is something I can do. So with that, we can increase our rating with them again a bit. We should be doing that. And I think that one here is doing it too, right? No. No idea. We'll see. What I wanted to do is I wanted to move the rum up north, right? So a bit further away, together with the sugar. Now let's just have a look at my sugar plantations. I should have 2 here or 1. 2. I've got 2 here. I'm going to move them, those sugars. Up here we have some high fertility with the sugar, right? So let's have both of them in this area. Number 1. And number 2, that's you. I'm going to move them up here. And I'm also going to move the rum distilleries up north to them. Number 1. And number 2. It's a bit further away from the city now, but that's fine because basically they pollute the air anyway. Now that is okay-ish. It's still a bit far away though, right? Nah, it should be fine really. We have also the houses here living close by. And we have now the sugar here as well. They need sugar, so they can work on that right away. I might actually have a third one here as well. Since we're producing that much sugar, they're both really stuffed here as we can see. Having another one is totally fine. Now, there is the bus station. I was wondering where the bus station is. We might do something else. We might move, I'm sorry for that, but we might move the rum just up here, behind the vehicle factory. Because they have then direct access to the bus station, and thus people can use it. And thus people use this one here it's more likely they use that, right? So behind the factory. We have now the rum. So this is another little factory district now. The plantations are fine though, because there's the high fertility for that. This is an interesting location here with some very interesting stone.
Look right.
And this is my second industry quarter now. This is the big industry quarter here that we're building up though, right? So this is the more important one. So far so good. We've also survived our first real attack from another superpower. Wasn't that superpower moosh? Stay tuned. What's up everybody, hello and welcome back to a beautiful Tropico 6 city that we have on our way to the Megacity. Well, Megacity is always a bit exaggerated, but well, basically just a big city that we want to have here. Yeah, and we're coming along splendidly. The city is shaping, of course it's not looking very modern yet, but it's going to soon. I'm still in the process of remodeling my city a bit, so we do have, as we can see, the downtown, right, that is still continuing to grow now here. Over there we have the industry, the tourism sector then soon. Right now there's still a bit of industry. Over here I've already removed or relocated a few industry buildings, and we are now continuing with that in this area. Now what we have over there is the logging camps at the moment. I would like to get more or less, well, rid of them. Over here in this area we have lots of trees available, right? So here at the end more or less of my city. So I'm going to move now. I'm going to relocate a couple of them. I think, yeah, well, actually, let's do all 3 of them, I'd say. There is another one. And this one here. Oh, wait a second. That's both of them, yes. We have that logging camp there still, that we can have here as well, right? So we can spread them out a bit if we want to. We don't have to have them together so closely. And there is one that's already not really well situated anymore. Anyway, let's move this one, I guess, over here, right? So into this area there. Perfect. There is the next one. Now, also, what comes with that is the lumber mill. So the lumber mills we are going to move up here a bit. Right, a bit closer to them. I guess in this area there it should be fine. We use 2 of them. We're going to need them still for basically forever, I think, because the planks they provide are very, very useful. And we need them for quite a few things, right? So that's on the way. The furniture factory that is already using those planks is very important to have it up here as well, right? So it's close to the plank making. And the same goes for the toy workshop that we have over there. The toy workshop is moving with the furniture factory. In fact, we might have the toys in there, and I'm just going to build a second furniture factory to make more money out of that. There we have it. Coming up now. Also, we have the Teamster office here. It still has use here because we have the Fisher Harbor, we have the docks. Let's have this one here, right? So because we still have a few things there. It's close by. This one can stay. I think that's it for now. We have the jewelry workshop that we can also move, and that is fitting in just nicely there, right? So let's have this one. Also, since we now have so many factories here, what I would like to do is I would like to have another metro station. And this metro station is basically up here north, close to all of these factories there, and close to all of the factories that we're going to have here then yet. So there's going to be lots more, of course. Looking good, looking good. We have now plenty of space here once again to add some more houses. So housing, as always, is a bit of a problem. I'm going to add... I guess I'm going to add... Ooh, how should we do this one here? I could add... I'm going to have one here, and then we have some other buildings there. And in that case here, we definitely want to have another restaurant, right? Because lots of people are living here now in this area, and it's definitely making the town just more beautiful, having all of that. Fast food, part of our culture. Let's add some fast food restaurant to the area. Also, this is interesting. Also, by the docks, over here, what we can have is the fun fair. There it is, an entertainment area. This needs water. Oh, okay. It needs to be on a beach, right? So we can't have this one. Alright. So this is not working out, but others will. Another thing that we want to have here is the grocery store. It's always something that people like, being able to purchase stuff. That's one thing, and we might also add another high school, to be honest, because we only have one high school for now, and those high schools are really important for the general education of my people. So let's have another high school just here in this area. We might also add a second library. In fact, we could have another circus out here now, right? So this is providing a bit of fun for all of those sexy people that we have. Something here by the docks. The circus by the docks. I think this is fitting in. We also could have, let's just see, another theater in the area. That I would like. We still haven't found anything else for that, but we will. Those are important. Why? Because if there's nothing in its surrounding, those people are not very likely to move in, right? So we still need to provide, of course, some fun and happiness, some restaurants, some jobs in the area as well. Otherwise, people don't like it. And of course, some green area between all of them. I might have a street going here, like so. Just for the sake of it, so it doesn't look like one huge block that no one needs. And I might add, we have so many options at this point. The one gourmet restaurant that we have is working out really fine, so we might have another one here in the area. Even though those gourmet restaurants... Nah, let's not have a gourmet restaurant there. At least for now, here I know what we could be doing here now. So some additional normal houses like that, right? And so they can also work then here with some parks in between. So they're going to have these parks. These parks are working as walk paths as well for the citizens, right? As long as they're not using a car or something like that. And this house you can still leave in this area. That's quite important. What I've just seen though is that in this area, beauty is not really high. That is because of, I think the tavern is doing something. The ruin here is doing something. Not those two, though, yes. But I don't think so. I don't think that those are doing anything bad here. So I think the tavern itself, that isn't visited by anyone anymore, because we now have other things, basically. We can get rid of that, finally. It's been there for quite some time. And by the way, out here, we have a metro station. That's fine, right? So the metro station we have. And I still need to think about something here between the transition between my inner city and then some residential buildings here to the factories. No idea yet. Although those factories are not so bad to look at, right? So they're not dirty or anything. They just like goods, basically wool and cotton. For that, I've built another ranch up there. So this is producing us some wool, I hope. The workers are not there yet. Getting more wool though is tricky. And another thing that I wanted is oil. So we don't have that much oil on the island itself. So let's just have a look at that. Oil well, there it is. We still have one more up there where people are already working in. Right, so yep, oil is being produced here, but it's far outside. We could have offshore oil. There it is, the oil rig. It's extremely expensive. Extracts oil though, and is very efficient at that. So we might be going for that soon to finally also be able to produce plastic. But right now we have the problem here of transportation. So I think all of those Teamsters are not doing the best of their jobs. Let's increase their efficiency furthermore. Now it seems like these shipyards are after all a bit of a problem here. So I think they are really adding a bit to the dirtiness here, even though there is nothing else anymore, right? So I don't see that at least. Let's move them. That's not a big deal. So we have, of course, our production area there. Oh, this is actually not working. Oh, it's working. Perfect. So there is one. And the second one, we are also moving out into this area. Right, so we have two of them now that are then directly connected with my road system. Both of them, they just need now the planks from over here, where we hopefully produce enough. Let's increase their budget. I think there's nothing else that we could do. Increases log consumption, but increases also efficiency. I'm not entirely sure what we have too much of right now. I think we have too many logs. That might be one problem. Here we have the wool and cotton. This could actually really be a wool problem. So I will have another ranch for wool, and the llama is usually something that gives lots of that. And I think, yeah, let's go with llama up here. So there is still something. Right, there we have them, and as we can see, they've got lots of wool and stuff in store, so I'm definitely out of Teamsters, or, well, I'm overextending them, so let's have another Teamster office then in this area as well. Right, so that we boost the transportation. No road connection. You're right next to a road. Let's try it here. Now it has a road connection, alright. So upgrade this one right away. Very important. This really needs to work, right? So we really need to have transportation at least on the way. Idle factories are factories that make a loss for us. Now the grocery store here is now working as well. This is pretty important for the area. There we have now some houses as well, and as we can see, they're full. They're right off the bat full. These apartments not yet. This one is filling up already. They're full as well, because basically we still have 80 homeless people. It's insane. We have a lot of immigration, 14 new people. We do have an immigration office. I would like to stop it, but I kind of don't want to. I want to expand, and we just need to build more quickly, I guess. Another restaurant, another fast food restaurant is also coming along here, so we can build quickly. And I would like to have then more houses there. So we could have those tenements, of course. Actually, I think this is nice to have to the factories themselves, right? Because I think this is fitting in then like that. And on the other side, we have then flop houses. Those flop houses are not so bad. I think they're better than their reputation. I'm just going to have a couple of them here in this area, right? And it's all complemented once again by parks in the middle here. Very good. So the whole thing is getting a bit greener then as well, and that's providing lots of additional people living. They live right next to the metro station. How perfect is that? They have workspace around the workplaces. They have a hospital, something to purchase. The grocery store is over there. I might have, yep, another grocery store here, close to these houses there. People want to purchase something after all. I might also... How's that looking with the hospital? It's full. Right, hospital is completely full. I think we've also finished a demand, right? Looking good over there. This is fine. Do we need any other service in the area? I think asylum, that's always a bit tricky. We have a second high school. That is fine. We should be careful not spending too much money though, of course, because all of these buildings cost me something over time as well. So in that case, we need to be careful. I think it's fine. Now, while all of that is being built, all of this these blocks there, we have the cocktail bar near the embassy. Why not? We miss it anyway. Cocktail bar, there it is. So fun visiting citizen and tourists must be well off or better. And I think, nope, no electricity. That is perfect. Let's have the cocktail bar between the bank and the embassy. It's just fitting in there. Let's quickly build it. That was the mission. It's looking good.
The package has been
10 immigrants certainly not. The reputation was the most important thing here, and yeah, let's just go with a bit of cash. That's it. This one's working now perfect. And the other one was a mausoleum that we also need. Mausoleum. I'm not dead yet. Why would I want that? The tenements are filled immediately, so bear in mind that all of them are couples, right? So those guys here, those empty spots there, that's because those guys here, the Jessica Brown, for example, she doesn't have a partner yet, so that's why she's living alone. But this is all the housing here, right? The flats that we have, as we can see. So some of them have partners, some of them don't, but it's not all empty. So these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 flats are empty in this tenement, for example. Stuff like that. Very good. These are also coming along. They're not looking so bad, right? They're looking a bit old, but they look city-like. So that's fine. And they just fit in right there. Close to hospital and everything. They're going right to the hospital. No idea why. Police station is fine. And wait a second. Do we not have a grocery store for this area there? We definitely would need one. There's a grocery store. There's the next one. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. As always, I can electrify all of them if I want. This would cost me 80 megawatt in addition. Since I've already upgraded now all of the apartments and the houses as well with that, we are rather low on the network balance. I would rather not upgrade any more of that. We have the flop houses at least. I hope they're not a flop. That's that. But other than that, they should be filled though, right? So the homeless citizens, it's a bit of a problem figuring out where they are. So let's just have a look at those poor people here. Where do they work, or where do they live? High school. This guy is living in I was working at the high school, but he's working in a shack. Why is that? Where is that? He's living over here. These apartments are full. Not all of them though. So no idea why he would not want to live in them. He's well off. High school? Oh, I see. We don't have a high school there in the area. Right? And they kind of like... No, I don't get it. Unemployed? Oh, they're unemployed. Right, okay. Yeah, we got 24 unemployed citizens. They might have a partner, and that could lead up to 50 homeless citizens because they're unemployed. Right? So we do need to work on more workplaces. Otherwise, we have this problem. Furnish a factory. Well, locks are... planks. We have a problem there. I think they're not getting there on time, but we have the metro station close by. Over here we have a bus station, so that should not be a big problem, but it is.
I've got a
problem, Presidente.
Oh, the Western powers demand an import trade once again. We can do this, of course. This is still a bit of a problem here. Okay, I guess one of the reasons is not that we have not enough lords, but transportation times are long. And one problem that I've already had in my back anyways, all of those people here and all of these products that we generate and craft, they need to be transported all the time to the docks down here, right? So it's taking a long time getting down there and up again. We could have, for the industry sector, an airport. And we already unlocked this, I think. There it is, the cargo airport. 18,000 it costs me. And this is like the docks, only that it is for planes that are getting the goods out. And I think this is a good idea. I think we could have this one close here. Perhaps even here, right? So close to the fields or something. We might just squeeze it in here. And we can then transport all of the goods to this one. Let's actually have this run right here. I think over here it makes sense actually by the more open area. And then just an entrance here. And boom, there we're building now the airport. Cargo airport. So the transporters can all just bring it over there. And we can have more factories here than in the area. Now since planks is a real big deal at this point. Oh, look at that. Not even the toys are being transported out here at the moment. We're really having a Teamster problem there, despite having so many of them. But transportation times are extremely long. And there it is, a cargo airport in all its glory. Now what do we need to do here is not work mode transport. So transport would mean that we can use another cargo airport, for example over there, and they're transporting the goods then to and fro, right? But what we want to do here is import and export, and thus the mode is open. We got some workforce here already. There's no upgrades or anything like that. We don't need to configure any routes. It's really just that. The next plane is coming in 8 months, and we should definitely see now some of those Teamsters transporting the goods then directly to this one here instead of all the way down there to the docks. So this should make it a bit easier, and there it is already happening. Perfect. We are already... I've seen it. I definitely saw a car here. There's the cars coming, right? So they are now... Ah, now it's happening. Perfect. As we can see, there's the export goods now coming up. Sugar, corn, cheese, everything that we kind of like produce here in the area. And this should really speed it up, hopefully. Let's also connect that here. It's very much needed anyway. And a little later, there is the plane coming, getting the goods to... It's only 8,000 this time. Hopefully next time it's going to be more than that.
Many fulfilling jobs you create for my people.
And off it goes again. So quick it is. Very good. So we have now the freighter and the planes where we can sell something. And this is really well used. I gotta say that. Lots of traffic here. We have a problem here though, right? So this is not so well. Let's relocate the prison to the outer area there a bit more. Or actually, yeah, we might just have the prison close here to the... actually, it's not a good idea to have the prison close to the cargo. They might just... well, flee the scene or something like that. Let's have this one out here, actually. Then we can make this connection there complete. Off it goes. The creamery, we're going to move a bit. So the creamery can really just be in this area there. And the jewelry workshop, we're also going to move then here. I think it's just fitting in better in this area. Then we have a bit of space. And I can now use the connection so they are better connected. And we can still squeeze in now another power plant if we want to. Right? Other than that, it's fine. What I can also see is that now we have a few more planks again. So I think this is now recovering a bit. One problem that I've seen is that a lot of these workers here, like this one, they're mostly living pretty far away from where they work, right? They live over there and the workplace is there. So they need to move, please, automatically. We have still a couple of available... Actually, we don't have that much work, that much living space here, right? Those are full completely. Those flop houses are also starting to be really full. This one still has a bit of space. So we still need to continue also providing some... Let's have some tenements there, because that's just providing a lot of... well, a lot of space and some parks in between, of course. Between the theater and the tenements. And then we might add some more here, to be honest, because it's really needed from the people. some flop houses that we could have. So basically, wait a second, we could still squeeze in another flop house. It's just sounding so strange, flop houses. But we could have another flop house here in the area. Something like that. These houses are no flop. They're just a bit strange looking. I would like to have one here though. Right? So we can still squeeze that in somehow. There it is in all its glory, and it has a very nice surrounding just beside the theater. Now, who wouldn't want to live there? I certainly wouldn't mind one of these flats here, right? So I certainly wouldn't mind living in this area. Beautiful surrounding with lots of stuff to do for everyone, and we are providing a bit more, yeah, perfect houses again. The only problem is though, well, my Tropicans are also schooly pooping around a lot, so we do get a lot of babies. At this point, we have, of course, the pressure of ever more people coming in. 50,000 this time we export with the plane. That's quite a bit more than last time. And it's quite busy here too now in the area. And it's only going to get busier from now on. But first, we need to advance to the modern times. Stay tuned. Oh, hello and welcome back. You're just joining me as I'm marveling at the beauty of my city and taking a stroll through Tropico. Looking around, it's a fine day indeed. We can just see the shadow of a cargo plane approaching. There it is, getting some goods out again. And this is a very exciting episode indeed, because we are finally going for modern times and wonders. We do have a couple of wonders available at this point. Let's just have a look at them. We got Stonehenge, Colosseum of Rome and Eiffel Tower. We do need one of them, and that is the Colosseum of Rome. That is what we need to advance to the next era. It's a beautiful big building, and it's going to be quite nice for us, right? So overall happiness of citizens only takes into account the food and fun happiness, plus increases the tourists' ratings and also provides fun to visiting citizens and tourists alike. We just need a proper location for it. This one here is looking rather fine to me, I'd say. Of course, we have a bit of industry in the surrounding area, but of course not for long. So having this one here, I think makes sense somehow, because we're going to have lots of stuff in this area then at some point. So there we have it. Also, rather convenient, we have the metro station close to it already. Let's just have a last look around. I think we could also have it over there, or we have some other monument then in this area. But I'm determined to go this way. There we have it. And the Colosseum of Rome has been built, I guess. No, wait a second. It needs to be transported. There it's coming. It's coming in, the Colosseum. I think one small part is still missing.
Presidente,
and it fit.
the llama is in the discotheque. I repeat, the llama.
And I'm sad to say that one of the world's greatest landmarks has disappeared. It just completely vanished. In an entirely unrelated note, we have finished the construction of our new landscape feature. In tribute to the sad loss of our friends abroad, we have built ours with identical appearance, scale and materials, so that it will never be forgotten. And let's approach to modern times.
Presidente,
Wow, the roads got
over.
yellow lines.
The future is now present, and the present will presently pass into the
The
past.
Cold War is over, the future is now present. What amazing things we will now have, like airports, shopping malls, and something called internet that allows people to complain about television more quickly. A new age of wonders begins indeed. Once again, we get some new stuff. So the personal rights and the healthcare.
We ask an expert.
So we got the total surveillance. As long as there is a working Ministry of Information, all roles and role changes are registered. Police stations check all residents and workers in their crime safety radius and detect hidden roles. Decreases the global liberty by 5. And security checkpoints are prohibited from discovering hidden roles. Let's go with security surveillance. And oh, wait a second, privacy rights. Increases the liberty by 5. I think we go with that. Plus healthcare, paid healthcare, single payer system or hybrid system. It's rather interesting, right? I would like to go with single payer system, for example, that clinics and hospitals serve citizens of all economic wealth levels and take no fee. But I think this is going to be quite expensive. We could also say a hybrid system, so it serves all citizens economical wealth. But citizens that are poor or broke do not pay fee, but in turn only receive 75% of healthcare happiness from visiting them. Let's go with the hybrid system for now, and once I can, or once I'm sure I can afford it, we will improve this one then even further. right? So that one here, Colosseum of Rome in all its glory. What we just need here now is some parking or some parks in surrounding, and we also have some new stuff here now. The El President sign, for example. El Press. That's something. We got a new park here, and this medium-sized park with some dolphins. Isn't that cute? I might just have one of them here. I don't know what dolphins have to do with the Colosseum, but well, it's in there now. And then some of those parks here, like, yep. Very good. So the Colosseum has been finished. Perfect, right? What we still have here now, oh look at that, we got a 95% support rating because of that, because only the food happiness is now counting and the fun happiness. And as long as they're fine, we are fine. I would like to move my garbage dump, since there's not that much here anymore that would justify that. So we might just put it over there for now, right? It's still taking all of those people there. Perfect. Plus we have this coal mine here. We're still using coal for my power plants. There it is, the mine, coal. We're using quite a lot of them. But we also have a lot of these power stations. Yeah, there's no way. I cannot reuse that for now. I do need that coal mine. But once we approach the nuclear plants, I will get rid of them. Of course, with the modern era, we have unlocked a whole new set of buildings. In fact, we have, well, unlocked every building now that is in the game. Lots of new stuff. And one of them would be a very interesting one, and that is the office. I like the office because it generates profit based on the number of all employed workers across Tropico. It's a really powerful building that generates just profit out of it, right? It doesn't need anything else other than itself, plus a bit of electricity. Speaking about that, we don't have electricity. Not enough anymore anyway for this building here. What we need to do is we need nuclear power. And I would like to go for nuclear power now. Oh, yeah, well, solar power plant would also be possible. Supplies electrical power. And the wind turbine we have as well. Supplies a small amount of electrical power. Let's go with the solar power now. In this area. I want to see how much we generate with that. While we're at it, we also need to decide new superpowers for us. So the embassies need to be changed a bit here. The immigration office I'm going to move now a bit. The same goes with the garrison, right? So this one here, it's not a beautiful building. It's going over here to the military district. At least that's the military district for now, I think. So we have a bit more space here again that we can now use for the embassies and stuff like that. Immigration office I will have to move. Let's have the immigration office over there. And I will need to build, like, I think 5 embassies in total. Yes, 5 of them, because we want to have one for everyone. And one over there. And those guys, well, they probably can have some parks in its surrounding. Fantastic. Now, those two are getting the most important ones to me. That is the USA and that is the EU. So 2 very important markets, of course. And let's also praise them real quick, right? So we start out with that. Also, what happened is now, since the powers changed, most likely our trade routes are also resetted. Yes. So we need to decide on new trade routes. Boats is 75% up. I'm definitely so going with that. Let's take the highest contract. There's cheese, 68% increase. Planks, I'm certainly not doing that. Toys, no cars. I'm a bit disappointed. I would have loved cars. Let's go with cheese. Let's make it a medium contract. These are not so good here, to be honest. We got small furniture. Toys. Let's go with toys. That's it. No more trade contracts for now. Not the most profitable ones, unfortunately. Very good. Solar power plant has been built and it's producing what? This one is producing 414 megawatt, right? The power plant here is producing 446 and the solar power plant is 414. This is insane. This one doesn't cost me anything other than a bit of budget. It doesn't require coal one bit. Yeah, let's build a second one, to be honest. Let's build a second one right away of the solar power plant over here. Right. And I can get rid of one of them once this has been built. And I can also get rid of one of my mines. And it's this mine here. We don't need that any longer. It was pretty ugly anyway. And there we have the ranch. Let's also move the ranch to the other side to our farmer district. There we still have a bit of space for ranch. Then we have still the tannery and another coal mine there. The tannery. Let's move that to the farmer district. Feels like a relic of past times to have a tannery, really. Let's just get it there and we'll see what happens. Then we have the Teamster office. We also don't need it on that side here anymore. Let's just squeeze it in there for now.
Wait.
Russia is coming up now. Those two coal mines, they're not good. The next power plant has been finished, so over there we have it now. Very good. We can now finally get rid of them. Oh, and dual demands. Build a hang glider. Let's build the hang glider and let's get rid of one of my first power plants there. We no longer need that. In fact, nope, getting a second one up there is probably not an option. Increases the power output by 10%. Let's also do that on both of them. They're producing now 600 per building, right? That's insane. That's a lot. We don't need another one here. So this is the last power plant that we have. And that also means that we don't need this coal mine anymore. This one here, that's another question.
America is bored with being a superpower, so we're gonna be a mega power.
A mega power sounds totally right. Raymond King. No nation on Earth can equal the mighty US of A. That's a fact, and we are the oldest nation on the planet. That's an alternative fact. So we are changing the name of the Union to the United States of Win. You wanna be a winner? Do something for us. And fulfill an export trade route as well. By the way, my embassies are finished. Let's have China. Let's have Russia and the Middle East. So all of my superpowers are now together here in my embassy district. Just beside the iron mine. So if we don't like them, we just get rid of them. The power plant I'm going to move over here for now, but we might get rid of it entirely then, right? So let's just have it there. It's fine. And we have a whole new row of factory buildings basically that we can have there now. And boy, we have a lot of factories now, in addition. The only question is, where should we go? Where should we start? The juicery produces pineapples or bananas. Doesn't sound so bad. But since we have now enough power, I would also really like to do something real quick, and that is the offices. The offices, that's workplace for college people, plus it generates just money, and who doesn't like that? Let's have our first offices now in this game. We just need a location for that, and I think, yep, over here, that's looking like a good location for the first two offices that we are going to build now. Just beside the luxury restaurant or gourmet restaurant. And boom, here we have them, our very first offices right here in our bustling town. Let's just see what they do. So they produce me now some money, hopefully. As we can see, they're doing it per month, 1,000. Though I don't know if that is per building. No, it's per building actually. So 400 this one here, 1,000 now as well. And then also quite a lot of workers now that are working here, and they're rich. So we would need now also rich mansions and stuff like that, where those people can live actually. Over here, I think this is a nice location for our first modern mansions. So these are for the rich, righto. This one here, let's just have, beside our government buildings, more or less. Let's have the first. In fact, let's have it over here. I think this is a much better place for that. A nice little road up there. And we're going to build, I think, 2 for now, because they're very expensive. And I don't want to have too many of them anyway. 2 should be fine. I definitely want more of these offices, though. So I'm going to build beside the Colosseum. Does that make sense? Those 2 apartments. Let's get rid of one of these apartments there and build an office here. I like to have those offices everywhere. The mansions have been built, as we can see. Yep, people are already living in them, so they're full, basically. That's all we can do here. Let's build one more, or actually, let's build 2 more. I think we can still squeeze in one just nicely here, and also one here, right? Just beside that shack. And let's have all of them with some beautiful parks then as well, so as it fits the rich. And that shack here. Well, can say it's the housemaid that is living there. I guess she's doing fine on her own. We might have some better houses though soon, so right, I would like to have those houses then most likely here beside the beaches. And speaking about the beaches, there was another thing that I wanted to do. There we have the circus, right? Over here, there was the fun fair that we don't have yet. And the fun fair is actually something that we can have at the beach. By the way, yeah, here, sorry. Right, like this, beside the circus. A nice little fun fair for my people by this beautiful beachy. Now the next 2 offices have been built over here. We could increase the job quality by adding water coolers. And all of them are generating us some money now. Very good. Of course, only as many people as we have for that job. We have, by the way, 100 unemployed citizens. 73 of them are homeless. We do definitely have a smaller crisis there in the background, and I think tourism will be a factor here that alleviates a lot of these problems. Another thing is the modern apartment now, this one here. So this is a high quality building for residentials that are well off or better. And we might just have one of these beauty blocks then here as well, somewhere close to these houses there, or here in the center. Right, and I think we could do this. Let's get rid of... That's one of the most difficult things, of course, in this game, is the transition in modern times, how you would like to have your city looking at some point, right? So we have, of course, some skyscrapers now over there, and these are definitely not going to be the last ones. They just fit in there now, for now, close to the casino, close to the offices, but I definitely would like to have skyscrapers somewhere else. I, for now, stopped doing them here, because I think it doesn't fit to the Colosseum really, to have skyscrapers right next to it. Now one thing that I wanted to try out at least is having the free wheels edict. So we're going to research that now, and then I can activate it. This one provides cars to even poor people. It does cost me 1,000 per month, so we'll just see if I can really afford this one. And I'm hoping that we can solve a bit of the problem that some of those people are not getting to work so quickly, right? So quick enough. So we might see some more cars now on the way then. We already do. So there are all cars now everywhere here, because those people can finally afford them. Not the rich only anymore. And this is I hope at least it's helping a bit there with solving the problem out there. Alright, that is working out. Let's just check new production chains. Automated mine, factory wrench, the oil rig. I would really like to go with that, but also the automated mine. Extracts mineral resources from a coal iron deposit at a higher rate and emits pollution. So let's just check this one. I think we might need it for the oil. So up here we have the oil, right? And with that we can get more oil out of that. Let's get rid of this. Oh, wait a second. No, I think we can upgrade it. No, we cannot do that. So let's get rid of it. And instead we're building now the automated mine for... Alright, for oil it doesn't fit. Only for coal, iron and stuff like that. For iron though it works, so we should do it here. That's probably, yeah, here we have the modernization, right? We can do it with one step. There we have it. It's producing way more than before, and I would like to do the same thing for this coal mine here while we still use it. Right. For oil, well, for oil I'm going with the offshore parks. So we do have the offshore oil rig. There we have it. Costs 20,000. And this is providing some oil now. Over there we have one of them, for example. We would then transport the oil to the harbor, and from the harbor to to the plastic factory and stuff like that. Let's try it out if that is actually feasible. Also, the first modern apartments have been finished. They just look fantastic, really. And they're full right away. People flood them really quickly. And they also make me profit right away. Cool. Let's add another park here in between. Right. And we might then just add something else here that fits it more. There's the next one. And it's finished. And this is already full as well. Right off the bat. Holy moly. We're going to need a lot of them. By the way, I can just take any apartment here like this one and upgrade it to a modern apartment, right? So we don't need to build now new ones. We can just use the existing ones over here as well, for example. So let's go ahead and just... there's actually no one living in them. Let's go ahead and upgrade this one. And let's just see if someone lives in them then right away. There are. That's insane. Alright, so they no longer want to live in the apartments when they can have modern apartments. And so we get the first skyscrapers into Tropico with the beginning and the dawn of the modern age. Now, money-wise, we have a bit of a problem, and we definitely also have a problem with our workforce, right? We have way too many unemployed citizens. And there's one way of actually solving this problem here, and that is with tourism. Tourism provides lots of workspace, also a passive income, and, well, it makes the city more lively. And for that, we have reserved this area, and I might just have a look at tourism now. Stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back to Tropico. Now looking at our glorious town once again, we do have a small problem, and that problem is money. We're not getting in a lot of money right now. $28,000 we have. Yeah, and the latest freighter was just at $4,000. Then the cargo airport still has a bit in there, but something is definitely wrong here. First of all, we're not getting in that much, and I think we're also having a bit of a housing problem, right? A lot of these apartments are almost empty. Actually, now that I'm clicking on them, some of them are still fine, but most of them are pretty empty. The modern apartments are all full, so that is something. And also the poor houses are almost full, all of them, right? So let's just have a look at something that we haven't done so far, or not that often yet, and that is my population, and having a look at their wealth levels directly, because there we can see the demands that we have for each one of my families in this city. And what we can see is we have 81 broke people, so those are mostly unemployed, or at the age of 0, for example, this toddler here, of course she's broke, she doesn't have any money. But other than that, those are mostly the unemployed. We do have quite a lot of unemployed, right? 166, this is insane. The other one is the poor, so we got 630 poor, and we got 500 well off, and 100 rich, and 10 filthy rich. Who are those people? Metro station. This one is working unemployed, but filthy rich. Oh, that's interesting. She must be, I don't know, Twitch streamer or something like that. Teamster office, workplace. Why are they filthy rich? High school criminal. We have a criminal. She's also living here. She has the criminal occupation. Alright. And it seems like she's dead. No, she's idle. She's just enjoying the day out here by the chapel, trying to steal some stuff mostly. Oh, sorry, I paused the game. She's not idle. She's creeping around in the forest and kidnapping little children, like this one here. Alright, very creepy indeed. Can we arrest her? Let's arrest her. We can actually order this one, and now the police should be coming for her. Oh, there's her husband, I guess. He's retired though, so he's fine. We got lots of people here in the swamplands running around. Old people mostly. Now, about my housing problem, righto. The other problem is that with the housing we have the budget, and in the budget we have the expenses and we have the upkeep. Look at that, we have $8,000 upkeep from the apartments, right? When most of them, or lots of them, are empty. So I should not keep that up so long, right? We do have a couple of more apartments here. I might just upgrade one of them to the next level, like this one here. Let's modernize this one. Having another beautiful modern block, and it's full right away. So this is really interesting. We have a high demand for that. I might just do this in for a couple of other apartments that we have in the area. So I've already upgraded this one. I'm going to keep it. I don't want to have too many skyscrapers everywhere, as I think this would kind of like make the whole thing messy a lot. But we can still definitely have lots of them in the city center, like here for example. Let's also modernize this apartment there. We are negative now, and this is full right away as well. So those apartments are really popular. And the other thing is we could upgrade more of these tenements to have a bit of a higher quality. I'm going to also, in order to further reduce my costs of them, I'm going to demolish a few of them, making way, right, so that we have a bit more space here to get something new into my city. The houses, by the way, they're all pretty much full, so housing the houses, they're having a high demand for that as well. And the flop houses are also rather good, so most of them are full. I think all of them actually are full at this point. But we still have that problem here with my housing, right? So I don't think this is completely right here. We have lots of homeless. Those are broke people or poor people, so we need more residential area for that. We can also see the tenements, for example, have the highest vacancies, so 12 of them are still available, 12 flats. We have 9 apartments, or we have quite some apartments here with some space there, and that's it, right? So tenements is the one. So really interesting statistics overall. We got houses there. We can see that. Also the flop houses is my second most used house, and stuff like that. And we need to figure out how we can best sort this one out. These modern apartments, when there's everyone living in them, they make us some profit. The same goes with the offices. They should make us some profit now, but we still have some pretty high costs. Now another thing is, very good. There's 30,000 coming in now. There's 50,000 coming in. So there's a bit of cash coming in now, right? The freighter here, did it actually give me some money now? Yes, it did. Okay, that's that. And then we have also all the cargo airport there. So yeah, a bit of cash is coming in, but it's a very unstable situation right now. And that combined with the homeless people, this is a downwall spiral. So this could very well go really downwards. We have lots of high school unemployed people. We need to do something about that. Now I'm talking a lot. I'm not doing that much yet. That is because for the next thing that we want, that is the tourism, we need to plan this a bit carefully, right? So tourists do need a lot of workplaces or the buildings for that, but they also need to live somewhere and they want to live close by. And that is something we need to keep in track here. So this is my tourist area, some 50,000. Tourists don't pay off that much in the beginning. Do we still have something for industry that might be interesting where we could get some workplaces out? The juicery, for example, but that's 18,000 in cash, produces juice out of bananas and pineapples. We do have pineapples. I could get a banana plantation on the way, so let's do that. Let's get the juicery. It's also good that this one doesn't cost any electricity, so that's something for us. Let's have the juicery right here, as expensive as it is, and then we're going with the banana plantation. We should have some banana fertility up here. We do. Right, so best in this area right away. That we can have then the road going to this. Right, one banana plantation, and we might just have a second banana plantation right next to it. In that case here, it's far away from people, right, that are living there or working there. We'll just see how this one turns out. We got some shacks here, the occasional ones. We might add some smaller country houses, not this, yeah, bunk houses, the mansion, a flop house for the farmers in the area. This might actually make sense, right? So we could have the flop house here. There's the bus station. There's the bus station, right? So having a flop house here is a good idea, right? Because it offers housing. Plus, we have a bus station so people can also shop and something. And look at that. Yes, they definitely want to use that. Let's use 2 flop houses there, in fact. Right. This one, and I guess full right away. So that's mostly the farmers and also the ones working in the logging camps, where houses are too far away usually. Problem is also that what I figured out is that a lot of these people here, they live quite far away. Probably not this one. This one is fine, right? But some of them are living on that side here. Why? Because they can't move into any of those apartments because they're usually pretty full. So, for example, the tenements here, we still have a couple of them. I might reduce their cost. We also have a network balance of 70 megawatt, so I could still upgrade a couple of them. I guess with the flop houses, it should be better now. We could still have those flop houses here, right? So 2 of them here between the factories. We can just squeeze them in nicely there. And I think it's a good idea, right? It's full right away, and it just fits into that whole scenery there. Of course, these are not the best buildings, but, well, we do need some industry after all. And I'm just hoping that we've still fixed this whole thing. I have no idea why we produce so little logs, to be honest. We have enough trees. They work at over 100% efficiency. It might be because they're too close together. I'm going to demolish one of them, because I don't think it's really worth it having so many here. Banana plantation is coming along. And by the way, I'm also reducing the budget for all plantations to medium levels only. Reason for that is we're paying way too many wages for plantations. We can still increase their quality by having those upgrades there, right? So this next banana plantation, there it is, offering some workplaces, and we're using the monoculture on that right now. Let's have one of them with the multiculture. Right, they're all working at some good efficiency. Oh, my oil rig was destroyed. Alright, I have no idea why. And I'm not going to rebuild it now, because that's 20,000. And last I checked, I didn't get that much oil out of it. Yes, we have the election once again. There's not really a big problem here right now, as we can see. I'm always praising the capitalists, yet we're going down and down with them. I'm not blaming any superpower, and I'm not also promising anything. Because I think this puts a pressure on something where, at least on this level, it's very hard to go up there. So the bananas are there. We have some flop houses, so some people are living here. Let's actually build another one, right? So another one right here, so people can live there. As we can see, it's full right away. It's incredible. In this little district, some of these apartments, yeah, let's upgrade another one. Let's upgrade this one, so that we have some people living in there. None of them are empty. Oh, okay. Right, so there's a bit of a demand now. Or a lack of demand. So I'm not going to do anything here anymore. Then we got a few skyscrapers now. That should be fine. At least for now. The juicery, have we finished it? The juicery is finished. It's working already. And it's just waiting for banana and pineapple now.
I am Tropico. Remember, a vote for El Presidente.
Banana and pineapples are in, and we're starting to produce some juice. I'm still allowing the local consumption, even though that's usually, yeah, of course, reducing my import and export, my export balance there, especially. And boats, cheese, toys, jewelry we have. Do we have something with a bit more? Yes, that would be cars, but only 14%. Cars is one of our best ones. I would love to get a few more cars out there, but we don't have that. Yeah, that's a bit more money coming in. Cars to Russia. And I think that's it for now. If we want to get any good, better trade deals, I think we have to raise the reputation with the superpowers. Okay, with a bit of cash we have, I would like to build something else. Now let's just check real quick my balances there once again. I mean, I know this is rather dry, but it's totally part of the game to have a look at these statistics from time to time. We need to have a look at the revenue at our export and see just what is how important, right? So right now, chocolate was a pretty good seller in the last month, and the canned food too, the rum and the toys, and cars. So cars was not on the list right now, but we sold cars before that. Cars is one of the most valuable thing that we can have. Now cars are here, and as we can see, the steel is not getting enough coal, right? So we actually, yep, we deleted the steel. So there is a problem that I've made up in the last episode, mostly, where I didn't get any substitute, right? So we do need a coal mine. It's absolutely necessary. I'm going to upgrade this one right away, and I'm also going to modernize it right away, right? So that we have a very good coal mine there. Also filter system, I'm fine with that. And this is now producing for us coal. Now I can also see that my energy is down once again. Do I have, yep, there I still have a bit of room to play around with. Let's upgrade that one. Oh, and increases the power output by 10%. On this building here, I could do this. Let's do this as well to have a bit more power coming out. So there's the coal, and I hope that we solve this, because without cars, we're nothing. Steel is fine, iron is fine, but coal is not fine. And another thing, I would like to have another vehicle factory right away. This seems counterintuitive, as we already have one, but having two of them gives me even more money, and we do need that. What I will do also is probably moving them. Nah, let's keep them both here for now. My vehicle factory 2 of them should be fine. There's the other one. Plus, they also offer jobs for high school people, and we do have a lot of them unemployed right now. And I would like to fix this. Those apartments. We got lots of broke people. I know. That's because of the unemployment rate. And I will do something else. I will have immigration Tropico first. Decreases immigration rate by 80%. We're getting still way too many people into Tropico, and I don't have the workplaces for them. Another very important thing that we need to finish here. Now both of them are working. Both of those vehicle factories have now steel and rubber in and producing cars for us. So I'm hoping that with cars we can also turn this around again. Cars are very valuable, but also very expensive to produce. And I think for one full episode, for one full session, those two were, or that vehicle factory was not working, in fact, because of the coal that I did. So that was a major mistake on my part. But well, everybody's doing mistakes, and we are trying to rectify this, even though we're still deep red. That was a nice amount of money. I think we actually sold now cars again. Cigars, jewelry. Nope, no cars yet. And speaking about jewelry, we have that mine over there that I would like to upgrade and modernize as well. Very important, because this is just really boosting so much output that it's incredible. So we do need to have the automated mining available. Another thing is we still have huge expenses. So the biggest one is the Teamster office and the plantations, as I said. So the Teamster office is going to be reduced there for all of them. That's going to reduce their efficiency a bit, but I don't think it matters that much since we have a lot of Teamster offices. That is one part. And the other one was the plantations. They're already at 3 though, so I would really not like to reduce that further. We do need all of those products after all. But it is a tool of temporarily reducing your biggest costs. And that is something we need to do as well. The vehicle factories, they're working overtime there right now. Let's but reduce also their budget there a bit, because I think this is costing too much. Now, steel, as we can see, is still the major problem. The steel mill over there decreases coal consumption, but it requires 80 megawatt. This is, yeah, I don't know, not the best one since we have enough coal anyway. Steel is being produced, but I think it's not getting over there so quickly. I might just build another Teamster office. I don't think we still have enough. Right, there's 300 whopping cars building up here. No idea how you transport 300 cars to the docks, but I guess it's going to be possible. Now finally cars are being sold again as well, so even now the docks here have a very good trade value once again. Also the cargo airport, of course, but that is more for this area. I was also checking if we find any cars or cigars in the cargo airport. We're not, right? So they're still choosing, this industry here, still choosing the docks over the cargo airport. So they're that smart at least. And what we can see is, yeah, it's recovering a bit. So we are a bit better off again. The next cargo plane is coming in with lots of stuff that we can sell here now. Also the juices is coming in, so I'm very eager to see how much it makes out now with our total trade value, right, with our total exports. So we got the cars now, the cigars, chocolate, juices here, right? So it's not the most expensive thing after all, but it's still fine. Now since we have a bit of cash and we have the workforce available, I would like to do something else, and that is I would like to start an industry that where we don't really have the raw materials for, and that is the plastics. The plastics we should have somewhere there it is. Processes oil to produce plastic. Now remember, oil is something we don't have really on this island, except for there would be something that we could go for, but I think it's not really worth it. What we can do is we can import the oil, and oil is really cheap to import, and we can then process into plastic and sell this one again. So I think this might be a good option. Let's have the plastics facility here. It's rather expensive, and then I do need a trade route. Once again, we do need a license anyway, so I'm purchasing that. And let's have a look at import, and we should be finding hopefully some oil on the way. There it is, but this is really expensive. Damn it. Alright, so we are really that unlucky right now. There's no oil trade route that we could use for our goods. Nap, it's the only one, and the prices are too high. So let's do something else. Let's improvise and have an oil well after all. There it is. It's close enough. Let's finish construction quickly because I want to see if this one is really working. And let's also try to upgrade it. Decreases consumption of oil deposit of the produced one and increases the efficiency also, right? So let's upgrade this to the highest level. People are working there right now. Very good. And I hope that we produce some serious oil now for my plastics factory. Plastics is very important, not only for selling it, but also for the electronics. We have gold and plastics then, and we can produce electronics with that. Really, really good stuff there. I think do we need it for anything else? Process furniture and electronics to produce smart furniture. So this is one of the highest techs that we can have there. That's going to be quite interesting. And I'm not entirely sure, but I'm definitely now going to get rid of one of my lumber mills here. So this one. Right, it's totally worthless, really. We're not getting that many logs in. So I'm going to get rid of one of them. And I'm also going to get rid of one of my furnitures. Because I think we're not really selling that much furniture. Right, so this one here, let's get rid of that. And let's move this one over there. We need to reduce the cost. And it's just too high. Decreases pollution, gets an additional stock. No, let's not do this for now. Oil is being produced, very good, and is already getting bought by my logistics and should hopefully not be exported, but rather used then in my plastics. Very good. It's working now, and as we can see, with the bit of oil that's coming in, we can produce a lot of plastics. This is really valuable. It's already getting transported now to the cargo airport, and how much do we get out of that? Okay, it's not worth that much either. So the 400 here is worth 2,000. It was, I think, so it's a bit, but it's not much. Alright, I guess it's going to be better once we have the electronics then. Yes, and this is where we're also going to have then a bit of high-tech industry. I'm not that happy yet. We are making money, definitely, so it's better again. We're not deep red. Cars, cigars, chocolate, still our best sellers here. And I just hope that both of those vehicle factories are now working full-time, and they are. So both of them also have enough in store to produce all the cars. I might also be thinking about a cargo airport on that side. More than on that later, though. We have almost 100k again. I want to check how much energy we have. 72. Perhaps after all, I'm just going with another 2 offices, right? So those offices, let's have one more here, besides the restaurant, and another one here. So we can still have those. Let's have 2 of them. We just have the unemployment rate, right? Of also educated people. That is something I definitely don't want to have for too long. There, I'm going to squeeze in some parks here. There were some shacks that certainly don't have any look there. The restaurant here, the gourmet restaurant, is now being fully utilized, of course, because we have so many high quality things around. Oh, and Department of Education is empty. Let's just check this one here. Increases all student slots. Once again, that we have over there. And yeah. The houses are fine, really. The apartments are not that fine. Let's upgrade this apartment here as well to some higher quality one. Righto. Being used right away. That's important. And we don't have any better one, really. So the modern apartment, but we don't have any modern normal apartment without skyscrapers, right? So just these mansions here. And this little area there. Okay, so yeah, that's going to be fine though. I think we're going better again. We're doing better again. So once we have solved this problem here now, I'm just going to check this one real quick. And then we're going to start really with the industry, the tourism, because we need job positions. We need jobs. Stay tuned. Hello and welcome back to a more modern looking Tropican city, but I'm still trying, of course, to achieve a bit of a balance between the historical sites of my city that went back to the colonial age, right? Like all of these smaller buildings there in the center, but at the same time, of course, we need to look forward, and forward looking is one thing that I want to do right now. So in this episode we are going to have the tourists coming into Tropico. Also, this grocery store, I'm saying bye-bye to you. Why? Even though it's used, why am I deleting this one here? Well, let's just have a look. We have a fast food joint there. We have a park that I no longer need. We have this modern apartment that I'm going to relocate to this area now, where just the grocery store was sitting around. Let's just find us a nice... like this. right? So we can relocate this. And I want to do something here. I want to build a shopping mall, right? So we need to even move the fast food restaurant. I'm going to move this over there. The shopping mall is the latest fashion that we have now. So instead of the grocery store, we have the shopping mall. And the shopping mall sells edible goods and provides food to the households of visiting citizens. It also sells consumer goods to increase the happiness, and it makes money. That is the important thing here for us. It does, however, cost me 60 megawatt. That means basically that we need to increase our power production once again. And in that case here, once again, I would like to have the solar power plant. I know we are spamming them a bit too much, but they're so effective. They just work, right? And well, they need a lot of space. That's their only downside. They really need a lot of space. Let's have another one. Ooh, where should we have another one? I'm already using the highest efficiency for those. So let's just get rid of this road there for now real quick. Have the solar power plant here, right? Yep. This is working out nicely. And then I can fix this road issue there by going like that. That's looking much better anyway. So there we have another one coming up. Very important because we need it. And then I can now build the shopping mall as soon as I find it again. There it is. It's a beautiful building, by the way. And it just fits into a modern city. So I'm going to have the shopping mall right here in the center of it. We're, by the way, at 95,000 despite investing so much right now, so that is working out. We have a bit of space there that I want to utilize as well, either by having some more parks or... We don't have anything that is so really small that we could squeeze in, so let's just have some parks there before bunkhouses appear, right? There's actually a tree. I would like to keep this tree there and just build my parks around it. Just hope that I don't destroy this tree here one bit. Right, so that we have a few parks around it, and then this nice tree there. Loving it. I hope there's no smaller cab or shab, or well, shabby coming along now. This would be a shame because that is a beautiful one. This is being built. Only costs 3,600. You know what? Let's just finish this one real quick. And the shopping mall, there it is. It's getting some it should be getting some. Oh, actually no, it's uneducated workers that work there. I got it all wrong. Uneducated. What could we do? Luxury outlets and air conditioning. Let's not do this for now. Beautiful, really. I love this building there. Fantastic. No customers yet. They're coming. I'm pretty sure they're coming, right? All right. Now, the rest is working more or less. I don't see any empty factories anymore. So I just hope that for now my industry is working again fine and we can focus on tourists. Now for tourists, I do need a couple of things first. The first thing that I need for tourists is a tourist port, right? Without that, tourists will not be coming into my city. So there's the tourist port. This is where they departure and where they start and where they begin their adventure in Tropico. It needs a road connection. That's basically it for now. So there we have the first building. We continue though with the tourists. I would like to have something where they can live in, and that is some hotels. Now we do have a couple of options for that. We have, for example, the beach villa, a high quality accommodation for 2 rooms preferred by tourists seeking stress relief, right? So that is something. We have different kind of tourists, by the way. So we have the stress people that want just to get some relaxation. We have families that want to join, so we do need some family hotels for them. We have rich people that want to be secluded, more or less, and we have backpackers and well, young people mostly that just want to relax in a good hotel cheaply, and then continue to explore the city. Now, this is going to be the tourist area. As I said, we do have a ranch here still that I need to move. Where do we have some high quality soil for a ranch? Those poor people, they're going to totally lose it now because they are moved to another part of the town completely. But this is my important area here now for tourists. Right, so we have the beach. On the beach we have also not only accommodation, of course, but we also have stuff that people like to do. A scenic outlook, for example. Let's unlock the blueprint for that. And as I said, it's going to be very expensive in the beginning to build all of that up before this is making us any profit. Right, we have the cabana village. So this is something that just makes sense close to the beach area. So I'm going to have the cabana village over there somewhere. We're going to have some beach villas that are just outlooking beach area, right? So there's going to be some 3 beach villas. We are going to need 1 hotel. This is the standard house that you have for the tourists. So this is just, yeah, somewhere here close, to be honest, to the docks and stuff like that. We could have that. Oh, wait a second. Let's have the motel close to the docks. It just fits. And then we have the normal hotel somewhere here. And then I also will need something where people can enjoy their day. So that is for luxury entertainment and normal entertainment. For example, we would have roller coasters, we have the stadium, we have the aqua park. Let's have the aqua park as well. That just sounds fun. And of course, somewhere here in the tourism area and also close to the beach area, there we can have this one. Roller coaster sounds a lot of fun, but it's expensive. The fun pier we have, I think we already have one over there. So it can't hurt to have a second one, to be honest, of the fun fair pier. So this is also being used by tourists, right? So something like that, where people can also enjoy their day outside. One more thing, then we have the snorkel bay. So this is where people can travel to and just enjoy the ocean. Let's have this one out there. People need to go there by boat. And a cocktail bar would also be good for tourists and also for normal citizens. Having something like that here in the area makes sense to me, so let's also have this one. Righto, so those are the first buildings. We need something else though here, and that is a metro station. As always, very important, because otherwise those people will not get to these locations. Let's have a metro station here, more or less in the center, and I might need a bus line going over there then later. Alright, that's going to be quite a long product, a lot of construction. Stadium, not possible for now. We have the hang gliding, another thing that is fun, and the beach resort, another thing that is fun. Let's build both of them as well. So the beach resort, as the name says, needs to be at the beach over here. And hang gliding, we actually have a quest for that, where people can enjoy their day with some flying around on the beach. Actually, this needs to be on the beach. Alright. I'm going to have this one here as well. This is going to be a fun area. And then, yeah, we still have some space, of course, there for some restaurants and stuff like that. But let's just build all of this first. It's going to take a while anyway. And as we can see, my construction workers are already on their way. By now, the shopping mall is being used quite heavily from all the people. It's full, as we can see, almost. So it should be making us some profit now. It's already making some profit, very good. And this should only go up from now on. Plus, it's also, of course, once again, some jobs that we created with that. And also, our very first tourist port is finished. And we already get the first 10 tourists coming into town. Wait! Where do they live? Oh, Cabana Village. So it's right away tourists that live in this Cabana Village over there. And we also have those beach villas there. They were just finished, by the way. Each one of them also provides one worker. The Cabana Village has 2 workers, as we can see. Is already making us some profit. Very good. It's not going to be that easy though, making profit really. But still, it's something. Increases the overall happiness of tourists arriving by 5. Let's just do this. It's really cheap for something. We have now a tourist rating for our whole island, right? So this we should definitely not neglect. The lower this goes, the less tourists we have, and the more, or the higher it is, the more tourists we have. Of course, we need to provide accommodation and stuff like that for all of these tourists, but I think we're going to be fine. Cocktail bar. Let's have something else here for food. Let's have a normal restaurant in the area then as well, where people can enjoy their day, somewhere over there. And the metro station should hopefully make all of this very lively. The next hotel, or the first hotel actually, has been finished.
Citizens are demanding elections.
Healthcare problem. Praise the capitalists, blame no one, and promise nothing. We are totally fine, really. We are fine when it comes to happiness and support rating. The next ship comes in 5 months. By then I would like to have a few more accommodations ready. So this hotel.
It was your trust that made it possible. Your trust.
The beach villas are ready now. I think we don't have that much accommodation. There's the motel. So this is providing now a bit for the people, and I might just build another hotel. And by the way, for the first time it rains. Is that a catastrophe or something like that? Do we have a volcano? A thunderstorm! It's true, the wind is stronger than usual and thunder has been heard rumbling in the distance. The same cannot be said of all the other buildings, I'm afraid. We did not install lightning rods, and the cut price insurance's policy does not cover disasters. On the plus side, some unhinged researchers are keen to conduct lightning studies. For science, let's conduct the reckless experiments. I have no other option. We do get some disaster reliefs though from the superpowers, where we have the embassies installed, right? So at least that is something. Plus, for the first time ever, oh, this is not a normal thunderstorm. This is a this is a tornado. Okay, so what I can see, it's not destroying the buildings per se. At least I don't think so. This is the first tornado that I see in Tropico ever. So this is the first at all. And it doesn't really... Yeah, it's creating fires, alright. It's creating fires and it's damaging the buildings now. Disabling them. But we can repair them, okay. But still, holy moly. Now, there is also something destroyed. The good thing is, the high quality buildings, the solar power plants, they didn't take any damage. Oh, they did take damage. Alright, and it really costs a lot. The cheap buildings, they're just going to be destroyed right away. Fortunately, it's going into this direction, right? Fortunately, and off it goes. It did not go through the city. Okay, some debris, I guess, fell down and created fires throughout the city now. There we have some fires. I might need to upgrade my fire station there real quick to have helicopters. 15k. Now let's have the high pressure water jet nozzles for now. This is increasing the time yeah, by 25%, so it speeds up the whole thing. Now, did we get some tourists in the meantime? We did. We did get some more tourists on the way, so we do have someone living now in the hotels. The Cabana village is full. That's it though. We have the fun fair. There are some tourists and visiting people now as well. Let's finish the snorkeling beta real quick. There we have it. This is providing now some fun as well. Boy, the thunderstorm was a bit of a shock though. We still have lots of fires and it's definitely going to cost me quite a bit here. Especially also look at that, 9,000 it costs. They're still working though, so that's fine. Let's fix the more urgent ones. So those here, because they're disabled. This one is totally damaged. This one. This one. Alright, it's going to take a bit of time though before all of this recovers again. And as we can see, 34 fires and 3 buildings got destroyed. So that's the balance. Completed trade route. We have finished something. I guess the cars. Do we have a new car one? I love having car trade routes. Unfortunately, we don't. Oh, wait a second. All trade routes. Something for cars. Give me the cars, please. We have good cars. High quality. And I want the money. Boats, cheese, toys, jewelry, chocolate might be an option still. There is something for the chocolate. Furniture, not good. Juice, jewelry, jewelry. Ah, we have jewelry. Alright. It's not easy. Planks. Toys. Nah. Alright. Very bad trade routes here. Canned food. Canned food. Canned goods. There it is. Let's have a medium contract of that. Also, we fulfilled the trade route here. Let's get a random blueprint for the family resort. And I think we can build the family resort right away. How good is that? Russia knew I wanted to be a tourist destination. The family resort, let's have this also somewhere here, right beside the water fun park and stuff like that. Also, we have the scenic lookout still. That's something that I should have. What is that? That's the beach resort. The scenic lookout we could have here then at the end of this road there, overlooking the beach and this really nice view. Alright, Aqua Park. I should really finish the metro station there, so it's being used. Also coming up another cocktail bar. It's not looking like much yet, but we're getting there. I have a good feeling. As we can see, Funfair Pier is being used quite a lot. People are actually marching towards it. And it's being full. We always... Oh, this one is... Yeah, it's burning. The other one is burning. We are pretty low on the support rating. I might actually do a tax cut. 4,000, we can do this. There we have it, right? So this was rather close actually. We need probably also have a look at our supporters.
And if they complain when there's not enough money in the treasury to pay for health care, sanitation, crime safety and so forth,
This one is full right away, hopefully making us some money then.
Again. 2 easy wins for the price of 1.
And the beach resort has been built. This is actually not a hotel. I thought it would be a hotel. Alright, this is like the funfair pier. It's something for visiting.
You put the earth first and now
And the hang
everyone is
glider has been
happy.
built. Let's go with the
Or
standing.
they would be if they knew how
Perfect.
important the
That's
planet
that.
was.
That's that. The Colosseum we have as an attraction. I might now build Stonehenge as well. Let's build Stonehenge. Alright, so Stonehenge is going to be out here somewhere. There it is. Makes trees grow around the monument. Increases the renaturation rate in which pollution is reduced over time. Increases the tourist rating and provides fun. And it should definitely be a bit further outside. Right, so there we have it. Plopping down. And we got Stonehenge now in our little village there. By the way, I know what you feel. You probably would want to make the road in the center of this monument. Very good. How do people get over there? No idea. We might also need to install a bus for that. We got 26 new tourists coming in, so the hotel is being used now. The cocktail bar has the tourists visiting. Funfair Pier, of course, is pretty success. We have the hang gliders. The motel is not being used at all. The beach villas are also not used. The cabana village is full. I might build a second one right next to it. This hotel is 9 out of 12, so it's pretty full. Then 2 family resorts building up. Let's build a second hotel. We do have more money now available again, so another hotel makes sense to me. This one here, so that we have then 2 nice hotels in the area. Also, ancient ruins can only be constructed on a relic site that we don't have. Do we have one? No proper object to place it on. I don't think we have a relic anywhere here. Not close by, unfortunately. Then we have the tour offices, provides fun to visiting tourists. We should provide lots of these houses there, by the way, because it's just important. The tour office, let's have this one close to the docks, right? So where people know something is going on. We have, by the way, also the restaurant there. Not heavily used yet, but that's going to change. Souvenir shop. Let's also have this beside the tour. This makes sense to have it close by. And we might also have some entertainment there. Another restaurant or another cocktail bar. I think the cocktail bar or a gourmet restaurant. That is something we can have here in the area. And then perhaps a nice little park in between here. I would like to keep that tree. It's just fitting in. The cocktail bar here is being used at least, so that's something. And the metro station is also heavily used. Of course, people can use it to get right into town. And thus like to use it often. A dual demand, bin the wind turbine. That's easy. Let's go with the wind turbine. We already have it unlocked and it's providing a bit of energy. Right, let's have the wind turbine out here. Oh, and my fisherman's wharf has also been destroyed.
Now everyone is happy.
This one. Let's go for that. 92% support rating is also looking really good. No idea how it jumped up that high. 50 more tourists coming in. Actually 40 because we're losing 10 as well that are departing. But 40 more are coming in. I think now all of that here is full, right? Yep. Also the family resort is full. Both cabana villages are full. Beach villas are not being really used. Let's destroy one of them. The motel, at least there's one person in them. And I might just have another family resort then. People really love the beach resort. It is completely full and thus also making us some nice money. I might just build another one. There's this blueprint or this copy function. Let's just have a second one here. I'm going to move the scenic lookout a bit further. Either here, actually. We might have them here or here. That's not a good site though. Let's have it out here. Yeah. I think this is better for it. Very good. For the next beach resort. It's coming along. It's coming along. I might also have another family resort because this one is really full. Another family resort coming in. Where should we have it? Over the street there. Yep. On the other side. Also, 2 offices have been built and the souvenir shop are just starting to work out now. Motel is full. Another motel. Why not? Let's have 2 of them here. There's the second hotel that has been built now as well. It's still empty, but that's going to change, of course. I'm confident about that. There's the next ship already coming in. After all, we have 2 beautiful monuments, right? People need to see them. There's a tourist boat with... Yep. We're still making a good increasing. The second hotel is completely full. The family resort was built a bit too late, I think. No one likes the beach houses. Cabana villages are working fine.
Your immediate efforts.
I don't like any of them. I don't like these dual demands at all, to be honest. Cocktail bar, fine, fine, fine. We might have some more fun stuff than here for my tourists, but for now I think it's fine, right? Looking good so far. Looking good so far. And money-wise, it's also flooding in. Stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back. I'm just watching my harbor area as a new ship is leaving port in our glorious Tropican town. In the last episode, well, it was quite a roller coaster ride, wasn't it? With a tornado and with economic decline and then also economic rise again. So right now it's looking good, gotta say that. We have the money to invest more and more. Let's have a look at my tourist sector again. So this is more or less the focus now that we are having. So last episode we were building it up a bit and now we really want to finish our tourism. We have a lot of options still available. So one of them is the economy hotel. That is a modern hotel of the normal hotel. It's also a higher quality, I think, and stuff like that. Plus it looks really cool. Look at that. It's a huge building. And I might just have a couple of them here. So we could have one, for example, right here in this corner there. I definitely would like to have one. In fact, we're going to have 2 of them. So over there, I might just have another one. Once again, we need to look out for the correct entrance. It's very hard for me to see where this entrance is. There it is. All right. So it's more or less, yeah, well, a corner building, to be honest. We might just have this one where we have a corner or something like that. And we might also just place it here by the tourist port. That's entirely possible. Let's have one here and one here, right? So they're a bit spread out. We have the cruise ship. So this is a high quality accommodation for 12 rooms and guests must be super rich, right? So it's something like that. We can only place it on the water. People get there by boat, I guess, or by ship. And we can just have this more or less here off coast, right? So that is being then kind of like beside the other one here, beside the tourist port where the arrivals are coming in. So that is something that we can use that is providing further accommodation. We have balloon tours. Isn't that amazing? So balloon tours, people can take balloon tours around the city. Definitely something that I would like to have. Once again, we just need to decide where we want that. Let's have this one out there here, right? Both of my family resorts are full. I would also like to have another family resort somewhere over here then, more or less, but it's getting a bit far away then from the tourist district itself, right? So it should not be too far away, I think. We should still keep up a bit of a fun area there. Let's have it here, right? So this is one of the ones that is further outside, that is already going into the tropical forest. Also, we need to decide how can we make the transition from my tourist center to my city. We have these very ugly bus garages there. I would like to move them. Let's move the bus garages a bit further outside here to this other district that we have, right? So that we have a couple of those available. Wait a second, we should have a metro station close by. After all, it is some workplaces that we are moving with that. Where's my bus stations? Not that far outside. I might also have them on the other side then, here in my industry sector. This is a hard choice. Okay, I'm going to get rid of some of these apartments as we don't need that many, and now I can relocate those buses here to, yeah, close to those plantations there and stuff like that. So this is hopefully a good location for it. What I've seen though is That is something very strange. We don't have a metro station up there, so I might need to build a metro station here. Let's have the bus garage then here as well. There's the metro station. All right, we do have one after all. It's very important because we need to keep the workforce here in the area, of course, right? That's a very important thingy. Now, let's just check my constructions. They're coming along. My first economy hotel is also coming along. Very good. And of course, we also fill in those sites here or those places there with some parks. I love these, as always, because they not only provide some park area, but also some plastered area. So it looks like high quality, right? So let's have another little plaza then here with some fountains and some benches where people can sit around. This one, with the next ship, hopefully it's being filled then. Oh, and there is the next tourist ship coming in. With the balloon tours, we can finish as well. There we have it. Oh, wait a second. No delivery area configure. We do need to deliver. Set the route. And let's say where they need to go. And I guess they can just go over the town, right? And then... Alright. Oh, that's pretty cool. Alright, so they go over the tourist center. Then they go over the city center, more or less. Right? And over there, perhaps. To really see everything. Confirm the route. So that we have a route now. I hope it knows that there is a skyscraper over there. And this is where people can then take it. Balloon advertisement. We could also put advertisement on it and get some money out of it. We'll see about that. No idea yet how much money we make out of it anyway. Very good. Now all of those people here, right, in the tourist area, they need to, the people that work here, they also need to live somewhere. Let's just check where they live. A bit over there perhaps. There's still something from the tornado destroyed or damaged. So we need more. We need more housing as well. Most of them are poor, right, of these people here. So their wealth here is poor. They are high school, but they're still poor, alright. Are we not paying them enough money? These are uneducated and poor, so lots of poor people the tourism generates for us. We have the flop houses for that. That is always a very viable option, I think, because it's not looking so bad, right? It's like looking a proper city house, right? This one here. So let's just have a few of them in this area, a bit closer to the tourism. Might not be the most beautiful thing, but still. And also to add some of that Tropican flair, we can also have those normal houses there. I like them even more because they just look very, yeah, they just look charming, to be honest. And we can have then a couple of them here along the street there. Now, there we have the Colosseum, so I would like to have something beautiful in front of it. Perhaps just some big park area. Who knows about that? Where we can finish this whole area then. Alrighty, those hotels are not getting a lot of tourists at the moment. The family resort, the next one, let's quick build it over there. And we might just also add something for fun next to it. We could have a museum of modern art. Who doesn't like that? A golf course. Oh, this is really great. A golf course we should definitely have for tourists. And this is such a beautiful area there, right? With lots of green area. We might just have this one then here, right? Because there's not that much more anymore. Anyway, this road can actually go away. We just go to the Pirate Cove over there. And then I might have the golf course. Yeah, here, more or less, right? There's no traffic anyway, so it's fine to have it there. There shouldn't be that much traffic. We can move it, of course, as always. That is something up for as an option. Let's just check what else we might have for the tourists. There's still something else, and that is the Skyscraper Hotel. So this is fair quality accommodation in the city centers, right? So this is a hotel that we can place right into the city somewhere if we want to, that offers something. So of course it should be in an area that is a bit more beautiful looking. We already have some skyscrapers over there. We just might have another one of these then somewhere here, right in the middle of my... Yeah, for example, instead of this square park there, that wasn't looking so nice anyway, we can have this skyscraper hotel then. Beside the casino, for example, and beside all my nightlife enjoyment, having this one, that should work out nicely. Perfect. another accommodation type that we have. My cruise ship, not looking so good. So we do also have this problem here. I've built a couple of these high luxury thingies, but with the normal boats, they're usually not coming in so often, right? So work mode is economy liner at the moment. If I want to get rich people, either I build a second tourist port, like so, that I would probably have over here somewhere, or I have an airport. Airport always gets the rich people as well. Let's build a second port for now, and then we just connect those roads there in the most awkward fashion. There it is. Let's finish this one quickly. The good thing is, if you have too much money, we can just quickly build everything. Now, this one here, research the tourist port. We do need to research the work mode for that. For a tourist port. So let's just find this one real quick here. And there it is, tourist port. Now we are researching this one. Coming along then. There's lots of stuff here that we can research, and for the sake of completion, I might just research more of them, right? So light bulb BAM, for example, this is not so bad looking. We pay a bit of money up front, but we decrease the power requirement of residential buildings by 50% with that. That is really good. We increase the upkeep of waste treatment facilities by 50% though, but we don't have that many and they're not that expensive. So why not just do this one? It seems like a good idea to me. Yeah, the stadium, we haven't built that yet. Roller coaster, we haven't built yet. Lots of options here. The yacht club, very good. And let's unlock the luxury liner. There it is now. So luxury liner, tourists arriving at this port are rich. Upkeep is increased by 50%. The passenger capacity is reduced by 60%. But, and that's the huge but, we have then, for example, a cruise liner here. Let's move this one. Right, so there we have then the luxury one. It's actually moving over there now. How very nice is that? A beautiful boat, gotta say that. I would definitely like to own one of these. Can't be that expensive now, can it? And look at that, 154 tourists just arrived. Oh my goodness. This is not only rich people though.
Did I take a wrong?
This is a lot of economy backpackers. Why so many? Oh my goodness. We're flooded by tourists. Do we have rich people now as well? Let's just check this one. Nah, the beaches are not being used really. The economy hotels, of course, are fully utilized now. These hotels are fully used. The family resource, definitely, yes. But the rich. No idea. We do probably need to make some advertisements along the way or something like that. I, however, do really like that we do get full houses here now in the economy houses. The aqua park is also heavily used. I might need to build a second one. Restaurant seems not to be so successful. The cocktail bar is really successful, so this is being used. All of these fun activities are being used. The beach resort, not that much. Oh, now. People, of course, just arrived. Lots of people flooding into the hotel. And of course, that brings money to my pockets because those people are going to visit and stuff like that. They're going to have fun in my city. As it should be.
Is a hot topic, Presidente, but
yeah, let's have marriage, open marriage rights. We could do that. Now, I was actually building the golf course now. In this area, I think this makes a bit more sense, as it is more greener there as well. Over here, this area, I can use for something. Let's move the family resort a bit to that side here, right? So a bit further over there. We might also separate it then with some park areas here once again. This whole thing. Before we start with some normal houses over there. And here we have now the space for something monumental, and that is the stadium. We have the money for that, and I really would like to build the stadium at this point. There it is, 21,000 it costs us, and it's truly massive in its size, and it's just fitting in here the best, right? There we have it now. More or less at the end of the city we have this huge building there. That is coming along, and of course we can still add some more hotels and stuff like that, because the hotels that we have so far, they're all rather full easily. Another economy hotel we can squeeze in here. That I would like to do. So we finished this whole row off there. And there we also have these normal hotels. So let's also just have a couple of them here as well. So 2 of them in addition. The prices of export trade routes are decreased by 15%. The price of import trade routes are increased by 10%. Alright. I love those trees. Unfortunately, if I build a park, we're going to lose them, I think. Does that fit? I hope it fits. This is something for the people that just arrive, so they can see something beautiful. Of course, we want to add some beauty here to this whole area, right? To the fun pier over there. Definitely some more parks than here in this area. It just makes the whole thing looking so good and dynamic as well, I think. Yep, we can actually continue with this one all the way over there, because it is directly connecting then with the fun pier. I wonder if that really fits in here though. Looking a bit out of place there. The Department of Interior is vacant. Let's just check this one. Oh, 2 departments are actually vacant. The education once again, so increase the student slots. I'm always going with that. Department of Defense, we're losing all the people right now. Someone is killing my ministers. Police stations have infantry squads. Let's make 10% upkeep cost reduction for military buildings. Foreign affairs increases the the efficiency, increases base export prices. That's pretty good by 5%, and increases job quality of all buildings. That's also really good. As we speak, the skyscraper hotel is coming along. That's more tourists then that can live in there. Oh, this is a beautiful building. Also here in my modern part of Tropico. And of course, no tourists yet. We just need to wait for more ships. There's another ship coming in. 60 more tourists are boarding. Very good. Ah, and the cruise ship finally is being used as well. I was hoping for that. Cruise ship, and it should make us then some money. It is. And we finished a trade route. Aluminium it was. We have boats, cheese, yeah, cars. Perhaps we have the cars again. I would love my cars. Nah. Alright, cars there seems to be no demand for cars, which is a shame. For core is 50%, the rest is down, of course, because of the crisis that we have at the moment. Steel would be another thing, but we need the steel for our cars, so there's really nothing that we can do there right now. While we look at our bigger and bigger ever growing tourism area, let's just also check now about my people. And as we can see, the unemployment rate is drastically down. Remember how high it was? It was almost at 100, if not over 100. And thanks to all of these buildings now, we have the jobs available again for so many people. Also, homelessness is going down because of that, because people can afford now their jobs or their houses again and their flats. And that leads to a higher increasing amount of people living in houses again, and this also increases my rents. Now over there, the stadium has been finished as well. Not that many people yet. We just finished this one here. We could increase the fee by $2. Let's not do this for now. Let's just enjoy the stadium as it is here. Close to the tourism center, but also fine enough for all the people. There's the metro station. It's a bit out of reach of that. Well, but the metro station might need its own metro station. Just the stadium itself. Now there we have a bit of space. I would like to just really have ornaments in here, right? So a nice little fountain there in the center being flanked by 2 bigger parks. Oh, wait a second. We can have those parks. Big parks there. Yes. Of course, we always need to wait for the rabble to disappear. There it's gone, and now we can just build. I guess they need to be put together otherwise. Or differently. It's still fine. a bit of a green area there. Over there, we might just have another luxury hotel. So after all, this is rather close to my monuments. And by the way, also museums. So we don't have that many museums yet. The Museum of Modern Art provides fun to visiting tourists. It's a pretty cool building. We should definitely have this one in the area somewhere. Yep, behind the Colosseum. Why not? Having that that museum. There's the garbage dump. I will need to move this one for sure. Only question is where. Garbage dump is really hard. To the embassy. Could have it over there. We definitely do need one though, right? People need to get their garbage sorted. Oh, that's tricky. I would like to get as much in here as possible. And there we have the Museum of Modern Arts now. Already the first tourists are coming in. By the way, we have a metro station over there for this area, but there's basically nothing here. I would like to move this metro station a bit further into this area, overlapping it with the other one there. Yeah, we're not overlapping directly now. Let's just see. I might have one here. So that's the one for the Colosseum and stuff like that, right? Where people can walk around. Also for the tourists, a bit closer perhaps, over here. And this one here, we move away now a bit to that side there, right? So it's taking in the stadium now. It's taking in more of the resource that we have there. I think this makes a bit more sense, having it over there. It should still be very much used. We could still squeeze one in here, to be honest, as well. And there we have this one. I think this is better now. We can still have another smaller restaurant there, a cocktail bar perhaps, or a luxury or gourmet restaurant. I think this makes sense next to that. Let's move this one a bit further over there, right to the street. And then we have, once again, just some parks in the area here. Also behind my museum. I think this makes a bit more sense, right? Having this one here is providing now for a lot of people that. Also the Colosseum should be reachable with that, and the museum, of course. And here, well, here we can still have some more buildings now if we want to. And this one over there is very much used, as we can see, also because basically we have not only our resource here, but also the stadium now that is being connected with a metro station. So another thing that is important. So far so good. This one is still growing nicely and we're making a huge profit now. Also from the tourist services, as we can see, 73,000 is now our income. That is from the rents from the hotels and villas, and that is also the income from the parks and the nightclubs and stuff like that. Of course, there is some expenses to that as well in the form of wages, right? But I don't think, yeah, that it's that much of a difference, and we make a huge amount of profit right now from the tourists already, and this is only to grow from now on. So we are at this point now where the export is not the only source of income anymore, or where we don't only depend on the export, but also the offices, also the rents, and also the tourism that is paying now as well into our pockets. And that should really only increase over time as we make this one more and more beautiful. There's still lots of work here to be done. Stay tuned. Hello and welcome back to another episode of Tropico at our glorious city that is ever growing. And yeah, what we can see, we have a lot of work to do. Even though we have grown quite a bit already, there's still way more stuff to do. First of all, I would like to still go a bit with my tourisms. I would like to use my wave here, use my flow that I have to continue that district here. So we still have a couple of areas here where I would enjoy a bit more beauty. So I would like to have another, just because it looks you know, then a bit formal, or it looks a bit complete or even planned, like I did plan the whole thing, right, at some point. So that we have the last hotel of these here, and in the middle then we are just going to have everything full of parks. We do have a couple of parks here now. Space Memorial, well, we are not in space yet, so no idea if I should really go with that. But I definitely would like to have a couple of parks here in between. We have those beautiful trees. Unfortunately, they're most likely going away there, right? So I'm definitely going to have now some parks here. I'm definitely going to have the parks here as well that I can squeeze in. This one is a tricky one already. It's fine. So it's fine as long as we're not going directly into the... it's working. How good is that? How good is that? We have this beautiful park area and there is this tree here still standing. And of course, what we can see is they're using the parks here right away, right? So they're using this as pavements to walk around. Exactly what I would like to have in this area. The hotel, let's just go ahead and finish this one instantly. We are at 400,000. Why is it so high, you ask me? Well, my revenues are exploding at the moment. The tourist service is exploding, right? So it's 80,000 that we just got last month. This is pretty, the last 12 months. This is pretty sick. This is a lot of money. It's equal to our exports now, right? So we're making the same amount of money from tourists than we do make with, for example, exporting our cars, as we can see, which is my highest number here. My local services, they're still the highest one. That is the rents, right? So rents are still the best thing that we have, but tourists and exports are equal at this point. Isn't that amazing? I love that. Lots of tourists are leaving here as well, as we can see, or those guys are just going to their ship. No idea. To be honest, I don't care. We will get more tourists. This is finished now. We still have something over here, so we might still get us another little parking area there. And you might just say, okay, this guy is spamming so many parks all the time. Well, I kinda am, but you know, once this is finished, it looks like this, and I think this is absolutely looking okay. So there is nothing wrong with how all these parks are looking then at the end. There, however, we will definitely need something. For now, we have the hang gliding in here, which is a very cool looking building, and as we can see, it's very heavily used as well, right? So there's lots of people that like to use this. It's not really making us a profit there. We might make high power engine there, so the service quality is increased by 5. Okay, let's go for that. But I might need to move this somewhere else, right? So hang glider, we might have this one, yeah, somewhere over there, or I could also, to be honest, squeeze it in here, right? So I think if this is actually working out just fine, then we have something here that accompanies the parking area. And then we just need something for this tiny spot. So let's just have a look what we could squeeze in here. By the way, those gourmet restaurants, they're pretty good. And the cocktails as well, right? So these are all full, the gourmet restaurants. Whereas the normal restaurants, no one is going there. So if we have a gourmet restaurant, no one is actually going to normal restaurants anymore. Which, a bit strange, because they're still, you know, it's cheaper, I guess. And you know, when I was a kid, what was there at the beach every time that I went to Italy, and we were on the beach, and when you just go a bit further away from the beach, what is there? Well, an arcade. That's right, we played arcades there. You can play snooker, you can play billiard in them, you can play machines and computer, of course. Let's just have the arcade here as well. I think this is just very, very nicely done here, this area that we finish. Let's just have this one right away. I might have only one problem, and that is the energy. Energy-wise, we still have the balance of 67 megawatt. That is still totally fine, right? There's already the first worker, and there will definitely be guests for that, since we also have here our beach resorts and stuff like that. Also, lots of tourist ships are coming in. Beautiful ships. Fantastic. The snorkeling, it's also still heavily used, so nothing that I would need to do here. Over there, we still have some space, right? So here I might be squeezing something in. We could also just have a street going over here into this area and then just have something. A bit tricky because there's not that much. We could get rid of that one there. I know it. I want to have another gourmet restaurant. There we have it. So this one is just beside here, beside the pool and the gardens there, right? Then we can still have something else here, and that is going to be our cocktail bars. Both of them are together then, more or less. Behind them, of course, we have the occasional parks. Over there, in this point here, there might be a nightclub. I mean, we have lots of tourists here. It makes sense to have a nightclub in the area. This one here, and it's just across the modern museum here and all the restaurants that we have then as well, and rather close to my hotels and stuff like that. And behind it we just have some parks, right? And perhaps the good park type that we can have there. This one, and then the smaller ones here. And yep, I might keep those two palm tree, that palm tree there and that huge tree. I mean, they're huge, right? They're really huge. They must be really old as well, but they're just fitting in here so nicely, so we're going to keep it. Those normal houses there are some people living, right? So they're living right next to the tourist center. I think this is just looking really, really nice here, those houses. It doesn't look too arbitrary. They just fit in. They could very well be also some Airbnb flats that you have close to the tourism area. Just very, very nice. Over here we have the two restaurants, and then, well, there is something else that we haven't built yet, and that is a pretty cool thing. The roller coaster. There it is. Provides fun to visiting citizens and tourists alike. It just fits in very nicely. It's very, very close to the stadium, to the balloon, to our beach resorts and stuff like that. It just also makes sense to have it here. Let's go ahead and just find the entrance. I guess we might build it like that. And then we have the roller coaster now in this spot as well. We already have the circus over there, right? So the circus, I might now move here. Why? Because then we have the metro station, right? The metro station is not too far away, so those people can go from the metro station right to the circus then. And then I might just finish this one here, this little spot that we have with another park. I wouldn't think of anything else right now. So there might be, yeah, the dolphin park. And then those smaller parks there as well, righto? And here we could then have something once again beside those houses there. And the smaller ones there as well. And that's it basically, right? So close to the chapel there. And there we have the roller coaster coming up. And there we have it, our latest addition to the fun mile that we have in Tropico. The first workers are already in there, and the first guests are storming our latest very, very not dangerous roller coaster. I'm expecting at least 200 kilometers an hour if this one should be fine, and it's looking like it. Off you go. Unfortunately, I cannot ride with it. I would love that. We can say the work mode. So the G Factor 1, the G Factor 2, and the best G ever. Increases the upkeep, the fees increase, the service quality is increased, and one ride takes 3 rounds. Let's take the middle ground in this one for now. I don't want to spoil them. They still have to pay me something. Stadium. Oh, stadium is actually not really that full, so we have lots of room there. The circus is over here. We moved it, right? So it also doesn't have workers. So there is that, and this is a very interesting worker there. Noah De Luca. Please dress yourself properly. Perfect. This is finished. This is looking fantastic, I think. So this is a very, very nice tourism block that we have there now. There's still some room over there, but we might also just keep a bit of nature here. Oh, and the beach villas are being used now. How good is that? Finally, we have someone in there. Finally, the beach villas are making us some cash, and they're just having a lovely view of the ocean and stuff like that. These are rich accommodations, right? So they can be in a very good, luxurious location. The arcade is being used already, even though we only have 1 worker. We don't have that many unemployed citizens now. I might just do something that I turned off. I might now put open doors again, right? So that we get a few more immigrants back into town, that we can grow a bit. We are at 1,200, rather stable, so that is perfectly fine. Now, we have the mission, a shopping mall, build a shopping mall. I'm all in for that. We do need a second shopping mall. The other one is over there, far on the other side. I can't expect them to walk over there or to use the subway. And we have a perfect spot for that. So let's have us another juicy shopping mall. So there we have it. Right, so this is also a shopping mall for the tourists and stuff. And a cathedral right over there next to the Colosseum might make sense as well, right? We have one over there, and this is always full. And people like their churches. They do like that. Unfortunately, though, this is a rather remote area. We should have... There is... Oh, yeah, there we have the metro station. So I might not need one for now, right? Another one. Otherwise, I would have... Yeah, we're probably going to need a metro station over there at some point then. But for now, that should be fine. The second cathedral. Oh, we have one over there, right? This seems a bit further away. Oh, we just built 2 of them. I mean, who cares? I could also just build 2 of them. Oh! Oh, there is one already. Alright. Then let's build another one here. Next to the mall. Righto. Another one. Perfect. And rehab center provides healthcare to visiting citizens and funds to visiting tourists. So this is also used by tourists. I'm all in for that. A rehab center. This probably should be somewhere over here as well, right? So you might just place this a bit further outside, where it's a bit quieter. Next to the Pirate Cove. Or, yeah, I would really like to place it out there. So this scenic look, no one is using that. Never, ever have I seen someone visiting the scenic look. I might just place it over there and just hope that someone goes there at some point. But I don't think so. Off you go. And in here we have now the rehab center in its stead. And the rehab center, of course we cannot really have it close to that road there. Let's just build it there. We have the metro station here, so it's not that far away, right? So that's that. And that's another center where we can make some money out of our people. The entrance is here, I guess, so let's just have it like that. And then those people can enjoy their day. We have a nice sauna in there, 90 degrees up to 110 degrees. And we have all kinds of massages. Actually, I think there needs to be a road like this for this to look proper, right? Fantastic. Now, I think, wait a second, with the rehab, we're a bit down on the network balance there once again. That brings me to my next big point. While we build all of that, it's all going to cost me electricity from now on, since we're in the modern times. What we can do now is, and what we should be doing is, a nuclear power station. I've been looking forward to that for quite some time now. We do need a bit of space for that. So over here, we probably can squeeze it in, right? I've already have it unlocked. There it is. We cannot. Spot is taken, I guess, from this one here. Let's move this one over there. We need the space for the nuclear power plant. Are you real? It's not possible. Alrighty, I've made a bit of room here, so these factories are now over there, right? Both of them, that should be fine. And here we have now the beautiful space for a nuclear power plant. Processes uranium to supply electrical power, provides an electrical power grid. And this is 32,000 that it takes, but it produces 800 megawatt of power. In comparison, the solar power plant produces 450 megawatt, which is not that bad, to be honest, right? Having 2 of them might be an option, but also like nuclear power here, so let's just go for that. There we're building our first nuclear power plant, and we have room here for another one, right? I'm thinking also of going away from logs at some point. I don't think it's that feasible anymore. We have a lumber mill over there. I can actually get rid of this one, this logging camp there. I really don't need that anymore. We only have one lumber mill. It's producing enough planks for the 2 factories that need it. The 3 factories with the boats, and all of them have the planks. It's fine. It's really fine. Now, that is on the way. Another thing that we haven't unlocked yet is the highest tech tier for our cyber operations, for our spy operations, and that is the Cyber Operations Center, this one here. This one also allows us to, well, capture one more world monument, the Heist Neuschwanstein Castle, the Temple of Heaven, the Winter Palace, or the White House. So we can decide then what we want out of all of them. And we just need to build this one. I think it's going to be somewhere here. We might also have it in the military, raids and military. There it is, cyber operations. 150 energy this one costs me. Rather expensive. And that, well, that we are going to have over here in my government district. A bit further over there, perhaps, right? So no one can really see it. Oh, this would actually squeeze in there. Beside the embassies. Or we really have it over there. Let's have it over there for now. You know what? Here we have a bit of military, and it is a nice touch to have the cyber operations next to my commando garrison and to my barracks that we just have there. The barracks I will definitely never give up because they're pretty useful, though I might move them again at some point. By the way, can we upgrade them with the modern age? Nope, the barracks we can't. We could have now MK2 tanks. Of course I'm going with that. The commando center is fine. Cyber operations on the way. Defense headquarters we would still have. The aircraft carrier, the security checkpoints. Nah, nothing of that really touches me in any way. But that's that. Another thing is we only are still working with the garbage dump. Now we could go with the waste treatment facility. It reduces pollution of other buildings within its range, and it doesn't generate pollution anymore on its own like this one here. So let's just have this one. How big is the range? It's ridiculously small. Alrighty. This is probably good then for my touristy area over there, right? To have something like that right next to the golf resort. Nah, it's horrible. The range is ridiculous. They don't have cars? Do they take the waste by themselves? Perhaps you can squeeze it in here, yeah, into the factory district. I guess this makes the most sense to me. Have it over there because factories create a lot of pollution. So we might just use it over there. Alright, and another very interesting building is the offshore office. Hosts a company of one of the superpowers, generates money at the cost of losing relations with the corresponding superpower. So this is really interesting. Let's just check what kind of superpower doesn't like us particularly. We of course should look out that all of them like us. So I'm going to praise all of them now. We have the money, it's 5,000 each, right? So we can afford that. And I'm just going to have then one of them. Oh, and yes, also the building, the shopping mall is finished. Hector Delgado. I was born with a gift, Presidente, to see things clearly. Most people confuse themselves with doubt. Reasonable doubt? No such thing. You won't see me being reasonable. Alrighty, there we have that. I like this guy. Offshore. Let's just have a look where we can place it. Basically anywhere, I guess, where we do have water. So we have the pirates over there already. What is that? Oh, that's for the ship, I guess. But it really needs to be totally out there at the ocean, right? Yes. Well, of course, let's have it close to our beauty districts over here. So there we have the offshore company now. Office, and we're going to just see what this one really does. Which superpower should we choose, right? So we have now a couple of them available here. Let's go with bombing. It's all really bad. Let's go with I can't decide really. Let's go with Russia. Now relation is getting down by -20 because of that. Resources with high export prices are now furniture and cheese. And revenue per relationship lost 50. So how much does that really count for now? I've got no idea. Income this month was $100. This doesn't seem like a lot for the amount of penalty that we take here. $200. Okay, it's going up. Let's have this one here working for now. This offshore company. Still have no idea what that here is all about because for docking we have this one. Should have been fine. Ah, well, another source of income. Now, the nuclear power plant still needs to be finished. It's being built now, and now we need to think about something else, and that is how do we get the uranium from. So let's choose the uranium, and let's have a look around where we do have uranium on the map. We have 5 spots. Nah. Oh, wait a second, what is that? There is an ancient site. Very good. It's good to know that we have one. After all, there is uranium. It's a bit further away, but it's still within our road system. So let's just have this one here. Righto. There we got the workers. Some 3 workers. I hope they have their own cars. Please have your own cars. Network balance is very, very negative because of that. Let's upgrade it. Decrease pollution. I will need to build another solar power plant for now though, right? So it can't hurt to have a mixture of both of them. Just get rid of this one here so we can afford another one. And I might just replace this one with a nuclear power plant then as well later. Let's instantly finish this one to get the power back on track, and there it's coming up as well. And boom, high school, nope, it's college education that is required. We do have them. One of them is inside a cathedral, the other one was inside a roller coaster. So definitely people that like to know how to live. Or not how to live, or at least how to die. In this one here, now, Very good, we have that. But how do we get the workers there now? As we can see, they really have to travel by foot. I am spending free cars for everyone. Why are you not driving? They're really going over there. Okay, at least we produced some uranium now. It's definitely going to take a while before this one reaches the nuclear power plant though. Yes, well, we could also just import it, right? There is already the transporter coming. That was quick. Getting that uranium now to the power plant. There is the metro station. Okay, then they have to walk this. This is acceptable, I guess, right? And they go back to this metro station there. Of course, it's not ideal, but I also don't want to have too many metro stations. Each time we build one, we reduce the efficiency of all metro stations because the lines are getting longer and longer. Not something that is attractive, to me at least. And then let's just wait here. There's the uranium now coming in. That was quick. And we're producing now nuclear energy or nuclear power. And that means another 736 megawatts to the grid. And thus we have a network balance of 881. What kind of upgrades do we have? Increases job quality with a lead shielding. Electricity focused or uranium enrichment. Electrical power output is decreased by 50% but decreases the upgrade. Nah. I'd rather stick with that for now. Perfect. And now we have enough energy for the high-tech industry that we still need to prepare for. Stay tuned. Hello and welcome back to another episode of Tropico 6. Last episode we were finishing our beautiful tourism area here that is just now melting together kind of like with the city. We still have a couple of things here that don't look so good, like this apartment here. Let's just upgrade this away as well. So we do have then 2 of those beautiful towers here in the center. Don't worry, I'm not going to spam everything with these towers now as it's not that great looking, but still occasionally. We also have those buildings there and those ugly tenements. I don't like them at all. So these are the buildings that I really don't like. One of the few that I really don't like. Those modern apartments have now another upgrade available that I've researched, and this one requires 30 megawatt and less electrical power. Having this on all buildings is significantly reducing the network and well, maximizing energy output, increasing efficiency and stuff like that. That's what this episode is all about. High-tech industry. We want to have a look at what we can do now with all the means of the modern age, enough energy and enough money. One very, very vital thing that we have, one very, very big problem that we have right now is farm goods, right? So the cigar factories lack tobacco, the cannery lacks fish or pineapple, I think the car manufacturers here, they lack rubber that is running out all the time. So what is going on here? My plantations, it doesn't matter how good I boost them, they're losing efficiency because we're basically using the same crop all the time, even though I have the multiculture crop available. This is really bad. So the only option that I would have here is to change the crop all the time. Or, and that is a big or, we are just totally getting independent of crop fertility, soil and stuff like that. And how do we do that? Well, we've got a new building for that. The hydroponic plantation cultivates a chosen type of crop to produce the corresponding goods independent from the local crop condition. It requires a lot of energy and it requires educated workers. But we have all of that. And it's this building here, and we can basically put them all together in a block and they can all work at 100% efficiency all the time to produce our crops. We no longer really need those plantations. Awesome. Now, where should we place them? Of course, in our little industry district. We have a couple of plantations here at the moment. We do have a metro station here. So I would like to now get into, yeah, well, basically destroying all of them here. This is sugar, tobacco, corn, and sugar. So sugar, tobacco, and corn, right? So that just that we remember it. Off they go. Bye-bye. And the tannery is producing us the leather. The leather we still need. I might actually move this one somewhere else with the tannery over here for now. This very ugly building there. And in here we are now going to have those hydroponic farms. And they're really, really great. I gotta say that. They're beautiful. And they're high tech, of course. Of course, we have this bus stop right here. So I need to I need to move the bus stop here. So I can have my little crossing there that we need. Let's finish this one. Perfect. I like my nuclear power station there. And now we can place these hydroponic plantations. Let's have a couple of them here. I'm going to move my lumber mill to look like that. Right, so we can still squeeze in one more in this area. Here. And we're going to continue with that on the other side as well. By the way, they're not that cheap. They're quite expensive. And yes, I've chosen corn now, but we can change this then afterwards. Right, so there we got the first ones. And we could just continue with that. And I am going to continue with that because we really want to produce a lot of these crops. So there we have a couple more. Also, they require less space, far less space. Another big advantage of that. Another Teamster office, because we're going to see a lot of increasing here now with that. So let's have another Teamster office here. And I'm just not avaricious, so let's just have another Teamster office here as well. Plus, since we're getting a lot of industry done here, we might also be thinking about a parking deck at this point, right? Allows rich citizens and all tourists to access and park cars or taxis. This one here is pretty good at, especially once you have better paying workers, right? So we might just have this one here, the toy workshop. Let's move this somewhere else. In fact, I might actually destroy it at some point. There we have the space now. Just beside our metro station there, we have something for people to travel here, right? Otherwise, they would have to go through the grass. And once the rubble is gone, another thing that I'm going to have here is now the parking deck that we can squeeze in just very conveniently into this area here. Right, I'd just like to have a few parks there again, because as always, it just fits in to have that in between all of that. Let's just quick build this one. There we have it. It's already got a worker. We have an upgrade, decreases the crime safety penalty because we have camera surveillance. Of course, I'm not going to be greedy about it. And as we can see, people are already using it, right? So there's already a car going out and back and forth. And I just hope that my workers like to use this one, especially to get to all of these factories, right? Metro station stuff. Now, the parking deck, let's have this in several locations of my city. Over here, it makes also sense to have one close to my tourists and stuff like that. So let's go for that. Tourists like to use taxis, and the taxis are coming out of that. Over there. Perfect. And perhaps also another one further up here somewhere. There we have a bit of space. Close to all of that industry here. Another parking deck. I might also just have one here then in the area, but well, that's for later. Righto, lots of construction. We also have the first of them now finished. As we can see, they're working at a good efficiency right off the bat. And let's change the resources. One of them is corn, that is fine. Then we had tobacco. Let's have 2 of them going with tobacco. In fact, let's make 3 of them going with tobacco, all of them here. Right. This one here is corn. Very good, it already has that. Then we have 92% efficiency. They of course consume quite some electricity, but, and that's the cool thing, is we can further make them optimal. It increases the efficiency by 50% if we have the extensive fertilization on them. How crazy is that? Let's just add this one to all of those buildings. This is adding a whopping 50% on top of that. So we are really pushing out tobacco here now. Decreases the upkeep of nearby ranches. Yeah, we don't have that at the moment. Righto, so that's coming along. I might now... Oh yeah, and lots of trucks as we can see in the area. We also have another thing for the ranches, and that is the automated range, or the factory ranches. Grows a chosen type of farm animal to produce milk, meat, wool, hides, and blah blah blah. Requires corn for feeding the animals, and it's, well, not depending anymore on its surrounding, right? So it's just a factory really. Let's also have this one. We have still pineapple there. I'm going to have one of these for pineapple anyway once they're finished. So let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that ranch. Of this ranch here, of this ranch here. And we are going to move these houses there. I'm going to move them further down here. By the way, those ranches there, let's also get rid of them. I'm going to get rid of all of these old buildings here now, right? So we don't need them anymore. I love it. I love getting to the modern times. By the way, that we have an iron mine. Let's just modernize this one so that it's looking proper too. And let's also increase its efficiency. Now, those here I can now move. I'm going to move them. Yep, they can really be just here. It's not that far away still, right? Along the road. And here we have now plenty of space for all of that. The banana and the banana, they can both also be converted into modern plantations. Healthcare happiness, praise the capitalists, no one. And I'm also promising nothing. You people will get nothing from me. By the way, El Presidente is looking fantastic after all these years. Over 100 years in power, and he hasn't changed one bit.
It was your trust that made it possible.
Now, then we have the logs. I'm just thinking about this road here, if we really do need that. We'll just see. Factory ranch, that we have it. They're quite huge, as we can see. There we have an old style ranch still. Factory ranch here, and another one then here once that rabble is gone. By the way, this coffee plantation, 10% efficiency. Let's get rid of that.
We're grateful for the many fulfilling jobs you create for my people and your progressive attitude.
So this is going to be our food supply, our food powerhouse here, fully developed, of course, as well. Also has every kind of parking deck. As we can see, lots of people are using that, and lots of cars are going towards it. Perhaps I underestimated the parking deck for quite some time now, or for too long, right? It seems to be really valuable in that case. Now, we have the plantations. Now, all of them have been built, and depending on their crops, whatever they have, they also have different upgrades, right? The sugar, for example, has the fiber fertilization, so increases the efficiency of nearby plantations and hydroponic plantations by 10% up to 20%. Rather good, so we can have this, and it's actually affecting all of them, right? So it's further boosting the efficiency. The corn increases efficiency by 1% every month up to a cap of 20. Of course, we're going with that as well. And the rubber has the amount of jobs positions by 1, increases the efficiency by 20 on top of that. By the way, do we have now... The tobacco is working at 150% efficiency now. Pineapple increases efficiency of nearby pineapple plantations. Let's have both of them working on that. And I think we have 2. And they're boosting each other now, right? So that's our food supply now being, well, really, really pushing out, hopefully, all my factories, right? 2 of them are rubber. That is for the cars. And as we can see, they're already fully working. They also don't need that many people working in them. We could only now have something else here, the work mode, from natural to almost free of nature. Power is increased, but the efficiency is also increased. 12 buildings, wait a second, for 12 buildings changing that, nah, let's not do this. I don't think it's worth it that much since we're already pushing out a lot. Now, the animal farms are coming along. The only thing they need is corn, so we're consuming a lot of corn here. We're producing corn here and here. Corn is also needed for my people, so we have to monitor this one. I just hope that we have enough. Over here, we also have the chocolate factories that don't have sugar. The sugar we're now really producing a lot. Look at that efficiency, 19% only. Cocoa is at 34% efficiency. So it's really, we're really done with those ugly plantations. I no longer need them. The rubber we have up there, by the way, now that we're getting rid of them, I also didn't need that ranch anymore, those houses here anymore. Plus, I can also say goodbye to that bus line that we have there. Set the starting bus stop. Yep, we can now have a new bus line with that somewhere over... let's make it town center somewhere. Or for the tourists. It might be good for the tourists to have a bus station here now, right? So somewhere here. And the stop bus would be somewhere in the city center. Or close to the nightclubs and stuff like that. Something nice for tourists there as well. We don't need that for our workforce at the moment. Now, the textile mill. Yep, wool is coming in. Very good. We should get lots of wool now, thanks to our factory ranches there. So we have the sheep over there. They are producing it, and llama produce wool for us, right? All of them have corn, so we're producing enough for now. That's good to see. And let's also have a look at their upgrades. So removes the job position and increases efficiency by 10% for those. And for the cattle, increases efficiency of nearby plantations and hydroponic plantations by 10%. The bonus does not stack. In addition, the ranch produces manure as if it were running the pasture prohibition work mode. Ah, what the heck, let's do this one. Also increases efficiency for the sheepies. Now that is some modern production that I like a lot. We have finished another trade route. Canned food, jewelry, plastics, cheese, boats. I have not seen cars in such a long time now. And it's still not there. Nope. There's still no cars that we could sell. No one likes our cars. Canned food, cigars. Do we have cigars? We don't. Cigars we produce a lot. Let's go with the highest contract. That is a nice price increase. Now in here we have the waste treatment facility. As we can see, it is working now quite fine. We could also say generates trace amounts of aluminium, rubber, uranium and nickel based on efficiency. Very good, let's go with that. There we have the garbage dump. Let's get rid of that. We no longer need such an ugly building here. Instead we are left with the canneries and stuff. The canneries, since they're a bit older, I would like to move them a bit further away. So somewhere over there perhaps. Right, so one here beside the plastic and the other cannery then just beside it. Now we have a bit of space here, and I would like to use the space for high-tech industry. Oh, by the way, my cigar factories, let's also move them. We should still have a bit of space somewhere, right? No idea right now. Where should we have the cigar factories? Over there. There is space for that. It's still close enough, right? It's still close to everything and still close to my cargo airport, which is the important thing. And here now we can add our high-tech industry. Let's have a look at that. We have the electronics. I'm all in for the electronics. We produce gold, we produce plastic, so we can definitely build that. And since we really do need a lot of electronics, I might go for 2 of them. So we can add 2 here right away. Behind it, we're just going to have some smaller parties here. Right, so that it looks proper. We have a restaurant in the area. We have a fast food. Those factory workers do like to eat, perhaps. So let's also offer them something to drink and eat. Let's have a fast food joint right here. Oh, by the way, we don't have one here yet, right? Nope, we don't. So let's have a fast food restaurant joint here as well.
Do they still have a place in our lives?
So this is the electronics, and the other thing, we still have lots of that. We would have the fashion company, so processes cloth and leather to produce apparel. Very expensive once again, also takes a lot of energy, and it's just absolutely fancy looking. So I'm going with 2 of them right here. Alrighty, let's have this road going down here. Next up, let's have a look. Smart furniture, battery plant, a drone factory. It produces drones of any type. Each drone requires different resources to build. Completed logistic drones fly to where they are needed autonomously. Isn't that cool? Let's have a drone factory. And yeah, let's have it here, right? In this spot where we can squeeze it in. The drone factory. The smart furniture produces... Well, we would have this one then here. Furniture and electronics to produce smart furniture. Let's have one of these. And we can squeeze it in just nicely in this area too. Battery plant, nickel and aluminium. We would need both of them. Pharmaceutical. Processes oil to produce pharmaceuticals. Definitely something we can do. Oh my goodness, it's huge. Let's have 2 of them, because I think they're totally worth it. And then we still have a bit of space here. I hope I'm not overdoing myself here. Right, so we might still need something else in between. The smart furniture. I could just do it here, or the battery plant. Oh my goodness, it's even bigger. No idea. I guess we have a lot of construction to finish first. I'm also going to squeeze in another bus garage just here. Why? Because I want to have a bus stop here by the metro station that we have. Reason for that is I think those people still have to travel too far for the stations, right? So over here we might then have another bus stop for all of those plantations, because what I can see is here there's lots of people walking from over there to there, and this is just a long distance to walk. And to make this more efficient, let's have the bus working in this area too. So the bus should be coming out then rather soon. And after a bit of time, we have the first factories finishing up. So here the electronics are working now. Gold and plastic, they both have. Gold perhaps not that much. Producing electronics for us. And here we have the fashion company now producing apparel out of leather and cloth. And both of that we have plenty of. This one was just finished. This one already has plenty of that in store. We could, of course, further optimize them. For example, factory outlet increases the housing quality of residential buildings within a radius of 12 grid cells by 5%. This is really cool. So how far is that? It's fine. So let's have this one. The electronics factory, can we boost this? Increases production by 50%, but it requires an additional 100 megawatt of power. Nope, can't do. Now, the drone factory, the smart furniture studio that has a lot of very rich people in it. I guess it's very expensive, this one here. And it's getting in now. The furniture, electronics are still waiting. There we have them. And we're producing smart furniture now. Let's just have a look at their building. Requires more power for 10% more energy efficiency. Let's not do this for now. I guess we're fine as it is. Fancy houses here. The drone factory, batteries and aluminium. Alright, so there we have this one. Logistics drone. Default work mode uses battery and aluminium to produce logistics drones. We don't have that yet. And there is the pharmaceutical company. So they require oil and we should have that. By the way, we have an oil over there. Right, so there we have the oil well. That, yeah, we can't increase the efficiency of that. Anyway, if I want more oil, then, well, we can have now the offshore park. I'm going to try it with the offshore park once again. The oil rig. There we have it. It failed last time. I don't know why. So let's just build this one here. There we have it. People should be working here. And the building cannot catch fire anymore. I guess this was one of the problems. And it's producing oil right away. Interesting. How do we get the oil then to my mainland? Alright, it's being transported by boat from a freighter going right to the dock. And over there goes into the storage and hopefully being then transported to my factories where it's needed. So this one here and this one. Alright, so both of them can work for us producing pharmaceuticals that we can hopefully also sell again for some nice prices. Now, we still have one more thing here and that is the battery. Oh, we have a power shortage. Now we don't, but it's close. I guess we are going to need another nuclear power plant. Can I move this one to a better location? I might just move this one over there for now. Till I know what I'm going to do with it. Because I want to have a second nuclear power plant here as well. So this one. Producing us some nice energy. It has some nice sound to it. Oh, by the way, this was not close to the street there. Now we have it. Perfect. Let's just have a small park behind it, just for those workers here. And close to the tannery there. Very good. Just like some uranium now. It's easy to find, right? Uranium, so that shouldn't be a problem. By the way, we have those two Teamster offices here. Let's also upgrade all of them to have more jobs available. Also going to increase the wages of the Teamster offices so they're a bit more efficient. And the work mode needs to be... it's already right. Alrighty, and after a bit of time, most of them are working now. So my electronics are working, the fashion companies are working, and also my two pharmaceuticals are working, having enough oil. The only problem here is, first of all, not a drone. Yes, I know. And the other one is the furniture studio. That is because there's not enough furniture. Even though we have the planks, I guess the workers are just not going there. No reason why not. And boom! Also, we are millionaires. We have 1 million on the bank account. Cool. So we're making a nice profit there, I guess, but it's still not enough, of course. What do you want when you have a lot of money? You want more money, and that's exactly what our goal here is. Now we get the nutcracker, nuts. Can we do something here still? Worker require high school education, decreases plank consumption. That sounds good. And it's a CAD software, and the building requires more, but the efficiency is increased by 100%. Yes, let's go with that. We have still a very nice network balance now that the second nuclear generator has been built as well, the nuclear power plant. So, furniture is now being produced. It just needs to get over here to my smart furniture home with the hip and comfy work mode. Those are working now too. I still think we don't have enough Teamsters, right? So I still think we need to upgrade this even more. I'm seeing a lot of big storages here. The plantations though have 0, right? Which is always good because that means it's getting taken care of. This is a bit more. This is a bit more, and over here we have then, oh yeah, lots of cocoa for the chocolate factories. They don't have something right now. Alright, so here we might still need to work on something. And yes, of course, this area is looking a bit neglected at the moment since we're doing all of that here. So far so good. Millionaire. We have a nice high-tech industry now working for us that is only ramping up at this point, but hopefully we will see the fruits of that soon. So far so good. Stay tuned. Hello, how good of you to join. Welcome back to Tropico and welcome back to our glorious town. Now, in the last episode, we were building up our high-tech industry over there. I, of course, still need to look out and further optimize this one here. For example, the Smart Furniture Studio always or quite often doesn't have furniture available. So first of all, I would like to get rid of the shipyard here because I think the boats are not really selling us that much anymore. But let's just check it real quick. The boats are here with 8,000 in the last 12 months of my income, right? So that's not that much, and I might actually get rid of them. We also have toys somewhere down here, I think. Toys, 5,000. Iron, that is a leftover. Coal, hides. Okay, this is also because we have a surplus of these goods that are being sold. Juice is also really low. I'm a bit disappointed in that. But the boats are not that important anymore. They're consuming the planks, and the planks I could use for a furniture factory that in return produces for my smart furniture factory, which I guess will bring us more. So let's get rid of the boathouse there. Off you go. And down here we have one furniture factory. I would like to have a second one. Yes, I am like that. I'm greedy and I want to have a second one. Over here, there is a parking area, right? Or park area. Who needs a park beside a nuclear station? What kind of person designed that? There we have the... Hope I can squeeze it in. Yes, very good. Another furniture factory now in this area here. Not that far away from the metro station and very not that far away from the lumber mill. So I'm hoping there's a lot of stuff coming out of it, right? By the way, we are also producing a lot of logs now that are all not being processed anymore by that lumber mill. So I might just have a second lumber mill somewhere out here where it makes sense to have it. Just here, for example, producing me some... Oh, I was... Actually, I wanted to... Yeah, let's have both of them here. Let's have both of them there. It makes more sense. And here, it didn't fit in there anymore. We can have something else then. This one also needs some planks. Now I hope that's enough really to support both of them. I so want to have more smart furniture. That means sofas and couches that speak to me. Isn't that amazing? Now, let's continue without bad jokes, I hope. The customs office. Oh, and we have a thunderstorm. This time though, we have lightning rods that we can purchase. Let's do this one. Let's not use our city for experiments anymore. There's one more thing here, and that's the customs office. The customs office was really expensive back in the days when we built it, and it's actually a good thing because we do get two very important upgrades out of it. The first one is the tax evasion decreases the import prices by 10%, and we might need that rather soon. And the other one is the tourist fees. So every tourist arriving in Tropico pays $10 on base efficiency. That's crazy. We have so many tourists nowadays. That's a lot of money coming in addition to all of that, right? Now, while the thunderstorm rages, oh yes, my ministry, we are losing those people so fast. Let's just hire the ministries that we need there once again. This one, and foreign affairs, what was it? Export prices increasing. Very good. Now, one more thing is that we have the Spy Academy. Even though we didn't really notice that yet. The Spy Academy that is working for us now is opening up a new option for us in the Cyber Operations Center, and that is a pretty cool one, the Fantasy Reviews. So spawns multiple perfect ratings for every tourist type. So we even get a better tourist rating out of it, and I'm definitely going to do that. We're also going to have some treasure hunts. We're going to have some market manipulations, creates export trade routes with 40% price deviation for the next 2 offers. Let's have one of them. That sounds like a good idea. Some treasure hunts. And then we still need to decide on a monument. And these monuments are really powerful. We are going to neglect the White House because we already have a palace. I don't want to have another one. That same goes with the Winter Palace. So we have the Temple of the Heaven, which is a pretty cool name. And it's a very beautiful monument. So increases the efficiency of all plantations and hydroponic plantations. That's good, but we have kind of enough money. The Great Pyramid, I don't think it really fits in here. Increases construction rate of each construction worker by 50%. And Neuschwanstein Castle, tourist vacation time and tourist fees are increased, and tourists stay longer. That means we can have more tourists at the same time. Plus, it's a beautiful castle. Let's go for Neuschwanstein Castle as well. On top of that, that's done. Oh my goodness, it's really, really raining right now. I hope we are not getting flooded or anything. Another thing that I want to start working on now is my drone factory. I think the logistics drones is really cool, as it, well, kind of like hopefully makes life for my transporters quite easy by totally automating my trading, my transportation. Well, let's just see that. So we do need aluminium. That is something strange enough. We have that. Why do we have that? Basically from our waste treatment facility. We do get some aluminium out of it now and some nickel. It's not going to be enough to really supply it, but it's a nice bonus on top of that. The other one would be the batteries. So we do need the battery factory for that. This one here processes nickel and aluminium to batteries. It's a pretty big one. Let's squeeze it into this area there. And by the way, since my factory is also moving now into this area and we have some working place, I just might have another metro station in this area here. I think it just makes sense to have that. Here, for example, or here, because we are also, of course, still going to add some more stuff into this area then. So let's just go ahead and have some metro station there as well. Now, for the nickel and aluminium, let's just check real quick if we can do something about that. Automated mine, nickel. Let's have a look where nickel is. Forget it. It's way too far away. It's basically completely out of reach. Aluminium. Also really far away. We would need to have trade routes. Yeah, I'm going with trade routes in this case here. So let's just have a look at my trade. I do have, you know what, let's purchase all of the trade licenses that we have there. So we have it totally unlocked now. By the way, car, a very good deal that I've struck there with 60% approve increasing. Let's have a look at my import for minerals. Aluminium, that would be one. Nickel, that would be one. Oh my goodness. Prices are crazy. I have to go with that, I guess. Right? Coal would be fine. Iron would be fine. But why? Nickel. It cost me 6,000 per 1k unit. That's a lot. We're going to need a lot of nickel. And aluminium is 4,000. Huh. Or what should we do now? Should we just import batteries? I guess that could be even more expensive. Aluminium and nickel. And theoretically, we would have both in the waste treatment facility. I could have another one. Let's just see if we can do it actually with the waste treatment facilities. That might be a nice change of things here. So waste treatment facility, we do need one over here in my tourist center anyway at some point, right? So it's not bad looking per se, right? So it's actually doing some good stuff there for factories and stuff like that. Let's build another one here, and let's also build another one for those factories there. It's a good building, and all of them do get this upgrade here, right? So generates that in addition, those materials. And I think we don't have one here yet for those skyscrapers and stuff. I might just have one being, yeah, surrounding all of them. I think this is also a good location for it, and it's definitely going to be hopefully profitable. So we don't need a mine for that, but we'll just find out, right? Let's build the battery plant. There we have it. Getting the workers right away, costing me some energy. There is no upgrade for it. Safety regulations are intact. Nickel and aluminium. Let's just hope that it does get some resources. Another cool edict that we can unlock here is the speedway. Increases the speed of vehicles using roads by 15%. This cost me 600 per month. Let's just go with that. Also, every freighter leaving Tropico takes away 1 pollution for each garbage dump. Nah, let's not do this one. But it's definitely worth it having a look at all of that here. Also, constitution topic allows you to put focus on trade routes. We could do that. There's the marriage rights that we need for one of the missions that we can also go with. Vaccination. The threshold is decreased by 5 citizens dying of low healthcare. Not really something I need right now. Drone recycling, not now, please. Automated mine in your work mode for that. Arcade. Yeah, basically that's it for now. But that edict for the highway might be a good thing. So let's just activate this one. And it's definitely getting cheaper once it levels up. So that's something. Now, my battery factory has already 78 nickel. It's still lacking the aluminium though. And we've also just made the first $100,000 from one export alone, I think. Yeah, must be the first 100,000. The freighter also takes 64,000 with it right away. So, yeah, we can definitely feel now the high-tech industry, right? We can definitely feel now all of that coming into that cargo airport here. It's crazy how much money we make at this point. To think that we had a shortage of money at some point, or a lack of money. Now, please, nickel, aluminium, a bit of it at least. And then we're producing some batteries. It's not much, but it's a start. Those batteries go right to the drone. There we need the batteries. There it is. And we have the first logistics drones. And we can produce quite a lot of them with the batteries that we have. Now, and once we finally have drones available, I have now these 2 buildings here. The drone delivery service, so drones fly and to and from a specified destination, delivering all kinds of goods, like the Teamster office, just not using the roads, but they also carry less than a truck. And then we have the drone taxi, transports people to the destination within the area of effect. Another very cool thing to speed up our transportation network. Let's just go with the transportation first, the drone delivery service. I guess we need to build it first and then we can design it to a certain area, right? So I'm going to place my first one, yeah, I guess here. And then we have the drone taxi. And this one needs a radius and it transports people within that radius, to and fro. So that's also something. Could speed up transportation times, but only in a very short area, I guess. So it's not really that cool looking, I guess. And we need to destroy something for it. Something here in the center. We could transport some tourists. No idea really. Let's have it in the industry area for now and just see what it does. Oh, look at that. There are the drones. We got the drone network now running. It's incredible. I don't believe that really. They're coming from the drone factory, as we can see. Let's not allow them for export at this point. I want to use them for myself. Right. There's the delivery service. It has now 22 out of 50 drones already. And we now need to designate a route. So within that route, they're transporting stuff. And let's just start with the airport. And let's just let them, I guess, go over here. Is that possible? Okay, so it really needs to be for a specified building and a specified good, it seems. So we can't just have it in a certain area, work independently like the Teamster office. I think at least it doesn't do that. So let's just choose, for example, the pharmaceutical company here and say cargo airport, right? And pharmaceuticals it is. And it's really just doing that now. And we need to create new routes then for all of that. So the same goes with the second one, for example. Right, the next one. Okay, this is not something that I like so much. Why can't it not do it automatically? Let's make the apparel there as well. And that's it. So those 3 routes are now working. And the drones should hopefully transport goods between them. Right, and no longer do we need Teamsters for that job, I guess. And then we have also the drone taxi over there. This one, though, needs passenger drones. So that is something that we still haven't done yet. We need to research that. The passenger drones, modern times, and drone factory. There it is. Oh, we don't have enough knowledge points. We don't have enough knowledge points. Well, we do need a research lab. Generates a lot of knowledge for the research of regime tools. Am I a regime tool to you? We will also have the space program and the nuclear program. Those are also increasing my research. Let's go with the research lab first. And I might just have this one, yes, here. Besides the military and beside my cyber operations. Another big building that we can then just have in the area. And by the way, those houses here, I think we can get rid of them. Now that we have that high-tech everywhere here. There it is, research lab, decreases upkeep, it decreases required electrical power, cloud computing, and the research lab continuously generates 1 knowledge per day on base efficiency. Let's also do this. Sounds very good. And please generate some knowledge now for me. Central research lab. And we can also see the drones flying in the air. That's pretty cool looking, by the way. They're now... I mean, we need 50 logistics drones for 3 trade routes. Seems a bit over the top to me. Right, so they're doing that. And my Teamsters don't need to do that anymore. So that's something. I wonder if we can increase the amount of drones that we can use. Perhaps in a research or something like that. If we have something here. Modern times, of course. And then we have the drone economy. Drone recycling. Also not that. Nah, not looking good. I don't think we have something in that regard. But, well, we might still get something. Who knows? Oh boy, it's getting really busy now in the air, though. With all of that. And yeah, really, they're taking it step by step now here. 30 each time they fly. Thus delivering way more now to that cargo airport here. We still have some other buildings that we can have a look at. The beauty farm, for example, provides faith to visiting citizens and fun to visiting tourists, preferred by celebrity tourists. Another building that we should probably add somewhere over there, in this whole area there. So yeah, we have the rehab there, and the beauty is not that far away. Let's just have this one right next to it. How is it looking, by the way? The rehab center is being heavily used, right? So, as we can see, lots of people. Oh my goodness, it's full. It's completely full. Those poor souls, though, have to travel quite some time over here. The golf course is okay, I guess.
We've tried turning it off and on again, and it still doesn't work.
Okay, another penultimo event where we need to wait until nothing happens at the end. So not that. What we can do is, I've done a bus system over there, right? So that the workers would use it, but they're actually going to the docks for the ships, right? To the oil rig. So I'm going now to cancel this one. That's the bus. And it has its bus stop. There it is, its bus garage. So let's put the bus stop now to the metro station here and the end over here, so that we reach this destination here now too, for my tourists, for the visiting ones. The beauty farm that we've built now here also needs to work, of course, and people need to get there somehow. Fantastic looking buildings right next to the golf course and the rehab center. I didn't expect that the rehab center would be so successful. Roller coaster and stadium are very successful though, so they're always full when I look at them. The stadium has a lot of slots, right, but there's lots of people to it. And the roller coaster is completely full. So that's that. And yes, then there is also the question of where we put more buildings and monuments. First of all, we don't have that many homeless people right now, but I would still like to improve a bit my town there, increase it in size a bit. So let's have another metro station over here, right? So at the end of this one, because I'm also going to have some more houses here now. We have the apartment, we have the tenements, we have the houses, the modern houses. Let's go with another skyscraper Here, I guess. Nah, it's a bit far outside. Let's have some normal houses there. Yes, it's just looking better. Those houses there. Plus some, not flop houses really, but we need something for the people that work close to those locations there, right? So they can never hurt of having a few more apartments to expand in this area. There we have a bit of space where I might still put, for example, some modern mansion in or something like that. Official residence we have. Nah, let's not do this yet. I might still find something else here because after all we have some... Oh, we have lots of space there behind the Colosseum that I would like to use as well. Something like that. Let's also just check our trade routes real quick. Oh, and we finished the marriage rights research now, so the research is coming along. Cars, we were basically at this point exporting a lot. Perhaps some electronics would be nice if we could get that. Apparel, how's it looking with that? We already have it. Damn, because it's a really, really profitable one and we can produce a lot of it. Logistics drones, there would be something. They are very expensive. I might just go for that. Surveillance drones, weapons, wool. Let's go with the logistics drones and open up logistics for my people. We are producing a lot of them. We have 1,000 drones at the moment in store. Let's sell this one to make some more money out of it. Perfect. It's also getting a bit hectic here with all the drones flying around, so I don't think I'm going to do this too often. Since we would have flying drones everywhere at some point. Not something I like. Stay tuned. A new day is dawning in another city, Tropico. Oh, and the castle has landed. Neuschwanstein, the monument that we wanted to steal, should be now in our city. It was always risky turning the castle into a giant rocket and flying it over the Tropico, but there's only so much you can do from a computer keyboard, you know? Anyway, it needs putting together like construction toys, and you'll need a good painter and decorator. Alrighty, so that is one thing that's coming in now. We have a Neuschwanstein Castle. We also still have the Eiffel Tower that we haven't built yet. And that is something we definitely should be going for. Broadcast each non-standard radio and TV program from the relevant stations all over Tropico in their stead. So instead of having, for example, this one here working only in this radius, the Eiffel Tower is going to transmit that or broadcast that everywhere across the island. So pretty powerful there as well, making it a bit more efficient because we still have lots of homes over here, for example, that don't receive TV station or TV broadcasting and stuff like that. Now let's just have a look around what we can do here, or where we can actually place the Eiffel Tower. It's a pretty big monument, right? And what this one here is going to do is, yeah, we do need it to have a central. It's going to attract lots of tourists and stuff like that. It should also be rather close to a metro station. And I think just that we have a good location over there. Before we actually do this one though, we need to remodel a couple of things here in the center. So first of all, I want that clinic to go more where people live, right? The clinic is rather isolated. And over there, I think somewhere here we should have a good amount of space. So let's just move it there for now. Off goes the clinic. Once again, we are, yeah, changing the surface of our glorious city. Let's have the building relocated over there. So the cathedral. Now, in here, we do have a couple of things that I need to get rid of. Probably not just moving it, but really getting rid of. For now, it's this flop house there, I think. Let's get rid of that. Then we have the police station and the fire station. I'm going to move them to completely different locations, so over there mostly, right? So there we have the police station for now, and the fire station is going to be just here behind that, behind the cabaret, behind that park. This is still not a finished area for now, but this is looking better. There we have the cocktail bar. Let's move this one. A cocktail bar close to a cathedral also doesn't make that much sense. I think the restaurants, yep, they're not used really being anymore. So we're going to move the cocktail bar. I think we can squeeze it in there, perfect, into this corner there. Now we can get rid of those streets here. And one more thing that we still need to do is let's move the bank over here. Let's move this a bit closer to the embassy for now. right? And boom, we have a lot of space now available. Let's just see. Eiffel Tower, there it is. It doesn't even need that much space, right? Let's have the Eiffel Tower, yeah, I guess just here, to be honest, right? So we can have it there. Perfect. Coming up, there is still that street. I might have the road then going around the Eiffel Tower. And then we might still have some park area here. And then we have space now, for example, for another cocktail bar. There it is in all its glory.
Meanwhile, the palace issues a plea that citizens do not eat brightly colored local frogs.
And as we can see, we already get lots of tourists coming in here. Required wealth is broke. Do I? Yeah, actually there's a fee on that, so $5. And that's another tourist attraction where tourists will go crazy because they want to see that, right? Who doesn't? Now, beside that, we have a bit of an unfinished area now. And I wouldn't want to stop here, right? So we have the beautiful Eiffel Tower, but across it we have a hospital. That doesn't make sense, right? Having these buildings so close to a beautiful monument. This is really all just for tourists, and it should be like that. So I'm going to move the hospital now to a different area. We have plenty of space over here, more or less, with, for example, these tenements here that I don't really need. I think we could squeeze in another tenement here. Nah, it's not possible. It's close though. I might move the house here to this location, righto. And then we could probably move the clinic now in here. Oh, yeah, it's working. It's not really looking pretty though, but we could do it like that. Or we get rid of that park and that park, and then we can relocate it here. Perfect. That's where I would like to have my clinic. Right, so it's just fitting in there nicely. Now for the tenements, I'm going to get rid of one of them, so... Or, wait a second, where could we move it? We have the grocery store here. This is being heavily used, so there's no way I could do anything here. We have these flop houses. We have, I think, another hospital over there. Yes, so I should not get too close to that. And you know what? For now, we are wasting a lot of space here with that park where we could make it a bit more efficient overall. So what I would like to do is let's get rid of all of that here, right? Including the streets. There we have the high school that I will need to move as well. This one, where should we get the high school to? Probably, yeah, we could have it for now out there a bit. Right, so it's fine. It's a fine location for that now. Just for now. Then we have the metro station that I will probably also move somewhere else. In fact, I might actually move it over there. Right, so right there. Now, the cabaret we still have that we need to move away here a bit. Let's just move the cabaret. It's barely being used anyway, so let's just for now have it over there. Getting rid of the park there. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to get rid of this whole park area too. Oh, no. Cancel the demolition of the Colosseum. That's not something I want. I want to move the Colosseum over here. So it's a bit closer to the Eiffel Tower and stuff. Now we have the space to relocate the hospital over here. Somewhere where it also makes a bit more sense, right? Because the hospital is then caring for this sector here, for this whole district. Whereas this hospital here is caring for this district. And we definitely will need another hospital anyway. That we might just have then over there somewhere. Now, there we have the Colosseum. We still have now a bit of space here for something else. I could have most likely... the castle in there. That doesn't really fit though. What I would like to have is I would like to have something for tourists there, like the mausoleum, right? We do still have some very cool buildings that we haven't built yet. This one here, the mausoleum, is a pretty big building too. Just across the Eiffel Tower. Then we have the Colosseum. And then after that, it's over, right? So after that here, we have now more space again. And we still have a few options to make this whole thing greener. Plus, we have a lot of space here now for something else. For example, the high school. We could now squeeze in here. Right, so that's working again. And then we still have plenty of space for stuff. Over here, we have a bit of space for something else. And that is another skyscraper hotel that I would like to have there for the tourists. In this touristy area. Now we can just fit in all the parks that we haven't built yet again. So this one here around the mausoleum then. And here we can have some bigger parks like, yep, a fountain. And between that fountain then statue over there. Why not? And perhaps a second statue then here. Then we still have a bit of empty space there, and here as well, where we can still squeeze stuff in. So I think this is looking a bit better than overall. We still have the Ministry of Information, Police Blimp, another office that I could have somewhere. So we could have, of course, another office here in the area, but nah, let's not do this. This is a touristy area after all, so having, a hotel. We also have the luxury hotel that we haven't built yet, so a luxury hotel might be another very good addition. And of course all those tourists and people want to eat, so we have the cocktail bar, and I'm also going to have a gourmet restaurant just here, looking towards the cocktail bar, so there's a little plaza then forming. And here we're just going to have then some park area. Oh, and we've also finished the size L park near the EU embassy. How good is that? Gender random regime tool, $2,000, a one park size L for free. Now let's go with the random things. So cute anonymous research that we have finished with that. Here, let's just have another smaller park then. Now it's still the question what we want to put in here. And over here, we are most likely going to have some more apartments again and stuff like that, where people can live, right? We also would need a few more tenements, perhaps. It's a good location for that, because they don't need it to have so beautiful around it. So let's have 2 of them here. And perhaps also... could actually have another one here, I guess. Or flop houses. In between, right? And this is all surrounded then by parks. And let's keep that tree here. I don't want to destroy it. There is still the garbage dump. Let's get rid of that. There's going to be something else now here. And that is the recycle plant once again. So the one that is, yep. I think was in the public services and waste treatment facility. For the industry areas and also for the living quarters there. And there it is also, just in front or just over the street, across the street here, the mausoleum of El Presidente. Of course, we're not dead yet, but we are preparing for the worst case. People can still watch some fake sarcophagus about us and have a chill. Look at that. Also, tourists are flooding in right away. So another tourist attraction here in the city center, making this whole thing lively. And this, of course, also profits then the cocktail bar and the gourmet restaurant that we've just built now and finished. So I'm expecting guests here as well in the city center. Then there's the cathedral. The Eiffel Tower, perfect. That has already lots of tourists. There's the metro station right away for all of that. Yep, looking good so far. The city center, once again, has changed quite a bit. I also just love how all these tourists are marching towards Stonehenge over there. So we have Stonehenge, of course, lots of visitors, yep. And they're just going there by foot, those poor souls, right? There's no taxi or anything like that. We have a parking deck, but it's not doing that much. I might just get us a bus garage and get those poor people over there, right? So not a metro station again, but a bus garage, that should be fine. So over here, let's just quickly finish this one. And they will... where are they coming from anyway? So they are, I think, exiting... oh my goodness. They are coming out here, those poor souls. So let's have a bus station there. And the ending is going to be beside Stonehenge. Now I could have most likely Neuschwanstein Castle somewhere out here in nature as well, right? So unfortunately we cannot build it on a hill or something like that, but I could definitely have it out here somewhere, right? So overlooking then Stonehenge and the ocean. Plus also, a cool thing is that the bus station is then going towards it. Right, so out there we have it. And then the street going towards that as well. And the bus is there for all the tourists. There's just one final piece missing, I think. And it's coming.
It's a little known
Fantastic!
fact that Mad King
Neuschwanstein Castle is
built
now
castle
in Tropico
right
as
here
well.
in
Another
Tropico
tourist attraction.
a century after his death. That's a particularly special talent.
What a beautiful building. Really, really well done here. And yes, those buses hopefully will be used then quite often. I'm pretty sure this is going to be worth it. Since the AI in this game is not so bad, we might have some people, yes, waiting then right away. I guess. And as we can see, yep, that station is heavily used now from all the tourists. There's actually 2 buses on this line now, so, well, I guess it adjusts itself to the demands that you have on there. And Neuschwanstein Castle and Stonehenge here now have, well, actually already the limit of what is possible when it comes to visitors. We also have the next election. I don't really mind that. People love me, as how could it be any different, right? They love us, absolutely. Now, we still have a couple of buildings that I would like to add. So the luxury hotel, for example. We don't have that much space, so let's have the luxury hotel somewhere a bit further outside. There is a good area for that. We have, though, these apartments here that I would like to move a bit, right? So there we have this apartment there. Let's get over there, and this one here as well. They are being occupied, by the way, so yeah, moving them, of course, is a problem, because we do lose those people for a short period of time. Let's also squeeze in the apartment there for now. We have the cabaret. No idea what we could be doing with the cabaret, to be honest. I would really like to have my luxury hotel there. The scenic lookout, let's just get rid of that. It's absolutely a waste of money. There we have one cabaret. They're not really being used heavily, so in that regard, I might just get rid of this one. Right, we have one there. And we should also have one somewhere in this region, and they're not really used. Off you go. The luxury hotel, where do we have, by the way? There we have the entrance, but where? Oh, there's the bus. Look at that, heavily used. I love it when the buses are being used and stuff. How do people get to the luxury? Ah, yes, there is the metro station. Perfect. Luxury hotel. It's looking like that.
On the Tropican Health Service.
It's a bit further outside then. Has its own street connection going to it. There we have it in all its glory, a new building, and around it, of course, we're getting some park area and stuff, because those people definitely would like to have some beauty area just around the hotel itself. And I do like that it's actually the same, almost the same pavement, so it seems seamless, right, between them. In front of the hotel, then we do have a fountain or something. Let's make it 2. Also with a statue there once again, right in front of our luxury hotel. We want, once again, we now can say what the marriage rights are, so this is something that we've researched, and yeah, since the election is over, we can once again change the constitution. Open marriage enables same-sex marriages, increases the liberty by 5, increases the tourism rating by 2, and it's all about that tourism. Also, the global market economy, we have the free trade, which is basically the default state. We could also say international trade partnership. All export trade route prices are increased by 10%, while the standard export prices all decrease by 5%. Let's go with the free trade as a good middle ground, and we've also finished once again another demand.
A potato.
And yes, Starkey treats, that's what you get, Presidente, when you do a good turn for Mother Earth. The bounty of the soil is what? All over the carpet. It's just a floor. I'm talking about nature here. Very good. So we're just waiting now for the next cruiser coming over there and getting us more money in. So let's just have a look around. I think we have a very good... a very good tourism rating overall, because most of these hotels are pretty well booked. Of course, we have this edict there. We had the sabotage, actually. I think it was a raid, yes, where we can say the fantasy reviews. Let's also do this once again, and then some more treasure hunts. We don't need to, or we can't steal a new monument anymore, so that's over. I would like to have another skyscraper somewhere, skyscraper hotel. These are very popular, so they're giving us a lot of money, earning us a lot of money. Here we do have those good trees there just in this area, and I would probably like to have one here. Let's get rid of this flop house there and of those 2 houses there, plus the park. Off it goes. We can move the houses to the other side though. I could have done this one too. And then I would like to squeeze in one of these skyscraper hotels there as well. Hello. Right next to the cocktail bar. Now, the skyscraper hotel finished as well. Another nice skyscraper here in the area. So we do have them now scattered around the city there a bit. I like that more. Also, here we still have some empty space, right? And empty space is never really a good thing. So what we could have is we could have some mansions here where the rich people live just next to the beach. Yeah, that circus is not being used, right? We have a circus over there. It's also barely used. So, yeah, about that. I don't know. Here, definitely something for the rich. It seems like a good location for that, just beside all of the cool things. Plus, it's also really close to the beach there. Or we just have some more beach stuff. Nah, it's the docks here actually, so not something perhaps. But let's just have some mansions there as well, and then some normal houses here as well. Righto. And all of this is then once again being surrounded, of course, by parks. How could it be any different? Oh, we still have ugly bunkhouses here. Look at that. And we have a new trade route that we need to get. Fulfill an import trade route from the EU. This is a demand from them. We should do a demand, an ultimatum there. Some cars. Gold. Oh, it's twice as expensive as usually. Hides, juice. Let's take 2,200 gold. I mean, we do need gold anyway, and it's really cheap. Is it? Nah, that's just insane. Let's go with some. Oh, that's 2,500 juice. That is something we can do. Let's get rid of these very ugly bunkhouses there.
Health Corporation are slashing the prices of plastic surgery this month. Get the free freaky lip plumping with every nip and tuck.
Right, and I might also now move. These were one of my first buildings here, by the way. So the Teamster office and the construction office that I will now probably move to another location. So the construction office, let's move this a bit further over here now, where we have a little industry area. And the same goes with that Teamster office. It's not needed in this area, right? There's no goods being produced over there. It's just services. Here we have goods being produced and stuff like that. So those 2 buildings are going away, making room for something new. We also have an old country house there. Let's get rid of that. There is the clinic. That is fine though. So the clinic we can definitely keep in the area. And then we can have some more normal houses, right? So I just love them, as I said. So they're really cute and they just fit in. And here, another modern apartment? Nah, they're really looking so dark. Let's have a normal apartment there. 2 of them, because they just look very colorful and cute as well. Also another park here, and over there unfortunately we cannot squeeze in. That we can squeeze in. This is not looking good. Let's get rid of that again. But here I definitely would like to have another small park. It's not possible. Damn it. This is also not looking good then, because the plaster or the asphalt is just ending then somewhere there. And I do still like to have it looking a bit more natural. And once again, we're having a trouble here with those curved roads. It's really a shame that there is no better option here, but what can you do about it? So at least we got these mansions there that are already filled, because we got basically a lot of rich people, right? And there we have them. Close to the beach, so they can enjoy that. And there we have lots of houses coming up. There we still have a bit of space, probably for another house. Those houses are always filled, so I'm not worried the least. People really like to live in these houses there. And as we can see, they're basically all full. And we've also finished the trade route for the EU, and we do get a random blueprint out of that. Aircraft carrier, alright. Not that we really would need it, but still fine. By the way, we have one cruise ship. Why not just have 2 cruise ships here, both together, in a suitable location like that? I think it's just looking better like this. And our luxury hotel, no guests yet. I hope that we do get some guests in here soon. We could also increase the efficiency of that a bit further. There's lots of tourists coming in, but none of them for the luxury hotel. Also, this area much better now than before, right? We got some apartments there as well, stuff like that. We still have that chapel here. Well, we could move it, right? It barely has any guests there at the moment. Let's have the chapel a bit further over there for now. Just for now. And that makes a bit of room there again. All between all of those houses there. And you know what? A little restaurant or something goes a long way to have that in here. And another house then. I guess like that. And we still squeeze in the park area here.
The truth comes into your ears only via the voice of Tropico.
This is not looking good. That's a bit more difficult. This whole thing there. So we might just need another building here that we could squeeze in. Something small, a fast food joint. Also that is not possible, unfortunately. Tricky. Well, I guess with a little church there, we do have something at least, but still, I'm not entirely happy about how this looks. Perhaps we find a solution for that. So far, so good. Once again, we've grown a bit. We have changed the downtown, and we continue now to some new... Oh, also, we finished that one right away because we already have this edict now. So far, so good. Stay tuned. What a fine day it is in Tropico. No tornado for a change. Just enjoying downtown area, looking at our mausoleum that we have over there, where there is plenty of people going in and out. We have over here the Colosseum, our tourist magnet. Very good. Let's just zoom out a bit here and enjoy those views. Lots of work to be done here that we still need to look out for. So first of all, I haven't really finished the Colosseum area here. As we can see, there is still something that we need to do. First of all, the chapel is now over there. I've moved the metro station into this area there, so just right next to that house. We might also now move that house here so that it looks a bit better, right? So over there, that we have a bit of space here. The high school, that is rather full. Let's get it over here for now. So once again, it's being moved from the city center further and further outside. But this is a fine area because we got some people now living here. And we also have a metro station right next to it. So the students can actually get over there. Plus, what I also would like to do is I would like to have some more houses here in this area. So let's just have over here another apartment area, another apartment row, right? So where these people live. This one and this one, just right over here. And in the center, or in here, we might have some flop houses. One flop house, right, for the poor people. That is fine. And then some parks once again in between. Like so that we really finish this area there as well. And make it looking good. Actually, by the way, look at that. The beauty is not bad. It's absolutely not bad, despite having a mine here. That is not... you know, bothering the least. Plus, it's kind of like getting swallowed by all of these houses around it. And look at that. We also have the waste treatment facility here and another one over there. It doesn't make sense, right? That was my mistake. Let's get rid of this waste treatment facility. Those apartments are being used at least, so we have enough housing for everyone. There is not that many homeless citizens. A good thing indeed. That opens up a lot of space in this area that we can use properly. And in fact, I would like to move that cathedral over here because the cathedral, you know, it's just accompanying, or well, accompanying this one here. It's just looking fine next to the Colosseum. We have another one down here, but that isn't fine. That's fine, right? We have different kind of religions, and those are just different kind of religious cathedrals. They're full all the time anyway, right? So we don't have enough of them. So it's fine to have 2 of them together. And this is like in modern cities as well, where we have big churches. Think of Venice, for example, where we have so many churches per square. That's fine. And that opens up a bit more modern area, right? So I didn't want to put another skyscraper over there. We can do it in this area though. So modern apartments right next to the shopping mall, for example. That's just fine. And let's have 2 of them here right together. So another twin towers that we can have. And then perhaps also a modern mansion or something like that here, right next to the cathedral. Also something that I like to see. Modern mansion, perfect. And then perhaps some more normal of these smaller houses there again. Or since this is rather modern looking, we might have official residence. That is something I don't have yet. Let's get our official residence in here as well. And behind it, we might just have then some bigger parks, right? Beside the normal houses. And over there, once again, as always, parking area or parks. Not parking area, but parks. And after a bit of time, once again, they are finished, and those modern apartments are being also used right again heavily, right? So, but as long as the other apartments out here are also being used a bit, I'm fine with that. The flop house for the poor, also 2 more flop houses there that are just finished, and that's fine for this area, right? And then we have the forest, and then these monuments out there that are also heavily used. I like to see that. By the way, Stonehenge, they're making us money here, Stonehenge and stuff like that. Upcoming election, 73 support rating in healthcare is down a bit, so I might have a look at that. We're not blaming anyone. By the way, with the EU, we are on very bad terms at the moment. The reason for that is I'm going to show that in a second. Let's also promise this time something, and that is the healthcare happiness.
People of Tropico, it is I,
we actually kicked out the EU not too long ago, so I need to, you know, I lost a lot of relationship with them, and we should get this one up again. About the healthcare, right, we have, I think, a hospital over there. I might have another hospital here now, so let's move this house there, or actually let's just get rid of that, and instead we're going to have another hospital. So just in general, I'm going to remodel this whole area there just a bit. We have this fast food restaurant that I might would like to move this one. There's this bug with the relocation, so I kind of click this quite often. So I'm just going to build the fast food restaurant once again. Now, there are not that many bugs, don't get me wrong, right? We don't have a whole lot of bugs in this game. I have only encountered 2, and one of them is the relocation. And the other one is that sometimes buildings don't get activated when building them. There we have another fast food restaurant, and just over the street we have then a hospital that I can squeeze in now. Over there, and still plenty of space. We still have these cute country houses there. Off you go. We don't need that in the area. By the way, our guard tower still stands ready to attack any pirates that are attacking us. So it's still from the very first days where we started out. The grocery store is fine. There's a little restaurant. They are not used anymore. So very strange. There is a restaurant that's being used. I think the fast food restaurants are much more popular, right? And then we could have, yes, another casino in the area. A casino overlooking the port area. And it's just fitting into the circus and our fun fair here to also have a nice little casino there. And then perhaps once again a little cocktail bar right next to it. So a nice little area for people to relax. Also some parks here. And then we still have some space there. No idea. We might have another modern apartment that I could have then here. And I guess we could do it overlooking the ocean. And this is a very, very ugly area for now. No idea why. That should change once we finish the buildings, because I can't see anything that would reduce the contentment here. There we still have some space. I might just use it for parks once again. Make the city as green as possible. And also another block finished once again. Oh, build a gourmet restaurant. That's easy. So we can do this. What a town. What a beautiful city that we have there by now. There's lots of empty space here. We might just add then once again those parks to also make this a bit more beautiful. And then some bigger thing here perhaps. Also here, besides the luxury hotel, we have a flophouse and a chapel. That doesn't really fit in. Let's have that chapel a bit further outside there. Let's move the flophouse also a bit further outside. So here beside the chapel and beside that alley. And in this area, we can then use that to have some mansions, some modern mansions that just enhance the look of the surrounding, right? 2 of them, I guess. It's just better. And yeah, we can keep it open actually. Also, our daily job is to praise the superpowers whenever possible. It doesn't cost me that much. We cannot praise the EU yet. So for the EU, we might need to have a good trade route or something with them to increase our reputation, because there's no other way around that, right? So leather, for example, this would increase it a bit, importing some leather. That's fine. Let's just say importing costs us a bit of money, but that's it. Uranium from the EU. Let's actually make this one big, because we do need lots of uranium for our nuclear power plants anyway. And exporting a bit of meat, why not? We can also do this. So hopefully this is increasing something. And of course, once these trade routes are completed, we do get another boost of relationship with that. We can't get too low, right? Otherwise, we might face an invasion. So we should be very careful about that. Even though I don't think the EU has the military power now to invade us. She's not a state after all. Then we can also go with send delegations. Triggers and one demand from the superpower. We cannot do this for the EU at the moment. Alright, we cannot do anything here as long as we're that low. So that's that. Hopefully something else comes out of it. Once again, the economy increases the efficiency. And also increases the job quality of old buildings. That's always good. It always gives you some support rating that is very much needed. Now. There is something else that we haven't done yet. And that is looking a bit at our research, right? We do have the research lab, of course, that is doing something nice here for us. But a space program would be nice, I guess. And the space program is still something that we have available. So for that, we do need to go to the government, I think, or the raids and military. There we have a couple of very interesting things. So the defense headquarters, of course. And over here we have our space program and our nuclear program. Both of them are rather interesting. So the space program increases the knowledge generation of other buildings, allows knowledge to be used to start missions that reward money or raise the approval of citizens. And the other thing is the nuclear program allows the construction of a bomb that keeps superpowers from invading. Can also be used for tests, trading superpower relations for enhanced approval and better standing for the militarist and conservative factions. Both of them I would like to have. Probably a bit further outside, right? So we have our industry area there. It might make sense to have this one here. Yep. Right, so there we have our space program. A bit further outside, right next to the lumber mills. And a bit further outside still, we're going to have the nuclear program. So this is the furthest that our city goes. I guess somewhere over there we could have this one. Righto, both of them. I hope people get there somehow, right? We don't have now a bus system or something. We might establish one. Now, while that is being built, we have 2 missions that want a hang gliding for us. The religious want, Sister Francesca wants a hang glider. The story, he was remember the story of the man who built his house on a foundation of sand. He was a very stupid man, but I suppose that's the point of the story. And I'm not here to check the foundations, I just have a simple request. She wants a hang glider. Okay, it doesn't make that much sense. And Sunny Flowers also want something from that. A hang glider. Seems these hang gliders are very popular. I think that's actually a tourism building. There it is. Provides fun to visiting citizens and tourists alike. Let's have this one. Also over here by the circus in our little fun area. And this is actually finishing 2 missions.
A good deed, President.
You're a friend.
And we can use these standings. So that's another 4% support rating. There's actually still 15 people that don't support me. I might need to try and find out who that is and, yeah, well, execute them. And boom, there it is. Our space program has been finished. It needs some workers. It needs college-educated people. How can you think of any different? Also, clean lift-off launches do not emit pollution and increases the job quality. Let's do this. That's one smaller one. And now we can decide on what kind of mission we want to go for. Commercial, earning 20,000 upon completion, or prestige, send a rocket into space to show off and increase the approval of all Tropicans by 5. And it costs me 5 knowledge points. Oh, actually, this is not getting us knowledge points. Right, so let's go with a prestige mission first. And off it goes. Our very first space shuttle. The rest of the world is not using space shuttles anymore. We are still using it because, well, we are El Presidente. Pretty cool. And we've also won the election. We also have one more thing, that is the media independence. So state-controlled media, free media, or sponsored content. Increases the revenue of media buildings. Let's go with free media for now. I'm really boring when it comes to that, I know. Very good. Our first Tropicans in space. Who would have thought that? Takes a full year now for this mission here to finish.
Presidente, I know you all.
And the healthcare promise, there it is. We have finished that hospital there. I'm going to increase the budget of all hospitals. Also the hospitalization wing. That should add more people, so hopefully that's enough. Otherwise, we will have to find something out. By the way, we still have some edicts as well that I would like to use that also go for health. So legalized substances, this one here, tourists pay $1 in addition each time they have to pay a fee, and increases the liberty by 10. We do give them some legalized substances every time they purchase something. It decreases religious standing by 20 though, and it decreases conservative standing by 15. Let's still go with that. The penalty is probably going down the further this one we level up. That's something. The other one was the light bulb ban. I was very hesitant to use this when we didn't have the money, but now we have the money. So it decreases the power requirement of all residential buildings by 50%, right? But increases the pollution of garbage dumps. We don't have garbage dumps anymore, so that is fine. And increases the upkeep of the waste facility by 50%. It's also fine. Let's just check this one. We have a power surplus of 680 megawatt right now. And let's use this one now. And now we are at 1,200. We just doubled our energy surplus in the grid, right? And thus probably negating any future expansion of my power supplies. That is something. And there was the compulsory vaccination. Also, yeah, decreased 5 for citizens dying of low healthcare. Decreases environmentalist standing. No idea why they would be unhappy. But perhaps of the waste, perhaps, but let's just go with it. Everyone has to get vaccination. And also another thing here that is good for the EU, the diplomatic super party. So increases the standing of each superpower by 20. Let's go with that. Right, that should hopefully make the EU now approve of us again. Yes, so that we can praise them. Further increasing the relationship and sending a delegation to get a demand from them. And build a luxury hotel near the embassy of the EU. We actually have the space for that. Right, over here. So let's build that luxury hotel just across the automated mine. Also, we finished the nuclear power program, or the nuclear program. So we are building the bomb. Build the bomb. I guess we don't have the knowledge points for that yet. Let's also see what upgrade we have. Increases bomb construction rate by 50%. Increases the power requirement by 150%. Oh, alright. No idea. Let's increase the budget so they can do the bomb here a bit more quickly. I think we need the knowledge points though, right? We don't have that. We have 4,000 knowledge points and we are generating right now 5.5.2. I think per month or per day. It has to be per day. Otherwise we will never have enough of that. Also, nuclear testing. You receive $100,000 and that allows us to test nuclear bombs. I'm not doing that. National Day. This seems like a good day to get as an edict that we can have. And mandatory waste sorting decreases the pollution of all residential buildings by 40%, increases the upkeep of all residential buildings by 20%.
Mobile phones.
It seems you did.
And we have done this one once again. Let's get a random blueprint, the watchtower. And we are going to get rid of this luxury hotel right away. Also, dual demand once again between Sunnyflowers and General Rodriguez. He wants a roller coaster, she wants to produce juice. We already produced juice, so let's just go for that. I like that town, I like that town. And let's also have a look at this edict. The mandatory waste sorting, right? So that is something that I like to do. Just makes sense. Cultural diversity increases the immigration rate. We could still grow more. Let's go with that. And Caribbean Trade Association creates one random export route for each of the Caribbean trade partners, increases Caribbean happiness, increases capital standing.
Do you know that?
Sounds good as well. And finally, we are also on good terms with the capitalist, right? So there was always this bit of a problem here that this was very low. For happiness, healthcare is still low. Also, the security. For healthcare, let's also have a smaller, where is it? Clinic here with those people now. Since we have a couple more people living in this area, it makes sense to have also a clinic or something like that for those people. So just behind the chapel. And then we have that road going all the way over there, right? So another clinic, and we might, yeah, as we can see, they're all full, right? The hotels, the clinics, the hospitals. I might need another one. Let's have another one out here as well, another hospital, because there we still have some people living as well. And then perhaps also some people living here as well. So we have the modern mansion. We could have some houses, a modern apartment. Let's have a... Nah, let's not have a modern apartment. I don't like the skyscrapers everywhere though. So let's just go for those apartments there. They're just going around it, right? And then we have something in the center there where we can have, once again, some parks or something like that. And by the way, yes, it is possible now to build the space memorial after all, since we have now gotten our space program. And a nice park there, surrounded by a bus garage and a waste treatment facility. I might get rid of this park garage and just move it a bit further up there. There we already have another one. Make a bit of room here for something else, right? Something for fun, perhaps something that makes a bit more sense. Gourmet restaurant. A normal restaurant. We don't have one in the area. Let's have a normal restaurant here. So this is also becoming a lively city, a lively area around the... yeah, behind the college. And there we have it. Another district has been finished with lots of apartments. People are moving in there rather quickly. I'm surprised with that. Stay tuned. A new day once again in Tropico's El Presidente's paradise. Welcome back, everyone, where we are just getting one record of income after another one. We have a few demands right now, a few very important demands here. The first one is we need to build an airport finally. Yes, we don't have one yet. Funny enough, the Sister Francesca wants that from us and not the capitalist, for example. And the other one is we should have a national day that we don't have yet. So, of course, Tropico deserves a national day, increases the efficiency of all taverns and cocktail bars by 10%, decreases crime safety, and decreases religious standing. Doesn't seem like a very good edict to me, but we have a national day now, and that is fine. The next one is the airport. We also would need to build another gourmet restaurant, but let's have the airport first. Now we just need to find a proper location for the airport. I think I found it. I think we might have it out there. It makes sense, right? Because there is no mountains or something like that. But first of all, let's just see how big the airport really is that we need now. And it's a pretty big building. Now the airport, let's have it over here and not there, because there, you know, we have the golf resort, touristy area and stuff like that. We don't want to have planes now going over the golf resort, do we? Over here we have empty space though. This is where we actually started out with our first forest industry, and it makes sense now to have a beautiful airport there. This airport is then being connected, of course, with the well, with a metro station and stuff like that. Let's just say there we would have it. So I could probably build it like so. It has then a free coming in from both sides and coming out, more or less. We could also have it like that or like that, but I think this one is the best option. Let's build the airport, right? Somewhere. Should we have this one here now? Yep, there we have it. This logging camp, let's get rid of that. It has no right to exist anymore. And we're just going to have now this street going towards the airport. And then all the way over there as well. Plus another metro station here for that. It's of course totally worth it having a metro station just for the airport, as it's such an important building. I think though there is an upgrade in the airport. Yeah, that gives you the metro station. Alright, so we don't need that after all. Let's get rid of it. Right, so it's just really that. We do have a bit of a, well, a bit of an industry surrounding it. That is fine, right? We have trees, which is not so fine, but let's just keep them anyway. The planes just have to be a bit careful. The power station, let's just move this a bit over here. Right, so it's a bit further on that side. And we might still add some more stuff there. Is a chapel. Chapels, they don't really serve a purpose anymore, really. We could have one a bit further outside. Or, yeah, beside the high school. So we have a bit more room here where we can add some more stuff that I could have. Let's think about that. What we might have in the surrounding. Another industry, perhaps. I mean, we have a high school there. We have some cigar factories here already with lots of tobacco. I could just have another tobacco factory, to be honest. Yeah. And then another flop house. Let's have 2 flop houses here as well, so that it looks a bit more densely populated. And of course, since this is the airport, we should definitely have some parks in the surrounding. It should look a bit fancy, right? This one and a parking deck for the airport as well. So that it looks epic, let's have 2 parking decks here. In fact, let's have 3 parking decks. It doesn't make sense from a monetary standpoint, but it definitely makes sense from a realistic standpoint, because airports usually have lots of parking around them. This is taking a bit of time now. While that is happening, National Day we have, the airport we have. Let's have a look around, go to the other side, to our space, the bomb, right? The bomb needs lots of knowledge points still, so we need to have 5k for that before we can build the bomb, and I would really like to do this. What we still need to do is, though, we need to, well, finish our security sector. Then we have the defense headquarters, we have the aircraft carrier. That's all stuff that is nice. And another thing is that we have the Ministry of Information, improves the chances to discover hidden roles among your population. And in here I think it would fit in nicely. So let's get rid of these houses there. We already have the Cyber Operations Center there. And now we're just going for another one of these, and that is the Ministry of Information. A pretty big, ugly building that we can squeeze in there. Right, and then we have a bit of area here. We might have... it doesn't really make sense a whole lot. We might have a restaurant there, where people can eat something, and then perhaps just some park area. And especially getting rid of the bunkhouse that was just there. And you know what? This is not really fitting in there anymore. Let's also upgrade this apartment to become a modern apartment. It makes sense to have it here because this is a modern area, right? High-tech industry close by. So let's just have this one there. And there it is, our Ministry of Information.
All your questions and queries. Please bring all rumors and allegations.
Earns you 25 Swiss money every time a hidden citizen is uncovered. And you'll be warned about impending uprising. There's a chance of 50% to negate rebel strikes. Oh yeah, very good. Let's go with that as well. Oh, and one of my offices is under fire. At least the garden is burning. The house itself is fine, hopefully. It's just the garden. Send the helicopter. We still cannot do that. Let's go to one of my fire stations. There it is. And upgrade it so that we have the firefighting helicopter on it. And now I should be able to send the helicopter. Right, so hopefully we do get a helicopter now. Dousing the flames. By the way, the casino is on fire now too. Something is wrong here. There's the helicopter. That was fast. It's going back home again and we can send it once again. Oh yeah, the helicopter is very efficient, by the way. And I think we have some damage here now that needs to be repaired then. Alright, airport being built, but it's taking a long time. It's doing it step by step. And because there's also always the threat of impending attacks, we might also just get us a defense headquarters. This is something that we should probably have a bit further away, or actually we could have it over here as well. Right, defense headquarters, a bit further outside. In a fine location. This is going to protect us. Also, the aircraft carrier hosts fighter planes that will automatically attack enemy squads. That sounds amazing, right? So let's have those beauties. Yeah, surrounding out here, by the way. One here, I guess. Right. Oh, we can only build one. The building is unique. That's fine, though. Now, the airport is about to finish. There we have it in all its glory. Our own airport. We increased the religious standing with that. I guess because we're closer to someone. There is these trees there. Can we get rid of them? Thank you very much. Doesn't make sense to have them. And this wind turbine, let's get rid of that. We do need a free exit and entrance for my planes. Also, let's upgrade right away. Duty-free shop. Every adult tourist spends $25 when arriving in Tropico. In-flight meals increase the overall happiness of tourists arriving. And metro station, the airport requires additional 10 megawatt of power. But the airport also acts as a metro station for tourists, which is fantastic because the tourists, they can just use the metro station in here to just get over there into the touristy area, where we have 3 metro stations available right now. And today's National Day of Tropico. That means we have a nice fireworks there as well. Now, the next plane is arriving in 10 days. Let's just see what that is all about. Where is the plane? There is the plane coming. These are touristy planes now. No Airbus A380, unfortunately. And a very steep descent onto the airport, but still everything working according to plan. How many people do we get with that? Tropico Airlines. I hope there are some people at least landing here. And off it goes again. Seems like there was no one. Lifetime tourist arrivals at 0. Alright, there was no one. Economy, we have no frill airliners and luxury airliners, so we can once again decide what kind of people we want to attract. We might need more hotels. Might need more hotels. I think we are pretty full now when it comes to my hotels. Yes, or most of them at least. Unfortunately, no one likes to use luxury hotels. Now, for my government district here, we still have one more building. There's the corruption agency that I need to build. So the workers in the corruption agency consume knowledge to fight or praise corruption, depending on the work mode. We could actually praise corruption. And there we have a nice location for it, just beside the embassies and just beside our iron automated mine that I'm still going to keep. It's not creating any pollution. It doesn't reduce the beauty of its surrounding. So it's fine, right? We do need these buildings as well. My steel is out, by the way. We're producing some steel. We have lots of coal and iron, so I might just build us a second steel mill. We do want to keep this one up at all times. Tourist ship has arrived. The planes really don't do that much. And over here, defense headquarters still needs to be built. It's a huge building. It's taking its time, even though we have all construction workers on it. And there it is, defense headquarters. It's looking really, really cool. Oh, by the way, I think the entrance is at the wrong side. I might need to turn it around like this. But that's easy. There it is. Now it's correctly used. And once the smoke is gone, we should be seeing something. So we have the static defense right now, increases the attack range of all defensive buildings by 50%, or increases the hit points of all defending squads by 25%. I like this one more, since my squads get a bit more, well, powerful with that. Even though I'm not really expecting an attack now, that's still fine. Oh, a trade route has been completed. There was an import trade route, right? We still have the uranium now working. We have some export. Cars are not being exported, as always. So we might be finding some car here, but unfortunately, nope. Not that I can see of. Pharmaceuticals, for that price. Smart furniture, yes, we can do this. Let's export some smart furniture. That's something we can actually still do, right? Defense headquarters and my corruption agency is also now working. Fight corruption. We could also praise corruption. So with that one here, we generate more Swiss money, and corruption has less impact on liberty, or reduces corruption effect on trade routes, reduces corruption effect on faction standings, and on crime safety. Let's rather keep that with fight corruption. It looks like it's totally out of place though. Horrible colors on this one. For a government building, it's looking way too friendly. And once again, we have the National Day. So this is coming quite often. Of course, every year, right? And we are, after all, in the year 2063 now. Oh, and also Minister Interior increases job quality for everyone. The occasional fire doesn't hinder us. The airport. We might need a work mode for the airport. So there might be something here that increases, I don't know, something. There's the airport, right? So it did cost us some knowledge points there. Now we should have no frill airliner. Tourists are well off. Upkeep is decreased. Tourists arriving at this airport are filthy rich. Let's make the no frill airliner. Perhaps this is doing something. Our aircraft carrier is finished, so we do have now some fighter planes. I would love to see an invasion at this point and just watch my planes fighting at this point. And the work mode is the carpet bombing. So they just drop the bombs. We could also have the precision strikes. Damage is increased. It causes no collateral damage anymore, but every attack round costs $1,000 before it can be initiated. Let's go with precision strikes. I definitely don't want to have a bomb carpet in my city. What is going on with the fires? Send the helicopter right away. I just love the helicopters, really. They just drop by, say hello, and go again, and the fire's gone. But we have to do it manually. That's one of the problems. Now, we are ready for the nuclear program. We can't build a bomb. Starts the construction of a nuclear bomb. After construction, the bomb has to be maintained to keep it ready. And while the bomb is ready, no superpower will launch an invasion. Let's build it. Bomb status going up now, taking quite some time. Finally, also with the airport, with the latest plane, there's actually some 42 tourists arriving now. And as we can see, where are you going? Are they actually going now over to the other side by foot? I think they are. Alright, first of all, we do need to have another metro station here after all. Why are they going over there by foot? We have a metro station in the airport. Oh my goodness, you poor souls. They have a long walk ahead of them. This is probably one of the reasons why we don't have that many people arriving. They are not using the metro station in here. Let's build another metro station after all, just in front of it. And I just hope that this works then, right? So there we have it now, close by, so they can use the airport as well. 42 people, they all go over there by foot. I don't believe it. And yep, they're still marching. Oh, by the way, more fires everywhere. Fires everywhere at this point. No idea what's going on. We might need some more. 91 arrivals with the latest plane. So now finally the airport is kicking off and is working. And as we can see, yep, they're using this metro station here. They're going from here to the airport. They're not using the metro station in the airport. No idea why. Also, the bomb has been built, so over here we have now a nuclear bomb ready for disposal, just in case someone is attacking us. We could have now the flex muscle, so test the Tropican bomb to increase the approval of all citizens, increase militarist and conservative standing by 5, -10 relation with all superpowers. Let's flex the muscles. Okay, we're testing now a nuclear bomb. While we groove to the jazz tunes. Okay, nothing else happens, I guess. We just tested a nuclear bomb. It's going off, I guess, in space. And we need to build a new one. Let's build a new bomb right away. And this probably also decreased superpower ratings. So we should praise all of them once again. Absolutely believable. Oh, the EU once again. They really hate us, the EU. So they really don't like to do anything with us. By the way, I fulfilled my promise there as well with the healthcare, so that's something. I'm not going to have another promise though, right away.
My people, my children.
So praising, yeah, and the EU once again. I would need another trade route or something like that. We have one importing. Perhaps we have something to export. We produce some toys still, right? We produce some cotton, cocoa, apparel. Let's go with that. And cocoa we also produce quite a lot of, so let's export a bit of that to increase our reputation. Yes, now we can praise again. Very good. And now we are on halfway good terms again with those superpowers.
We're grateful for the many fulfilling jobs you create for my people. And your progressive attitude.
Yes, and while we have the speech, I also want to have my speech. This is the end of this playthrough. It was a very, very nice playthrough. I love this game to death. It's a beautiful game. There's also an extensive campaign, so if you're interested in that, we might have the campaign then at some point. But this game is over. We are fully developed, more or less. We could just expand now in numbers. But once again, the city is fine as it looks to me. And we've, well, just achieved what I wanted to achieve. A megacity, a big, bustling town with all different kinds of people living in them. El Presidente is happy. We haven't changed our look in over a decade. So we are always the same. That's a fine thing. And I hope you enjoyed this one too. See you in my next playthrough. And I wish you all the best. Have a nice day. Cheers!
Dial up and surf Canal Uno's homepage on the World Wide Web for all your pop-up advert needs. Canal Uno, the voice and future of Tropico.